Hello and welcome back to the Calling Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined here by DM Armada. We are here at Day 2, and we're going to check out these Day 1 representations in the meta, as well as a Day 2 conversion. I know you're all very interested to see how those heroes did. A lot of Lexi, a lot of Dromai, but some good conversions out of those sort of 3, 4, 5, 6 spots in the meta. And a very diverse meta game here going into Day 2. Very exciting. We have a great match queued up for round
I believe we're on round 8. Yeah, we're going to kick off with round 8.
Kicking off with round 8.
Just to set the stage how this day is going to function as we go into the conversions, we have 5 rounds of Swiss, if memory serves correct, and then from that point we will jump into the top 8. And so, most of these players are sitting at a X2 record and up above that. But let's go ahead and jump down into the Day 1 representations. And as you see here, the number 1 hero represented at the top is Lexi with 58 players choosing it. And then we have 45 on Dromai, 30 on Bravo, and then we have a smattering of other heroes sort of taking up that 4th spot with Katsu and Azalea both representing 17 by 17 players. We have Dash at 16, Fi at 15, and then we see this sort of natural sort of fall-off degradation down the way. But let's go ahead and take a look at Day 2 conversion, and would you look at that, these heroes at the top are what we've been talking about all during Day 1, aren't they, Brendan?
I think that's the best Dromai conversion in Day 2 history, to be honest. Dromai always represented at these tournaments, but usually converts pretty badly to Day 2, as well as top 8. Usually places in top 8, often, you know, either high placement in top 8 or wins tournaments. I mean, this deck is a deck to beat for sure, but the conversion rate is really the stigma that gets attached to Dromai, as it tends to have that bad conversion rate. But we see it tied with Lexi here, which is very surprising. But I think the story is really told by the rest of these heroes. And at number 3, which is actually our 3rd most represented deck in Day 1, is a 27% percent conversion on Bravo.
Yes, and that is a lot more shocking if you've been following any of the prior kind of lower level tournaments and Battle Hardens and things like that, because we often see in those tournaments when you're moving towards the end of those rounds, Bravo really drops off, towards the end rounds very quickly. But here in a day 2 scenario where we do cut to a day 2 and then into top 8, we have a fairly strong conversion from probably a more fatigue-oriented build of the hero.
Absolutely, and we talked about why that is. These Lexi decks have opted to cut out the Quiver of the Abyssal Depths and some of the fatigue package that they had in the deck prior to this to deal with decks like Oldhim, to even deal with decks like Bravo after Oldhim Living Legend, but maybe got a bit complacent, took those packages out. Now Bravo has come back into the meta to sort of, disrupt that a bit.
Yeah, going down the list, we have Phi with a 20% conversion rate, which is a bit more surprising than I would have expected. But down here we have Katsu as well, which is where the 4th spot took place. And as you see, a smattering of other heroes as we go. But really, the big number is Lexi on her farewell tour, continuing to dominate the meta. Now, this next matchup is not going to feature Lexi because we have a really good one for you. We have Levi Rauch on Azalea versus the only Uzuri left in the field. I believe it's Luke who is playing down. So let's go ahead and take a look at our round 8 match. Let's jump down into it. Here we have Levi versus Luke, both players sitting at 6 and 1. Now, Uzuri is one of those decks that can really be built in a couple of different ways, and we've been talking about this at length in the morning, that Uzuri could be built in a more traditional manner of just swapping in attacks, large attacks from those small stealth attacks. But you could also build her in a more aggressive style where you're simply trying to push damage, then an on-hit effect, and really threaten what your opponent wants to deal with. But that's the question that Levi has to answer. What is he facing down in this matchup from this Luke Uzuri player?
Very likely Levi knows the archetype that Luke is on at this point. I mean, you have one Uzuri at the top tables, probably the only Uzuri above X2. It's just going to be the talk of the town what that Uzuri is doing. So I'd be surprised if Levi doesn't know. That being said, I think that the thesis for bringing Uzuri to a tournament like this would be to beat Lexi, right? More of a fatigue-oriented deck, running those Lexis out of threat, similar to what Bravo's doing. Doesn't necessarily apply to the other Ranger here in the form of Azalea.
Yeah, and here we see as the game starts out, turn 0, starting off with a Humble. Now, we're not swapping this in. It's just a Humble for the casual 6, which means we do get to arsenal that card. And Levi is presented with a question on whether or not he wants to have a hero ability. And that is kind of a good thing for Azalea.
Yeah, turn 0, right? So not a huge opportunity cost of blocking here. I mean, pretty much not at all, except losing the card quality. Luke is going to opt to Arsenal here, and then we go back over to Levi.
I think he actually gave some 2 blocks and then did lose his hero ability for this turn. Chose to just lose that because he wanted to keep 1 card in hand, I believe. And I believe that card is a Codex. And so
Codex Frailty
allows him maybe to make some Codex plays if he blocked with an attack. Or we could just simply arsenal that and maybe try to do something with that, swapping it to the bottom of the deck over the next turn or so.
What does go again?
So there's going to be 5 go again on Enlightened Strike. Levi sporting that golden Death Dealer.
You're a fan of the golden Death Dealer?
Only if it's in a normal sleeve.
That's the only way to do it, right? Or one of those new Fab Slabs. I really want to check those Fab Slabs out. I think those are going to be featured at Barcelona in a few weeks. In fact, at the World Championship of Flesh and Blood in Barcelona, Spain. And definitely something that I have my eye out for. You're going to be there as well.
I will.
Exciting.
Interesting to see Luke taking this damage because we expected Luke to be on a bit more of a defensive package, maybe saving his cards for the next threat that comes. There's the Codex of Frailty.
Baddest Codex of Frailty target ever, but here we are.
Not a great target, not one you would normally want to see, but when you're playing this out on turn 1, you're happy that you just have a target in general, which is why we saw the block prior. He's going to Skullbone Cross Wrap, which could find him a better target. Let's see. No, it looks like he's bottoming, yeah.
We'll come in for 5, on hit, seek and destroy. Yep.
Still on hit trigger, seek and destroy, which is relevant here.
Uzuri is just one of those decks, though, that is more than happy to donate cards. She plays at an axis of really strong 2 to 3 card hands. She's very comfortable with that, and she's just totally good to just give 2 cards. There was no swap that was available there, by the way, if you were wondering, because don't forget, Azalea was blanked from her hero text off of the back of that Humble prior.
Command and Conquer. This is the Rangers Kryptonite here. Not nearly as bad for Azalea as it can be for Lexi. Lexi sometimes disrupting 2 cards in the arsenal slot.
The benefit of the Frailty token is that this only comes for 5, and Azalea does run a large number of buffs that block for 2, like a good number of buffs that block for 2, and so there are times where you can block 5 more easily than 6.
Yeah, I just want to note that Levi, I think, does have a Sink Below in hand, which is probably not ideal in this scenario. That Sink Below, it's a red pitch on Levi's turn following this, but also can't be played to Command and Conquer's Chain Link, so not a great card to have in hand here.
Other card that's a 2 block in the hand is that Ravenous Rabble. That's a great card to really start your turn off with, but here more than happy to donate to the cause to avoid the destruction of the arsenal, which is what we bottomed off of the Ponder token on the previous turn. That's a pretty good card to find off the top of your deck. Lace with Inertia is a solid buff, particularly against a hero that can hold on to an arsenal for a fairly long time to try and find the perfect time to use it.
Okay, we're just going to go ahead and play out the Remorseless here.
Arsenal, if it hits Inertia token and action cards played next turn lose.
It's so fun to watch Levi play Azalea because you can tell he's one of the best, if not just the best Azalea player in the world on the deck. He's definitely one of the best. Maybe you argue that our calling winner now, sitting at the best, the previous calling Taipei winner, Justin
Chu, yeah.
Yeah.
Levi, I'm a big fan of Levi. He's a great example of sort of how, professional play in Flesh and Blood, board manners, sort of articulating exactly what is happening, being very clear to your opponent, and just professional all throughout the match.
He's doing his best impression of a statue here, trying to give nothing away as well. But, I mean, the accolades for someone like a Justin Chu, who just picks up the previous weekend combo, Majestic.
Actually, very good defense reaction in Katsu.
How do you feel, wax on, wax off? You a big fan?
I'm just a fan of 0 for 5s.
So I'm going to play a
Yeah,
Codex.
I agree with that. All right, starting things off with Luke's turn on Codex of Frailty. Thank you for bearing with us, everyone. The return volley returning the favor of Codex of Frailty from the previous turn. Now this time we're grabbing CNC, but our opponent gets the Frailty token instead.
Yeah, absolutely. Who is, in this matchup, who's the real Codex Frailty user, and who's the imposter here?
You're asking who do you think is the better of the two?
Yeah.
Probably Uzuri, simply because Uzuri can always go and fetch just these very powerful on-hit effects. But technically, Azalea could do that as well. I think Uzuri finds times perhaps more consistently or more easily to use it than Azalea does. Nevertheless, I feel like both heroes make use of it greatly. It's why the card was such a bomb out of the Outsider set.
What is in this metagame? What is Uzuri's bad matchup? Is it really just Dromai?
Unfortunately, it is, and Dromai is not going anywhere soon. Dromai is the tough matchup for Uzuri, but Uzuri fundamentally has solid matchups into a lot of the sort of top-tier decks. It very good at just giving cards and presenting relevant threats in response off of like a 1 to 2 card hand, which honestly sometimes Dromai can do as well. And we've seen that play out in day 1, but here's the forced discard from that Codex of Frailty.
Very interesting to see a Sigil of Solace in an Azalea deck. Not something I would have expected.
You can get to a low life total at times. Oh, and there's the destruction of the arsenal, the Remorseless that was fetched. So getting max value out of that Codex of Frailty as we forced a card into the arsenal, then we forced a card out of the hand into the discard pile, and then we forced the on-hit effect of the destruction of the card. So it basically just milled 2 cards from their hand.
Yeah, I think as Levi, I still feel pretty confident so far in this matchup. I mean, what Luke has built his deck to prey on is pretty much the opposite of what Levi does. So Luke's deck is very, very good against these go-wide decks, especially in the form of Lexi, which is the deck to beat. But although Levi here is playing a Ravenous Rabble and going wide on this turn. Levi is going to be going tall a lot, so you'll see those 10-plus attack, dominate attacks, nasty on-hit triggers, dominate, all that good stuff. So there's a Command and Conquer coming out of Levi now.
Honestly, Command and Conquer is a really sneaky good card against Uzuri because Uzuri very much wants to play efficiently with defense reactions. As we saw in hand, there's a defense reaction there, and most likely, I don't quite know what's in the arsenal because it was off of the Ponder, I believe, but that could also be a defense reaction. And so CNC is a really good card versus Uzuri in a lot of respects. That looks like it is looking for a scrap. But it's a really good card because they just want to play really hyper-efficient with their trades and make you lose value on your cards over time.
Yeah, speaking of hyper-efficient, Luke's got a pretty good turn cycle here into the E-Strike. Surely draw, I'm assuming, going to be going for the Arsenal slot here? Or maybe just going 7 upstairs.
Let's take a look, see if... And I think... 7. Yeah, Levi's just content to take it as well. Looking for a scrap is just pushing for 5 damage, just vanilla damage, and then we're following it up with 7. So, I mean, it's a solid damage turn.
Does Uzuri have a lot of cards that they don't want to put in Arsenal? Because theoretically, right, the card you draw is worth 3+, where the +2 is just 2 damage. So usually drawing in that scenario is better, but if you have cards in your deck that you don't want to be arsenaling, or maybe they get Seek and Destroyed, yeah.
That's another consideration. I actually thought it was be draw a card as well because having a 5-card hand in an arsenal feels really good, especially if you top deck like a defense reaction in exactly this scenario versus a deck that can dominate. It's a very sure thing to have, but instead going for the damage. And let's see how we choose to trade here. This is not dominated, I believe, and we do have a fair number of 2 blocks in the deck because we are running things like Humble, as you see in hand right there.
Yeah, dominate, interesting mechanic in Flesh and Blood. We see the hand toss here to block the entire thing. Does block all the damage, but gives Levi a lot of room to set up an even bigger attack with some form of evasion and the form of dominate.
And you also look at that and you think to yourself, okay, there were 3 cards donated to cause that attack from Levi's side. 1 pitched, 3 played, and it took the entire 4-card hand of Luke. And so when you're looking at this long game scenario of fatigue, which Uzuri is very good at doing, Levi in that exchange is actually up.
Yeah, the only problem is that in fatigue matches, the weapon is pretty important, and Levi has no threat there, right? Death Dealer effectively useless in this fatigue attrition, so Levi surely will lose out on cards to things like Spider's Bite and the weapons here out of Uzuri.
Yeah, 100%. In the end game state, it's going to come to either a fatigue scenario off of the Uzuri's just consistent damage output off of those daggers, or it's going to come to dominated attacks. And this is dominated attack because Azalea can do that, and we're sending 5 on hit reload, on hit create a ponder, and go again.
Really interested to see if we'll see a pitch stack out of Levi. Maybe it probably won't happen until later because it shuffles the deck with Knock the Death Whistle. But wondering if that's part of the end game plan of how to push over some huge turns on a more passive deck in the form of Uzuri.
Well, yesterday we saw Levi stack 2 Red in the Ledgers back-to-back off of the back of just good, clean play and finding one. I think found one off of Knock. But that type of gameplay where you're able to just say no to your opponent and then limit their actions on their own turn, coupled with dominate, is just a path to victory, an avenue to victory.
Yeah. I feel like he ripped those ones off the top, though.
I think one of them he tailored.
No, he knocked one, so he had 3. Yeah. He had 3. You saw 3 in that matchup.
Which all 3 were on the board at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Which is insane.
It's a little achievement unlock. Braces of Belief here. Reveals a yellow in the form of Tar Pit Trap, so not the ideal flip.
And following it up with a red Bolton shot.
Good enough, though, right? Because all you need is that one additional to get go again on this Bolton shot. We talked a lot about Levi going tall. We saw a bit of it on the previous turn cycle, but looks like Azalea also has the ability to go wide here.
Yes, indeed, and Bolton Shot is just a hell of a card. When you think about how good that card is for Rangers in general, the ability to just either choose to go wide or go tall, it's a slam dunk 9 of. It has been ever since it came out, and it's quite impressive. And what a turn is this. Yeah. We started off with dominated Bolton Shot into Red in the Ledger buffed.
I'll tell you, Steven, when my opponent takes a bunch of damage, holds 4 cards in hand, I absolutely, at the end of my chain link, want to be playing a card that says, hey, block this, or you literally, not literally, but you basically will be able to do nothing on your turn. That is just brutal for Luke. I'm trying to sort of weave my way around and understand Luke's role in this matchup, whether he is the defensive deck or he's the the aggro deck, right? Because we've seen Luke, hold back cards, potentially looking to attack, putting pressure on Levi also. So maybe this Uzuri deck, or maybe the role of the Uzuri deck is just sort of fundamentally mid-range against Azalea.
Yeah, I 100% agree. But if we're having to assign roles, I would say that Luke is the more defensive deck because he can play to the fatigue, and Uzuri's just really good at doing that. Plus, you only need one game action or one action point when you're gonna swap in here for a 6 attack.
Mm-hmm.
And so, regardless of what you're hit with, this Uzuri deck just wants to do this: present something, make them overblock it, and then swap in. Or if they overblock it, don't swap in, and then just arsenal the good card that you have.
Is it unusual that we haven't seen a swap up until now?
Not necessarily, because if the hand draws up for a more defensive game plan, then you just follow that plan, And we've seen some amount of other lines that could be taken or that have been taken in the form of codices up to this point. So we saw 2 CNCs, which were just good cards to play in the matchup. And having this be the first swap is not necessarily the biggest thing in the world. And this is a solid one to have because Shakedown is going to swap in, reveal the hand, and we just get to take one of them based on what color we chose.
Take the Lace of Frailty. Sounds good.
Lace of Frailty makes sense to me. Shakedown, one of the power cards of Uzuri.
Then I will draw.
Yeah, 100%. This is a Uzuri specialization that is a perfect swap target. You can also get some really cute plays if you activate Flick Knives while Shakedown is just casually played. If you just play it for 2 and then Flick Knives in the reaction step to activate its effect. But here allows Luke to build in some of that breathing room. And basically, the lower these life totals get, the more dire these blocks are going to become. And I feel like the more efficient Luke can find himself if he finds those defense reactions, starts arsenaling them or using them at opportune times. But that is insane.
That reminds me of yesterday. Red in the Ledger, back-to-back.
Yeah, this is the time where you consider really trying to cover things up. We have 2 defense reactions in the hand. We have a Frailty Trap. Just going to cover. Now, this is dominated. That is not possible to do. So this is going to connect.
Take 2.
And it's going to force him into 1 card play.
Red Ledger is active. I'm going to play a Sigil.
Sigil, there we go. Able to utilize that hand effectively, not
And then I will
pseudo IP penalty for the turn.
That is the type of play over the next 2 turns or so that Levi needs to continue to do and pressure Luke's decision making, because now he has to, weigh these options. This is a great follow-up, but he has to weigh these options of, okay, how do I use my defense reactions over the next 2 turns effectively? One of them is going to go into the arsenal. One will stay in hand. So in a way, he's basically IP'd himself because he can't play out his cards. But if multiple defense reactions are being used on one card just to stop the damage, then the next one's even more potent, and that's where Levi starts to really make hay in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a pretty middling game out of the Azalea player. We've seen some big attacks, but nothing really compared to the explosiveness of yesterday, which honestly makes me think it's coming now, right? We see those multiple non-attack actions and the big dominated attacks. Obviously, he's been pressured by Luke a bit, but this Azalea deck can really pump out the damage once it's ready to turn the corner, and especially if it's given room to do so.
I think that's the biggest point. This deck needs the room and the runway to do so, but Uzuri, with on-hit effects and disruption, has the capacity to nerf that. So you do have to oftentimes play a more pedestrian game plan because you're sort of priced into blocking it out. Like on the last turn, leave no witnesses. It's an innocuous 4 attack, right? But it removes your arsenal. And that is huge if you have to fire arrows from arsenal or you want to do any of these tricky plays.
Nice. We have...
for 11.
Coming off the top, we got the Sleep Dart with the double pump
And Inertia Token.
and Dominate. So what we were talking about, you give Azalea room. Now you have 11 Dominate coming down at you with a pretty relevant on-hit ability.
Yep. Sleep Dart is going to connect and turn off activated abilities, which means swaps from the Uzuri player. But I think Uzuri would be more than comfortable trying to cover this up with defense from hand and from arsenal. We are going to be able to cover 7 of this. I believe we put I think it was a Frailty Trap.
Yep.
Was it a Frailty Trap in the arsenal? So we can block for 7. Frailty Trap blocks for 3. Fate Foreseen blocks for 4. Now, Frailty Trap actually triggers here. No, it does not, because it's not. This attack does not have go again. Now, if it would have, then this would have actually nerfed it down to 10 attack, but nevertheless, Sleep Dart is online, along with the Inertia token. It's a fantastic way to really pressure the efficiency of defense reactions, because you can't arsenal them when you can't keep a card at the end.
Yeah, important to note, Levi, no arsenal currently, but going into Tunic Resource on the following turn.
Oh, but does he have a Codex? If he has a Codex, actually, it's a nice time to really bomb the hand of Levi.
Spider's Bite?
I think he does. This is a great dance around, actually, towards the Inertia token, if that is a Codex.
It is a Codex.
It's going to force 2 cards on this turn from Levi, regardless. 1 into the arsenal, 1 into the discard.
Codex of Frailty.
And it's most likely going to go and grab... Well, technically, he can grab Command and Conquer. He has the 2 floating.
Going to grab...
Looks like, yep, that's what he's looking for.
This is such a good response, because this also creates the Ponder, and you can order the end-game state triggers of a Ponder and an Inertia token, so that the Inertia token hits first, wipes your hand, and then the Ponder hits, you get to draw a card and arsenal it.
Grab a red in the ledger. And I will discard... Command and Conquer? Okay.
So 3 cards left, and we have to most likely block this out.
Both are still on for speed.
Yeah.
Then move to end step, I'll trigger Inertia first. Yep. And then I'll trigger Ponder.
Exactly
Just like you
correct.
said.
And pass over.
Did he just top deck a defense reaction into the arsenal?
I'm not sure. I didn't get to peek.
That would be the most disgusting of lines to respond to an Inertia given to you.
Okay. Azalea.
That's
Wow,
a
nice.
perfect response. And this is dominated. Sleep Dart on again.
Yep. So that was a red in the ledger down to the bottom of the deck. Swap with Azalea, or not swap, but activate Azalea's ability, take Sleep Dart off the top. And the Tunic Resource, Tunic turn we talked about.
Yeah.
So 1 for 4 here.
What a perfect lineup. These
This is a
players
Frailty token.
trading some just great, efficient lines. And there's the block with the Flick Knife. So that is now offline. We're not going to be seeing any daggers being thrown this matchup. If you were wondering why that came for 4, Sleep Dart was nerfed by the Frailty token, because that came from Arsenal.
Isolate.
Just a casual offering of a 1 Isolate. You can
What are you
block it
worried
with
about here?
1 card. Well, you don't really care too much about CNC at this point, which is kind of nice, but a Shakedown would not feel good. A Humble would feel irrelevant almost, because you don't have the arsenal, so you can't really do some dancing unless you get lucky off the top, which Levi is very skilled at finding things to dominate, so Humble would be a little different. There are some ancillary cards that you could worry about as well. That some lists play and some lists don't, but I think the biggest things that you're thinking about are CNC, which you don't care about, and Shakedown, which you do care about.
So if it's Shakedown, do you have enough room to play around it here, or do you just kind of have to hope it isn't Shakedown?
Well, it really depends on what's the composition of your hand. If it's all reds, it looks like we have a Rain Razors,
We
a
have a Rain
Codex,
Razors.
and 2 reds, which means most likely red always gets chosen, because they want to take either the red arrow or the red buff.
It's just a better choice too, right?
Yeah.
Especially in a deck like this. I mean, the vast majority of the deck is red.
If you have Shakedown, and Shakedown is the swap in, I mean, first of all, you don't have the ability to block this with 2 cards, because this does have Dominate. You don't have a defense reaction, so there's not much in the form of playing around here.
Swaps in.
Oh, and Death Touch is the answer. This was a possibility. This is a solid one as well, because you could choose Inertia token, you could choose Frailty token, and the Black Tech activation. This is guaranteed to hit because of the Dominate. We're in the reaction step. Going to pop the Black Tech so that this can go a little bit wider.
Blood Rod.
Give it go again. He's going to choose damage. Just Blood Rot token there.
Then I will take Tunic Resource.
Wow.
It was not a defense reaction. It was instead another Death Touch.
Which debatably even better here. You know, as Luke gets Levi's life total down, he gives Levi a lot less room to string together those big 5-card hands. You get those huge dominated attacks. Azalea is very much a hero that utilizes a lot of those cards in hand, right? Doesn't play fantastic off of 2 3-card hands
I will give you another.
in terms of trying to close out the game against a more defensive deck as well.
Yeah.
Then I will move to end End step.
Bloodrot Pox, number 2 online. Allowed to just stack those up. That's 4 extra damage that is going Levi's way that will not get paid for. There's just
Very unlikely Levi pays for that.
no conceivable way that ever happens.
You draw double blue and you have no playable hand, maybe. But outside of that, I mean, double blue is statistically very improbable as well.
And honestly, if he would have drawn that, we might have just seen, a block on the second Death Touch as well, just to cover that up.
Activate Death Dealer. Choosing not to load.
Activate Death Dealer, choosing not to load. List of Fealty, Codex.
Now he's doing this and choosing not to load because he doesn't want to have to discard the Rain Razors. If you activate Death Dealer, you're pitching that Rain Razors, as you can see there, and then we have the capacity to float the resource.
Good example of very high-level lines you can take with Azalea.
Yeah, which means he can go get a 1-cost arrow here, and he's going to get Sleep Dart. If you just play out the 2 cards hand and then discard the Rain Razors, you're literally pigeonholing yourself into 0-cost arrows, which is like Bolt and Shot. But Sleep Dart here, much more relevant as far as on hits, especially at the end of the game.
Absolutely, and it feels like some of the scarier cards are the ones that are going to get swapped in here.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how this game can be closed out in a more tempo fashion. In Fatigue, of course, you're just dying to Spider's Bite and Nerve Scalpel over time, but you also just die to Isolates, and I think that's another Isolate in hand, and so you would love, as the as Luke here, as the Uzuri player, to be able to just isolate for the next 2-3 turns and then just kill him over the top and force like a Tunic block and things like that. Good morning, siblings in cardboard, a Flesh and Blood podcast. You know a thing or two about podcasts, my friend.
Who?
Yeah, who? What? Gale?
Not me. I'm really interested to see how this Uzuri deck does end up closing out the game, though. We saw a game plan so far out of Luke, which I think is just kind of how the cards came to him, but it was not really what I was expecting. I was expecting a much more defensive game plan. And now we have Levi sitting at 9 with 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens sitting on the battlefield. It's like, yeah, I mean, Luke really is the beatdown as he sort of turns the corner here. And attacking on multiple vectors as well, because he always can default to this fatigue package with the, not in the sense of running Levi out of threats, but has the access to the weapons, which can be very disruptive. And, once you get Levi down low enough, each weapon is going to demand a card. I mean, this has been a part of Flesh and Blood since the genesis of the game in the form of Kodachis.
It's going to cover this up for 9. Keep in mind as well that we do have Crown of Providence still. We have not blocked with that as Luke. He's been very judicious about keeping that up for a key moment. And, of course, against a hero that can dominate attacks to try and win the game, having 3 block in the back of your pocket over on the side of the board with Tunic plus Crown of Providence is quite good.
Okay.
See if he kept the Isolate. Does not have the ability to swap in off of the... Yep, this is going to send CNC.
Azalea not having access to a fridge to deal with something like this. Already blocked with Perch Grapplers, so likely 2 cards blocking here for Levi.
Well, 2-card block feels fine, though. You know that there's no follow-up here, that you're just kind of dealing with this for 5. You can give just about any 2 cards in your hand, which includes like a Rav Rabble plus a buff, or Rav Rabble plus a knock, or something like that. And then you can still play out a 3-card hand. You still keep your arsenal. You can still run it out there and feel fairly comfortable with the Ponder, whatever you got off the Ponder. So you have lines of play here. So the 2-card block is a lot more comfortable than some other scenarios we might see.
So my issue, Steven, is that 13 at this point in the board state feels like a mountain to climb.
Very much does. But you have a lot of flexibility with a deck that still has a lot of red threats. We've burned through a good bit of them, but still has the capability of codexing. And you can get there in sneaky ways with Azalea. But I agree with you. I think when our opponent can play more defensively, when all of their cards basically block 3, except that looking for a scrap he just drew, and when they run a lot of D-reacts, 13 is a hill.
It is a hill. But Levi's deck can absolutely pull it out, like you said. I think we need a big turn out of Levi here off this 3-card hand. Not necessarily a dominate, forcing a lot of damage. We just need to take cards out of Luke's hand. We need to stop Luke from doing nasty swaps on us, or looking for a scrap, go again into another threat. Because looking for a scrap, I mean, we're looking at lethal pretty quickly there, and we're taking cards out of Levi's hand every single turn because Levi doesn't have access to equipment that blocks the side of Tunic.
Well, I will say this. Spire Sniping is a huge card to have in this exact moment, but unfortunately it does not find the necessary recipe for pain off the top of the deck, because you saw he was able to do the effect. He ordered, then he opted, and then it was just a pedestrian 3 damage turn, and that is not what you need.
Yeah, that's really bad for Levi. Levi's biggest hope here is that Luke has a clunky hand that he can't utilize all 4 cards, but that is just, it's not the case here.
No, it is not.
So likely going to see Levi going down to a life total where he's going to be forced to block with hands quite frequently here.
This is the worst case scenario when you know that they start off with a blue and a dagger, and you can expect that maybe they follow it up with that, but instead he's going to see even worse problems, and that's looking for a scrap. It's going to discard the 1.
Probably the most aggressive card in Luke's deck, right? The card that it really only has one function here is to attack with it, because blocking with the card would lose so much value. So 1 for 5, go again. Just a lot to deal with when you're on 4 as Azalea, no equipment to block.
This is where Azalea really struggles, because you do need cards in hand to be able to play around problems and really send your threats back. And I think, did we see an E-Strike and a Sigil?
I thought I saw a Sigil, yeah.
Quite uncomfortable to have in hand on a turn where they're going 3 attack chain links wide.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's essentially a card for 3, right? You're gaining 3 life, but it doesn't stop on-hit effects, and that's something you want in this, against this Uzuri deck.
Sigil Solace is a fascinating card in Flesh and Blood.
This is blocking 2 because of the spider spike.
Oh, yeah.
So going to 1.
So down to 1.
Yeah, not a place you want to be.
Yep.
Now, you do know that you're not dead immediately because Flick Knives is not online. You were able to snag that later, but there's the Isolate, Dominate.
Yep.
And the swap in.
We are going to have a Sigil Solace here, but I don't think that will matter with the death.
Oh,
We have a Sink Below, too. Very nice. Yeah, I didn't see that one in hand. So Levi survives another turn.
Now, that is a huge Sink Below. He's not going to sink the Sigil. He probably wants that Sigil at this point when you're sitting at 1 to your opponent's 10. And the inevitability feels very real here.
Just crossing our fingers saying Alt D reacts, please.
Bottom. And drill shot.
Yeah, at least you have a 0-cost arrow. That's the upside here. You're able to send damage. This does have an on-hit. You could finally require some amount of block.
It's just crazy that Luke still has access to Crown of Providence.
Exactly. You would normally look at this and you'd say, okay, look, if I'm at heuristic-wise, if I'm at the end of the game and I haven't used my equipment, then what value does it bring to the table? It does not matter if you win the game.
Yeah, I mean, against a hero that is dominating attacks against you, you're not really incentivized to use it earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Rather than later, right? It just gives you more options unless you need that filter effect. You need to stop some pesky on-hit trigger.
And this is something that you can learn at home if you are just picking up the game. I know there's some new players that have entered the game. Welcome. But using your equipment at the right times and recognizing the matchup. In this matchup, this is an end-game card. In other matchups, you might want it earlier in the mid-game. But in a matchup where it is predicated upon unblockable, evasive damage, as you call it, these pieces can really save your life at the end of it all.
Wonder how soon we're going to see Levi block with his tunic to block one of those weapons. But, Levi does have access to the Sigil Sauce like we talked about.
And the 2 for the brand new card from Bright Lights, Already Dead, is going to require 2 cards to block there. Holding on for dear life is Levi. He is just going to most likely Arsenal and then pass. No, he's going to, no, yeah, he has the Tunic resource load. Searing Shot is the choice there.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is quite good. For 7, what a volley back.
Threatening 8.
He's almost out of tricks, though. No cards in hand. He's not going to have an arsenal. He's going to have to draw into probably some D-React or 3-block heavy hands. This hopefully will take cards if we're sitting in Levi's chairs. This hopefully takes cards from Luke. But what Luke is trying to put together is another turn of isolate into swap in to try and close this game out.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. Levi is currently losing this game, but he is a great example of playing to your outs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, consistently is taking the most high-value line, getting value out of that tunic, presenting threats every turn, just still in this game.
Yeah, 1,000%. It is very dire straits, and you are very correct. He is on the losing end right now. But if you continue on this path and you keep plugging away, trying to find value in cards and making your opponent make tough decisions, right now this could be a tough decision based on the composition of Luke's hand. We saw it was a Leave No Witnesses. We have a Frailty Trap. Maybe we get him off of cards that would make, and this is a solid card to take out of him, cards that would make this even better. Now, this is going to cover up 6 out of the 7, which means 2 leaks over and drops him to 8.
Sometimes you do need your opponent to brick, and that's a fine win condition to play towards.
I'll tell you what's not bricking, though. That is a Codex of Frailty right there.
I know.
So starting off with a dagger floating 1 means that we can actually go get Death Touch here. Four-card hand. I can't quite make out what's in the hand of Levi over there. As he feathers all 4 of his cards, looks like we have at least 2 non-attacks. We got a Battering Bolt in there, and I think that might be a Tar Pit Trap. Tar Pit Trap's a really solid one.
Does Nerf Steel have Piercing 1 as well? It does. So, yeah, that Tunic not doing much.
No, yeah, you can't. Unfortunately, you cannot block either of these daggers with your Tunic and call it a day. Unless you want to take 1.
Yeah.
That's not a good idea, though.
Nope, it is not.
Probably the last card I would want to see on a 1-card hand from an Uzuri. So we can go... oh, yeah, I guess we're going to grab Command and Conquer here. That's interesting. With the 1 resource floating. Off the Tunic, we're going to CNC here. Pay that Tunic resource, send the CNC. We have to grab a card, then discard a card, leaving us with a 3-card hand. This does not have Dominate from the Uzuri player because we're not swapping anything in off of Isolate. So this is blockable with the rest of our hand.
Will Levi have a turn, though, after? It's important for Levi to keep up the pressure.
It's going to drop Searing Shot. So at the very least, if he protects his arsenal, he can play Searing Shot for 4, maybe 5.
Yeah, and we talked about 13 life before being a mountain to climb, and I changed my answer. The mountain to climb here is Fiandal Spring Tunic plus Crown of Providence. That is so much block equity that is sitting on the board just face up for Levi to deal with before he can actually win this game.
It's a 5-card blocking hand when you think about it, right? Because those block for effectively 3. So that's just 1 extra 3 block in your hand that's always on the table. And
it's actually a 6 block because you can filter your arsenal if it's not a defense reaction into a card to hand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're able to end a 5-card hand. Here we will end a 5-card hand because we have Ponder triggering. Unfortunate having to block there with just about everything. Ponder triggers, arsenaling there.
Uzuri, such a slept-on hero in Flesh and Blood.
Weirdly enough, it's even when Uzuri came out, people thought to themselves, and the community at large really kind of said, Uzuri, yeah, okay. But they wanted to play Ranger, Azalea. It was sort of this relegated to the background hero, but it's always been floating in day 2s and top tables. It's strange how good the hero is, and fairly consistent, I would say the hero is, as far as representation in day 2s and top 8s.
And I think this hero is even better versus Lexi, which is our deck to beat.
Well, exactly, and that's the crazy part, because you would think that this would be keyed in on and then run out there and played, especially in a Lexi heavy meta. Now, will that happen going forward? It's doubtful simply because she has to have some game plan into permanence on the board.
Multiple ways to build her, though, right? You talked about at the start of this match that a more aggressive version does exist, so maybe we just see the Azuris adapt. Right?
Well, the nice thing about this version of the build is that we do run a lot of 6 attacks. We do run a lot of poppers in the deck, hard-coded in, if you will. The problem is dealing with Ashwings. And you can swing daggers all day, but eventually you start losing out in tempo when they create more Ashwings than you can effectively pay for daggers.
Yeah, Dromai is also surprisingly resilient to poppers, and a slow deck has quite a few endgame win conditions.
Yes.
Surprisingly. Actually, 2 very powerful ones.
We may see that play out later today because we have a larger representation of Bravo.
Yep.
And a larger representation of Dromai as well.
So Levi facing down a lot of pressure this turn. Looking for a scrap. The 3rd one we've seen. 5 go again. 2-card block from Levi. And there is Shakedown. Out of Arsenal.
No reaction on this. There's no hit
Has
effect.
a shred in hand.
He does, yeah. There's no hit
Yellow
effect right now, but this is almost always a 2-card block. You just don't give him the space. Wait for reactions.
Sink
There's
below.
the sink. Shred on the sink, and
Yep.
that's going to close it out. The shred pays off. I love the addition of shreds in Uzuri list. I think you can really argue back and forth whether or not you want, a lot of shreds, a little shreds, but the yellows are fantastic. Reds, I think, are slept on a lot. They're slept on a lot, but it ends the game in this exact moment and picks up the win for Luke on Uzuri, showing why an underrated hero might not be worthy of underrated and should just be right up there with the rest of them.
Yep, consistently tournament after tournament, we see Uzuri's creep into day twos. I don't think I've seen too many make top 8s, but they're always live for it. Especially Pro Tour Baltimore, which is a slightly different meta, but I remember there being an Uzuri particularly that I thought was going to take the entire tournament.
Yeah,
it's very good against Lexi.
And Luke picks it up here. So that is your round 8. The first round of today, round 8 matchup. It was a fantastic back and forth. I think that was a really good display of skill in Flesh and Blood from both players, knowing how they could play that matchup. And you talked about it during the matchup. We saw players, for example, Luke choosing early to be aggressive, to play that more sort of back and forth tempo-based game plan. But then when he had an advantage, he could play to the natural inclinations of Uzuri and just block with 2 cards and then isolate into a swap.
Yeah, we saw a good example of how much more limited Levi was and how sort of pedestrian the power output of his deck was after he's put on those critical minimums of life, right? Not able to sort of have the room to keep a 5-card hand and have those big dominated attacks that Azalea is really known for.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we saw a bit, I got to give props to Levi, right? That game looked over way before it actually was, and Levi's excellent play sort of kept us in that game, constantly getting value off Tunic, constantly getting the correct arrows. Like, it was close down to the wire, but, I feel like our Uzuri player navigated it perfectly, and that's what you get when you counter specialists in Flesh and Blood, is you will just get these players that play specific heroes that are unrepresented in the meta, but they know how to beat pretty much every deck in the format. I mean, they brought it for a reason. Like, Luke brought that deck, and he knew Lexi was going to be the most popular deck. He knew that Dromai was probably going to be the second most popular. And he comes with solid game plans ready to beat those decks.
And these are the storylines that I think we all just love and enjoy to follow throughout a tournament like this. This is a multiple-day tournament, and we get to watch these heroes, these underrated, undersung, unsung heroes, try and go out there into that format and push forward round after round. And here in day 2, the one, I believe, maybe 2 Uzuri players trying to make a name. Let's take a look at the graphic. Yep, that's the one Uzuri player.
The one, yeah.
And you know what? They're 7-1 now after this round.
Can we talk about some things on that page as well? There was some we weren't able to highlight because we had to get into the match, but particularly interesting to me is actually the dash conversion. This is OG dash, so Arcane Rising dash converts 2 into day 2, 13%. Merrick is one of them. We saw him on stream, but Dash is one of those decks that got a lot of upgrades in Bright Lights. Looks to be the most winning mechanologist of Bright Lights. Got the most upgrades. We saw Twin Drive, Maximum Velocity. I mean, this deck is turned on right now. I'm actually really surprised that the conversion rate is this low. I actually expect Dash to, as we look forward towards Worlds, towards Barcelona, Dash is one of those decks that has to be on your radar as one of the premier aggro decks. But Dash is also, it's an aggro deck, but it's also a mid-range deck. It's also a control deck. In terms of a deck that you sit across from and your opponent flips the hero, Dash makes you ask the most questions in pre-board. Bar none. Nothing comes close. Also, one Icelander in day 2. So we saw Icelander day one representation really low, which I think is fair. Icelander's matchup into both Lexi and Dromai is not great. Nevertheless, U.S. Nationals was a Lexi and Dromai dominated meta, and Icelander was the 3rd most played deck, and it saw a lot of success as well. Despite day 1 representation, 8% conversion is incredibly low for Icelander, the lowest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So very, very surprising there. Icelander is a hero that in the context of the World Championships, stock is definitely going to rise. By the way, our 8-0 player is actually on Dash. So part of that 13%, we saw the one Uzuri on stream expertly played, great record, but also one of our 2 dashes is our 8-0 player.
Yeah, and a big winner as well in the past, and I would describe as a specialist. And when you look at Dash historically, it's not a hero that people have really gravitated to in the same vein of something like a Prism, that like really draws people in and like they sell out to. You don't see like vast swaths of people going and playing Dash. It's kind of the same way with Icelander in the past as well. Specialists, people that just like marry themselves to the hero, learn the ins and outs, know how to take it to the heights that we see. And sitting at 8-0 is Merrick Kemp, who's won with Dash before and looking to do it again here on day 2 of the calling.
Yeah, I believe Merrick is actually pretty close to locking top 8 in a couple rounds here if he stays undefeated. Yeah, so
true.
Merrick. Yeah, so if Merrick wins the next round, he's going to be locked for top 8, which is it's a pretty good feeling, I'm not going to lie. Merrick will continue to play out those rounds so that he can sort of get the initiative in top 8, right? Really important to be able to choose whether you go first or second, especially playing Dash. But incredible to see. Like you look at the meta from a high level, and the story is Lexi, the story is Dromai, but some of our top performing players are not on those decks. Our 8-0 player is on a deck that converted 13% into day 2. If that doesn't tell you something about specialists, I don't know what will.
And I think we've seen that for the past 6 months. I mean, it's been a Lexi-dominated meta, and everyone has talked about how powerful the deck is. It's the deck to beat in the format. And yet, when you go to even if it's a smaller regional tournament, like a Battle Hardened, for example, when you go and you see those players play, and you see the specialists show up on their specific hero, they prove that this game really is a fighting game. You can take whatever hero you want if you are well-versed on it, and you can go and perform. You might even be able to perform at a very high level and win the entire thing if you know your hero, if you know its ins and outs, you know its matchups. And Merrick Kemp is proof of that.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there's some other players on those other heroes that we haven't seen quite yet. But we will let those narratives emerge as we progress into day 2 here.
You know what I just heard? Next round, round number 9, we will be putting the single, I think it's exactly one, Rhinar player on stream, and we can see if Haydendale's dreams can be made a reality. The Rhinar players unite. Brute Squad, bring them onto stream because we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to show you Rhinar. So don't go too far. We'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first Flesh and Blood World Champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together, and oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this? Not yet, anyway. I'm
Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers. Duh!
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the third time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm
7!
trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Bravant, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor! Professor Teklevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton! Ha ha ha!
That's a big one.
6 damage coming to Amy, 6 damage coming to Cedric, 6 damage coming to Kyle.
Defend yourselves, if you can.
Unleash your genius, inventor, with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
Haha, there's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the Calling in Dallas. I'm Tanner Grayson, joined by DM Armada.
That's me.
I almost said Steven Cookus and DM at the same time there.
Try that. I don't know what it would come out like, but that'd be fun.
It's just like if I say Steven, people are going to be like, who's that?
Well,
we know
me.
DM Armada. Yeah,
That's me.
That's Steven. Hey. Well, we got round 9 coming up for you. We got a really good match here. We're going to have Lexi, the boogeyman of the format, one of the most played decks, one of the most powerful decks we got. They're going to have to block a lot in this matchup.
Well, and they might not be able to block a lot.
That's what I'm saying.
Rhinar.
They're going to try, but they might not have cards in their hand.
That's true.
Yeah,
Rhinar is what we're facing down if we are on Lexi. So we have a Lexi versus Rhinar, and it's day 2. Lexi, most represented, high conversion. We're going to see Lexi's sort of rule the roost on this day. The question is, can some of these upstart heroes that we see, like Rhinar, who's been around since the beginning of Flesh and Blood, can they make hay in this matchup? And it's going to be an interesting one because Rhinar is, in a lot of ways, very efficient and very disruptive for blocking purposes.
Yeah, I was going to say, most of the Rhinar games I've played against, it's very one-sided. Either, their hand doesn't come together and they don't have enough to take away all of your cards and really get going, but if they do, especially early, it's kind of like a snowball effect, right? Like they can get going and it's really hard to keep up at that point. And then Lexi can do the same kind of thing. So let's go ahead and set it down to the feature match and we can talk a little bit more when we get there, but these players are about ready to start playing. As you see on the left, we've got Matt B. He's at 6-2. Jonah on the right is going to be playing Rhinar. He is also 6-2. So this match is pretty much for their tournament lives. 3 losses here probably eliminates them from top 8 unless some really wild thing happens. But they're playing for all of it here. And Matt B is actually a local player to me. He's from my area of the country. I've played against him. I've played with him a bunch in tournaments. I'm a big fan of both these players. Jonah, awesome human being. I talked to him between rounds, really good attitude, really funny guy, loves to ham it up, have a good time, but fierce competitor as well. Matt is a Archer stan. He's been playing Lexi since the inception of TOA, of Tales of Aria. Very good, very proficient. I expect to see some very good technical play out of Matt this round. Matt, if you're watching this in the future and I set you up for failure, I apologize. I love you, buddy. But both these players really good at the heroes that they're playing. Jonah, plays a lot of Rhinar, shows up with it in CC. I think he said something about like playing it at Blitz maybe in like Vegas or something back in the day. I can't remember, but expect to see some really high power turns from both of these players.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun matchup to cover, and I'm glad we got this onto the feature match table because Rhinar, there's not many in the field. I think there's only one, and we are going to see it happen right now with Jonah on Rhinar trying to fight for his tournament life and punch his ticket into another victory and a possible 7-2 record, but so does Matt. Matt wants it as well because neither of these players want to effectively go home at this point.
Absolutely. Again, Matt, local player for me, very, very good. The kind of guy that he hasn't had a huge breakthrough performance on this kind of stage yet. Nothing at like a calling. Like he's been very close though. He's made really big runs. I think he has a battle hardened top 8 if I remember right, or he like lost his win in the last round. But he's the kind of guy that when we have pro quests in my area, he's like 80% the top 8 all of them. He's the kind of guy that you have to go through him if you want to win the pro quest, like a local hero type. Jonah the same in his area as well, like one of the strongest players in his area.
Now, I've seen over the past few weeks a couple of really rogue builds, I would describe, of Rhinar Reckless Rampage trying to do some really crazy things. I'm curious to see if that's what we have here today, but as I look over the list, it just very much appears to be what you would kind of expect, like a good stuff Rhinar list. But there's always the chance for some exciting play lines. We do have some interesting little tie-ins, like some dig-up dinners that have made their way in the list that you don't necessarily see floating around there. But this is definitely a matchup wherein it really is decided off of play. Well, it's always decided off of player decision, but decided off of how you can keep cards in hand versus, someone that's just going to be ripping them out off of the Intimidate effect on the play. And starting off on turn 0 with that Intimidate effect, you could conceivably choose to activate Lexi's or activate the Voltaire in response and load before this whole process occurs. But we are instead going to just max protect, basically, and have one Intimidate with a 3-card hand there.
Yeah, this looks like this is going to be a blue barraging beatdown with a red Wild Ride behind this. This is a pretty aggressive start here. And Rhinar is one of the heroes, the ones that actually full-on attacks you on turn 1, or turn 0 in Flesh and Blood, unlike a lot of the people who want to set up on first turns, right?
Yeah, it very much can. I mean, when you get to go as Rhinar turn 0 and you start just intimidating with impunity like we see here, you can do some very, very powerful things. And this is, I believe, going to send across. Did he hit with the connection? He did indeed. So this does, I believe, have go again. And we are going to see the 2-card block there. And it is going to only block for 5. We are leaking 1 here. And the barraging beatdown was requiring a 2-card block. Non-equipment had to block. Otherwise, it did get a buff. But that 6 is going to connect technically for 1. And then do we have the resources to continue to push like a Mandible Claw, or are we content to arsenal our final card?
I think that's what Jonah's really debating here. And it does look like this is going to be a Mandible Claw coming in here. For all your wrestling fans at home, little Mankind reference.
That's right. Sending damage over the top on turn 0 always feels good. You didn't end with an arsenal, unfortunately. That is the one saving grace that you can look at from Matt's perspective. But he is going to take those cards and pass on over.
It looks like they're going to draw back up to 4 here, and this is something that's going to happen a decent bit of Matt. Is this is the thing about when you get your cards stripped out of your hand. Yeah, you can't block with them, but you're guaranteed to have those cards on your turn next turn. So this is going to be a back and forth game, a decent bit between these two. A lot of attacking, a lot of blocking when they can. But if you can put Rhinar into a spot where they're blocking, that's really where you want to be in these kinds of matches, right?
It's a strange defensive turn, like decision point that you have to make at the beginning of that turn 0 too, because you could just choose to load one of your arrows and try to filter even more, but he really respected the amount of damage that can come out on a turn 0 from the Rhinar. So he's going to have a more pedestrian turn this turn, simply because he respected it. But whoa, the super quick snap block on Scowling Fleshbag. I was about to talk about how good this card is in the right moment, but here he's just going to Scowling Fleshbag on this turn, on turn 1.
Yeah, let's say Pathing Helix coming in for 4. It looks like we have full block from our equipment on turn 1. Let's say this is an aggressive play here.
Okay, so and then he follows it up with an Arctic Incarceration 3. So the Scowling Fleshbag basically, it perceived to have stopped one possible arrow that could have come down, but based on the hand that we played out and the hand that we were left with off of the Intimidate, off Scowling Fleshbag, it almost got no value in a way except for stopping the on-hit of Pathing Helix.
Yeah, something that we used to see all the time in Flesh and Blood, and I feel like we've seen it a little less and less as time is going on because some of these heroes are going away. Frostbites have entered the arena here. We've got 3 on the side of Jonah, and this is going to severely hamper his turn.
The nice thing about Rhinar is you have a lot of yellows and blues in the deck, so paying 5 for pulping here doesn't necessarily feel very bad, especially when you have the chance of getting the trigger and then maybe drawing into a yellow and continuing with a Mandible Claw. But you don't care too much about Frostbites. It's just strange that we throw the headpiece out there and then still have to pay through Frostbites on this. Dig Up Dinner actually goes and does not trigger the discard, or sorry, the pulping effect, so not hitting there.
Yes, this one does have go again, only 1 card left over in Jonah's hand here. Looks like we're going to have a 2-card block from Matt.
That is going to cover it up, which takes away the go again, and then it leaves him with the arsenaled card there, which I do believe was a hit, meaning it was a 6-cost attack, which is a fine thing to draw in. And oh, and there's a big card, Blood Rush Bellow, but there's a big card too, 3 of a kind.
So 3 of a kind here, starting off for Matt. 2 resources floating here as well. Card already in the arsenal. Possible huge turn starting from him. All right, going to reveal a drill shot here. It's like Lexi's going to get activated.
Thank you.
Drill shot being the first order of business that we're most likely going to see, but actually no, because we haven't loaded yet. So no, it's going to be infecting shot coming across first with go again. 5 go again on hit, create a Blood Rot Pox.
I should just keep this go again.
Coming across from 5 here. As I say, just keep the go again out there. Most of them are going to have go again this turn. There we go. Arrow coming across from 5, and this is where you start getting kind of some of the rough spots if you're Rhinar, right? Like all of your cards cost so much to play every turn that sometimes it can be a little difficult to, defend and attack.
Well, I think we may see Jonah just accept the damage on this turn unless it gets too excessive or if there's a detrimental on hit, because he has his own return volley in a very powerful card that also triggers Intimidate in, wait for it, he's going to send the drill shot. Thank you for the Blood Rot chime in there.
All right, here comes the drill shot behind.
Oh, and this is a very slow turn on a 3 of a kind turn because he drew into another 3 of a kind. in hand. So Matt only sending a 2-arrow turn on a 3 of a kind is not what you would expect, which is the perfect read from Jonah. This lines up perfectly with him, with his hand, because he wants to play Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, Scabskin Leather's going to come in and block the drill shot here, soak up a little bit of the damage. There we go. We got a -1 counter on the chest strap.
Yeah, Heart and Cross Strap is going to get the -1. It does not matter to put it on Scabskins because it already blocked, which is why we saw him throw the block out. So you might as well use it for 1 value there rather than just give it the old blockaroo.
Yep, it looks like we do have an arrow face up in the arsenal for Matt here, and we do believe that the face down card is another 3 of a kind. So depending on how this turn goes for Jonah, Matt might have another big one next turn, but we'll have to see. This is the 3 of a kind is a really important card in this kind of matchup, right? Because it just allows Matt to block with more impunity, right?
This is exactly correct, but on in a matchup where you may not be able to block at all because your cards get ripped away from you, and that's a great discard. Hitting on the discard here for Blood Rush Bellow means you draw, and you get +2, and we're going to Intimidate.
So for everybody at home that's watching and seeing a lot of cards going face down and dice getting rolling, to kind of keep up with everything. So Intimidate is a random effect. It takes a card randomly from your opponent's deck. So what they're doing is they're putting their hand face down, and they're going to roll a d6 and say, this card is 1, this card's 2, this card's 3, this card's 4, or whatever like that. You know, put a numerical value on the cards, and that randomly selects a card from the player's hand to be intimidated away this turn. So you're going to be seeing a lot of that as the game goes on. That's what's going on. If, you know, you're maybe like, what's going on? Why are there face down cards and then cards go into exile, and what's going on here?
Mandible Claw comes for 5. It does have Go again here, and this is kind of how you want to start off a Blood Rush Bellow turn, is with the Mandible Claws, if you have the resources for it. Now, we do know his hand is a Massacre, which is a red. We know that it's a Skull Crack, which is a red, and then we know that it's a yellow. So we don't have necessarily the resources to go super crazy unless we're just going to play our Arsenaled card, which I don't quite know. Do we know the Arsenaled card? So it looks like
catch it when we were looking at the last turn. It looks like another Mandible Claw for 5 here.
So this is generally what you'd like to do. So this means that most likely the Arsenaled card is what we'll end up playing here at the end. Or we could pop Heart and Cross Strap. That is the other option here, and we can just send one of the cards from hand. Flake wants Bonobo Fax. I am sorry, but that's his realm of responsibility and mastery.
Matt, we miss you. We love you. Hope you're having fun in the Great White North. And thanks for joining us here this weekend along the calling. Everybody here misses you, buddy.
Massacre going to be covered up and paid for by that Skull Crack. Those are both cards that you don't necessarily want floating in your hand or on the board. You want them to be discarded off of the random effects of your other cards.
And this is a 10-power Massacre as well. The Yellow Bellow turns, you know, if anybody played the set in Limited and they remember Yellow Bellow, these are the scariest turns for me out of Rhinar. I hate seeing my opponent start with a Bellow.
Yeah, this is a 20 damage total turn. This is exactly what you want to do. You want 18 to 20 damage on your Blood Rush Bellow turns. And he's going to take the Blood Rot and say, yeah, that's fine. I'm fine taking that.
I accept.
To send you a 20 damage turn. Please and thank you.
And now we have a chance. There's a possible... I just got really, really scared and intimidated.
Yuanji has made its way into the chat.
And talking about 20 damage turns, I wouldn't be surprised if Matt presents something similar here this turn, if this is a 3 of a kind in his arsenal. He's got the 3 counters on the Spring Tunic. Oh, and a Rain Razor. This is going to be
3 of a kind.
Humongous turn, hopefully, for Matt. This will get him right back in this game.
Drawing into a new 5-card hand, and this time we have the gas because we have the blue, we have the resources ready to go to load Voltaire. We have 2 0-cost arrows, Searing Shot.
I think they're all 3 arrows in the hand here, Steven.
With Go again, this is going to be a casual 6 or 7 if it's not covered up completely. And, I mean, the interesting thing about what Rhinar can do is they can have these giant spike turns where they do 20-plus damage, but then they can also say, that's fine, I'm just going to block out and play incredibly efficiently in the late game, or to a late game state. But
it does look like a full block here to kind of prevent that extra damage like you were talking about. But
it's hard to block out the best deck in the format because they can go 3-4 arrows wide depending on the setup. In this case, looks like it's going to be a possible 3-arrow turn with that Withering Shot to maybe cap things off.
Second arrow here right now. Drill Shot coming in for 6.
It's interesting because Drill Shot now basically has no effect. It's
right, the one hit doesn't matter, right?
Just 6 damage, and the Withering Shot won't matter either because you are going to just give up everything anyway.
And it looks like Jonah's agreeing with you here. He's going to start trying to play for that late game, preserve that life total a little bit full block here on the drill shot. This is going to follow up with a withering shot that's going to give a frailty token here.
Yeah, your turn is going to be nothing
exactly,
anyway,
right?
so it's basically vanilla damage, and you're just trying to block as much as you can, which is a fun little math game that you can play in Flesh and Blood.
Yep, so life total is 25 to 22. Don't blink, you might miss a large damage turn out of this matchup, but we're going to go over to Jonah. He's got a card in his arsenal. He's going to draw back up to those 4 and send it back over to Matt here.
Now, from Jonah's perspective in this matchup, and really this is true for any hero that can play towards a more hyper-efficient in-game, you're counting threats that you've seen. And from Matt, we've seen 1 Rain Razors, and we've seen 2 3-of-a-kinds. Those are big threats that have now been expended.
I think I see another Rain Razors here as well. Ooh, boy.
And so if we can play very defensively, he's pitched it for the second cycle. So if we can play very defensively, then we can maybe get to a state where we've run them out of some amount of resources, and then we can pivot again. But that's a very tall ask to do when we don't have equipment anymore.
Yeah, here we go. We've got a Searing Shot coming in for quote-unquote 4, technically 5. And like I said, there's that Rain Razors looming. I think there's another Pathing in his hand as well.
It looks like Pathing Helix, and there's the second Rain Razors. With Legolas firing the arrows.
I was ducking. Were you ducking during that? Make sure we didn't get hit here in the booth.
It's just a sonic assault over here in the booth. Hopefully at home you can hear those sounds just as loudly as we can.
All right, Pathing Helix coming in here for 6. Also with Go again. That resource still there.
Now, the Pathing Helix here has less utility. We know we're basically face up on hand right now, so we don't care too much about the effect.
Yeah, this is just raw damage coming in.
Now, we chose to keep the hand on the first attack, which represented 6 damage, or 7. And now we're considering the following. Do we care about this raw damage, which is just 6, followed up after this by 6? Do we have a hand that we think can really make hay in this matchup?
It looks like maybe he does. Jonah go ahead and take in that 6, and here's another 6. And is Jonah going to take this down? Oh, boy. This has got to be a big hand from Jonah because he's down to 6 here, and it's really hard for him to keep that life total from getting to 0 over the next turn or 2, so he better present a huge attack here into Matt. Matt at 22, that life total's not safe itself either.
Starting off with a card that was much derided when it first released, Tear Limb from Limb, which is going to draw a card, then discard a random card. If you hit a 6, which I believe is very likely because I think this was the only non-attack in the hand, so based on what we drew, we are very likely, then we get to basically do plus X on the attack. So we're going to discard there. Oh, and we hit Swing Big, which is a fantastic connection because that's going to give plus 8.
The one you discard, it's the one you play. No.
Doubles the base.
Oh, no.
Look, they're talking through it.
Yeah, that's Jonah and Matt are figuring it out right. He's like, exactly how much? Because Swing Big would have been insane to hit here. One of my favorite cards in the Rhinar deck. There we go. We get to Intimidate. Take that card away. What is the follow-up here from Tear Limb from Limb? Still got that card in the arsenal. It looks like that's what it's going to be. And is that an Alpha Rampage? Oh, boy.
And that would be 2 more Intimidates.
Yeah, so there's going to be 1 card left over in Matt's hand here after this. And how much attack is this? I don't know if I can count up this high. It's more than fingers that I've got.
Casual 18.
Is that it?
After a Blood Rush Bellows turn. So we follow up that Blood Rush Bellows turn with another 18 damage turn. He's going to keep that card. He could block with that card. Now, you have a 3-card hand off of the board, basically. Matt is not going to be able to touch those cards as blocking. He can block with that single card. I don't know what that card is, but this is a massive combo turn.
You can see why Jonah wanted to keep those cards in his hand so bad last turn. He gets to present this large of an attack.
It perfectly lined up. The stars aligned for you to be able to go Blood Rush Bellows into 18 damage Alpha Rampage.
Yep. Sorry. No, you're fine.
That was the correct card was left over. It was an endless arrow that was left. Good catch by Jonah there.
Yep.
Matt is in uncharted waters here going, wait, how does this there's only one of you. Why did I end up playing you? And then why are you doing this to me? But sitting with the life lead at 22-6, the decision point being, do we just take 18, drop to our own low life total parity, and play a 4-card hand? Is my 4-card hand good, or is this 3-card hand just good enough?
Okay.
It does look like he's just going to take it. So both these players the last 2 turns, hey, send me the bill. Shout out to Flake. Send me the bill. Tell me how much it's going to be. And then I'm just going to give you the full amount on the way back.
Mm-hmm.
So Jonah at 6 here, Matt at 4. And Is this a play for Matt where he's like, look, I'm going to go to a really low life total here, but I'm the first one to get to attack when these life totals are this low, so he's going to think he has the tempo?
Well, 100%. And the dangerous thing that you can have happen for Rhinar players drawing into 0 block cards, and I think we actually did draw into some number of 0 block cards, which makes this quite dangerous because we don't have blocking equipment available to us. I think Jonah maybe just...
He looks like he might be a little uncomfortable here. I think you're right.
Caught that feeling. If memory serves, I don't think tear limb from limb blocks. And I also don't... I know for a fact that pulping does not block.
Trying to get a good look at Matt's hand here. I think this is a Falcon shot.
Yeah, we got a Falcon wing that he can
Falcon
load
wing,
in.
Bolton
We've
shot.
got a Bolton shot, which is a very good card to have.
Combined
on
the two.
He's going to Falcon punch here, most likely.
Is that a Melee reference?
Yes. It happened in the N64 as well. It was available then. Let's see. He's feathering it out like he's going to play it. So, no, that's a Poison the Tips. Poison the Tips as 1,000 or plus. 1,000 plus viewers see a Poison the Tips get resolved in Lexi. Endless Arrow, the choice for the load here, along with a Bolton shot. So the Endless Arrow hit off of the reload. So we reloaded via Poison the Tips. And Bolton shot with 5 go again.
Yeah, and this is really impactful, too, because not only is this damage representing a lot of Jonah's life total, but if any hits happen here, he's going to discard a card, too. So he's in between a rock and a hard place. Matt trying to give him the tips here.
Not a card that you see played, like almost at all. Simply because it's one of those cards that you look at and you go, why would I play this over, like Ice Disruption?
Right.
But this is perhaps one of the scariest points of disruption that you could just...
Speaking of that, we've seen the decent amount of disruption from Matt's list here. He's got a very disruptive Lexi list. We saw the Arctic Incarceration as well. All right, Z, calm down.
5 go again, on hit, discard a card.
I need Chad to take a cold shower.
There you go. Follow up with Endless Arrow for 4, win the game. And this is the sticking point that we run into on Rhinar. I think he feels it. We know we have to donate cards to the cause, but we don't have many cards to donate. Because 2 of our cards don't block.
2 of them?
2 of them don't block. So we're on a 2-card hand effectively, and which means we're also going to have to discard unless we block out one of these arrows first. So we can block out this arrow and discard a card.
5 is usually pretty inefficient as well at times to block. It could be a couple of 3 blocks as well. For Jonah's trying to decide how he wants to block here.
Not good, but it keeps me in the game. It hurt.
I think he said he's having to make a hard decision, but it might keep him in the game.
You got to play for your tournament life here. Understanding your outs and understanding that this game is sort of your rubber match. Sitting at 6-2, if you can go to 7-2, you're still alive for that top 8. The moment you drop to 6-3, unfortunately, you are no longer in that running. But does he have the room? Does he have the space? He pitched, if you're wondering about Reckless Swing, he pitched 2 of them early game. So you cannot play to a Reckless Swing out.
I think that's what Jonah's trying to figure out here. He's like, if I make these plays, how do I... So this is a spot that a lot of players get into, and I talk about this. You can play not to lose from here, but you also need to play to win as well. And he's trying to figure out, how do I not lose here, but how do I also win from this spot?
Yeah, you can never go to 1, because the Hornet Sting does kill. But you also can't block with 2 cards, and so that's a problem as well.
Yeah, Jonah figuring out all the math, trying to get himself out of this rock and a hard place.
So interesting, he's maybe considering blocking with 1 card, discarding, then blocking with 1 card, discarding. So he's going to give up his hand effectively, but I don't know if
that would get him to, what, 2? And then he could survive, possibly?
I don't know if he has the capacity to even play that line. He would take 2, go to 4, then take 1,
It's been fast.
go to 3, and then pass back over to a 5-card hand effectively, because Endless Arrow is going to cycle back in to the hand. It's the only line he could probably take to survive. If he blocks 2 cards here and takes 4, goes to 2, discards a card, he'd have a 1-card hand, swing Mandible Claw. That could be what he
another thing I think he's considering, he has a Beast Within in his hand. I think he's worried about the ramifications of discarding that as well.
Yeah, That is a possibility.
I think I did fly a Beast Within to the hand.
Yes, it's one of the only 2 blocking cards, so he could choose that as a discard. Does Poison the Tips discard randomly? I think you get to choose the triggers on Poison the Tips.
Yeah, I think they just discard a card. Yeah, they discard a card.
So, I mean, he could technically try to play for like some weird line where he discards off of Beast Within to try and draw another card. But at that point, you're effectively just trading out a card that blocks for a card that question marks could not block.
All right, looks like this is going to be a block 3. So 2's going to get through. This is going to be the discard trigger.
Take 2.
Jonah's going to go down to 4.
On hit discards a card.
Oh, he's going to do it. He's going to discard the Beast Within.
That was my gamble. 1.
Oh, see. Such an unfortunate gamble. So he's going to have Pack Call.
That puts Jonah down to 2 here.
So the alternative line here is you cover up Bolt and Shot, and then you discard a card off of the hit on the Endless Arrow that cycles, and your opponent has a 5-card hand. You can maybe swing a Claw if you have the blue still in hand. You can swing, or the yellow technically. You could do either. But you're forced to discard here. It's just strange because the Beast Within was already a blocking card, and we were essentially just cycling to try and get another blocking card. So it functions to act the same.
So what happens here? So this is a reveal for defending. Okay. If it's a 6, it stays on top. If it's not a 6, it goes to the bottom. Okay.
So this will connect for 1. He's going to go to 1. He's going to force a discard, keep a 1-card hand.
This goes back to him. Yeah. Yep. This will go back to him as well. Yeah.
It's Jonah down to 1.
Everyone's putting on their thinking caps. Choosing to discard here on the hit of Poison the Tips. What a fun card and a fun moment that you don't see played out in more traditional Lexi games, because Poison the Tips, not a card you see included a lot, but it does give you the reload if you have a 0-card arsenal, which is sometimes the case, like we saw on this turn for Lexi. Did actually reload that Bolt and Shot. Getting rid of Pulping. That's one of the 2 cards that we knew was a non-blocking card. The other one was that Tear Limb from Limb.
Also, Jonah being at 1 here, you got to start to really worry about this Hornet Sting if he ever attacks here as well.
He is dead to Hornet Sting the moment he swings Mandible Claw if there's an arrow on the top.
Let's see if it's an arrow.
You can hear it from Jonah. All right. Here we go. We're rubbing the hands together. All right, you're going to block a Hornet Sting. It is an arrow. Takes 1.
And that's the game. An interesting line that he took there. He tries to maybe draw into something special there, but unfortunately, the Beast Within put him low enough that it actually just ended up killing him off the Hornet Sting play there. Instead of being at 2, he was at 1, which is in range. And unfortunately, the very next card on the top of the deck was that 3rd copy of Reckless Swing. So picking up the win on Lexi Livewire is Matt.
Love getting to see some of the low represented decks get played here and with great records and played really well. And what an exciting match. I think it's the first time I've ever seen a Hornet Sting actually finish a game of Classic Constructed. That was really cool. Like seeing that was awesome. Lots of good back and forth. A lot of, hey, if I hit this, it's important. If I don't hit this, it's game changing. Love seeing that kind of stuff. If you like randomness, if you like dice rolling, Rhinar, one of the heroes for you.
Hornet Sting better than Bracers, confirmed.
Sure. Yeah.
It did win the game.
Right.
So maybe the argument is there indeed. But that is your round 9, I believe. That was round 9. We're flying through games already as round 9 is coming to a close. But we've got more games down the pipeline, don't we?
Absolutely. A lot of games left today, and then some really high action, high impact, and then, man, it's going to be intimidating. You're going to be nervous. You've got a top 8 here. You get to put your name in the record books all time, too, if you were to win the tournament here today. This is a calling. It's a big event. Man, I get nervous just watching these people play. I can't imagine what it's like sitting in the seat, but we're getting ever closer to that top 8. So don't go anywhere. You're going to have to see. Go ahead.
Well, I will say this. We also have some giveaways lined up,
Oh.
including we have one more round-the-table box product to give away.
Wait, we only have one left?
We have
That
one
one's
left.
for me, though.
Well, you can claim it in chat. You just got to play the game. You got to, right, Ethan? He has to play the game.
I have a
You can enter. You can enter in chat.
Ethan, I have a question. If I were to actually win it, would anyone believe it? Is there a chance that I'd actually get it?
No one would believe
No,
it.
I would re-roll
It'd just
privately.
be I would tell you to re-roll. So it would activate Scab, like re-roll. Okay, sure. All right.
Yeah, gambler's glove activation, right? So we also have that to give away.
Sure.
So we'll probably run that. Should we run that like very soon?
Yeah, let's just do it now.
Let's go.
We have
Okay.
like 20 minutes.
All right. Well, here we go. We're going to run that now. So here's how you're going to play along with us. You are going to type in your favorite hero still live in this tournament. So here's what we need to do. We actually need to put on the stream the day 2 conversion. So these are the heroes you can choose from. Day 2 conversion. Unfortunately, well, we will count the start of day 2 because unfortunately we did see, I brought my Blood Rush Bellows shirt today. Look at that. That was pretty good. Blood Rush Bellow there. Rhinar did unfortunately take the L in that round, but you can still vote Rhinar if you'd like to. Vote in chat with your favorite day 2 hero. You could type in Lexi.
So I'm seeing the answers pop up here. I've got the chat pulled up on my phone. Here's the funny thing. Everyone's saying like actual heroes in the game. I was waiting for someone to say like Tarek Patel.
Oh, I
Because
like
that's
that.
their
That's
hero.
actually kind of a cool idea.
And they can still win the tournament.
Kano is
I see
available.
a lot of Dash. Like a lot of Dash.
Really, Dash. I like
Yeah.
that. Dash is
A lot
fun.
of Uzuri. Woo, chat is moving.
You can type any of those heroes, and we're just going to let that run so it kind of builds up, and then we can have the little vote counter thing.
Ethan, does it have to be an actual hero card from Flesh and Blood, or can it be one of the players?
No, so technically it will just draw from active chatters.
So,
So
okay.
spamming doesn't do anything.
Okay.
Why? Spamming does literally nothing for your chances. And in theory, you could type anything, but I'll re-roll it if it doesn't say it, whatever the parameters were, obviously.
Sure. So, but if they say someone like a Tarek Patel or a Michael Hamilton, is that a winning? Because
You're the caster. You make the rule.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna allow it because
Okay.
they're my hero.
But
So,
spamming doesn't do anything. Reiterate.
but it looks like everyone's just saying actual heroes. From the game
Spamming
Flesh and
doesn't
Blood.
do anything, but it is very cool. It is very cool. So if you would like to be cool, you can. For the low price of spamming the same word into chat.
So here's one that I'm gonna give a ruling on. Someone said Flake, and I'm gonna say no.
He is not a player in this tournament.
Is he a hero? Honestly, I think he's
He's my hero.
No, he's a. What's like the neutral bad middle one? What's like the middle ground? The ones that are anti-heroes.
Anti-hero, sure.
Yeah, he's an
Is Flake
anti-hero.
an anti-hero? I
Yeah.
think he's an NPC. He seems like the best non-playable
He's an
character.
NPC.
He's the one that like you partner up with in the Act 1, and then they choose as a storyline to kill off in Act 3 to make you mad at the bad guy because they didn't do a good enough job at like raising the stakes because the bad guy wasn't written well. That's him.
So here's one that I will allow. Someone said Mansan. I will allow that one.
Oh.
I'm the flavor judge here, so I will make the final ruling.
Ethan Van Sant is just a wonderful man. Do you all know that? He's the one that's putting this on directly over that direction. Actually, technically, it would be there. He is.
Look at that beautiful,
There he is.
beautiful man.
He did a very smart thing because I do have the Telestrator online right now.
I'm so jealous of that hairline.
All right, here we go. I'll stand still for 1 minute. You get 1 minute.
Oh my God, this is
1
gonna
minute.
be fun.
All right, all right, 1 minute. You be very still. Is that okay? Okay, don't move.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, jeez. Now it doesn't look.
I'm gonna have to go like hold him in place.
Okay.
You know what I like about Ethan's glasses? You remember a kid? You'd had like
the worst anime eyes I've ever drawn with my right hand.
Nice.
As a left-handed person.
You want to switch? All right. Do you remember when you were a child and you had like the fake glasses, nose, mustache combo thing?
Yes.
His glasses almost look like those.
My
They're
mom
very
gave me
generic.
these. Be careful.
Hey, I'm sure Mama's Van Sant is a great woman. She's a nice lady.
Okay, you have to, without moving your head, raise a peace sign. Yep, clip that. Anime gold right there. You're welcome. There it is. That's the play. All right. You were anime-ified for a moment there. So I think we've given enough time for the votes to percolate. So let's go ahead and get a winner. Show it on stream. I want to see it on the screen.
Can we get a drum roll?
Who wins?
Can we get a drum roll?
Okay, fine.
I don't know how long this takes.
Dorinthia. Will Bright picks Dorinthia. Dorinthia is technically still alive because we have one Dorinthia player. Is it Decimator, Dory, or is it just normal Dorinthia that does normal Dorinthia things? I don't know. I would love to find out at some point. Do keep in mind, though, as we go through day 2, we are going to be seeing more of these kind of top conversion heroes. I can't wait to see more Dromais. The interesting
Honestly,
thing...
I'm looking forward to a little more Bravo. I really like where Bravo's at, and I really like the newer Bravo decks.
Well, the interesting thing about this format is that we know that this right here is ruling the roost. It's dominating the beta. We know that Lexi is on her farewell tour, but I think Dromai is very well positioned in a variety of deck styles and deck lists to challenge that even right now. That is the quite interesting part of this. But congratulations, Will Bright. This is not the only thing we're giving away, too, because later today we will also, and this is the big one, be giving away a Fabled package, a Fabled Players package to the World Championship.
I want that one
in Barcelona.
I want that one.
If you want to
You can
get
have it. It's just above your shoulder. There it is.
Yes, grab it. Take it for yourself.
Right here. This thing. You want it. You need it.
If you would like to get a chance to win that, stick around here in chat. We are going to be giving that away right before top 8. So if you would like to see that, stick around, watch more great games of Flesh and Blood with us. And when we get to that moment, we'll give you your shot, your chance, your one chance. Do not miss it. So let's take a quick little break, and we'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first Flesh and Blood World Champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together, and oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this. Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers.
Duh! Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the third time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Bravant, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me, Professor.
Yes.
And I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Techlevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. Ha ha ha. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius inventor with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful, until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
Haha, there's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
Welcome back to the Calling Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Sasha Markovic.
That's me.
Legendary Flesh and Blood player. We're here to bring you the metagame breakdown for the Battle Hardened, which was a sealed event. There we go. So 41 Tekla Vossen, 39 Max Nitro, 13 Dash IO. Pretty interesting. I think, off the back of Taipei, probably would have expected a bit more Tekla Vossen, but quite an even split between Tekla Vossen and Max Nitro. What are your thoughts, Sasha?
Yeah, so my initial thought is thinking, I'm very surprised that over 50% of the sealed pools don't have 3 or more Evos in different slots, because that's kind of the reason you want to pick Tekla. Yeah, quite surprising. I thought the odds would have been much higher, and maybe there was higher synergy pools in Max. How many people are playing today? 93 players? Maximum velocity is a key card for me, or just all those big overpower cards that just finish the job. The dash statistics, so those people probably have a spicy deck with tons of items. I'm really interested to see how they perform.
Yeah, dash definitely a hero that gets a lot better in draft just due to the nature of you needing some sort of critical minimum of items and a certain quality of items as well. Tekla Vossen seems to be the default hero for sealed, at least, because the floor on that hero is pretty good. You just need a few Evos, and Evos are just very good in sealed. You can get a lot of value out of them. You can play them out of hand, play them at instant speed. You can block with them, scrap them, get an additional value off them, things like Junkyard Dog, and then ultimately play them from Banish Zone so you don't even lose the card. And then, yeah, Tekla Vossen, after getting those Evos on, and Max can do the same thing, and I guess Dash technically, that weapon, the Tekla Leveler, the 1 for 3 go again if you have 4, it's the best thing that you can be doing in this format. It's just the hoops you have to jump through to get there, and Tekla Vossen seems to jump through those hoops the easiest.
Yeah, it's quite literally a machine gun and just mows down the opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the Max Nitro is really interesting. It was a hero that I played in sealed during my pre-releases. It just has sort of the clearest line to power, right? The clearest way to get value is just print it on the hero, create that Hyperdrive token boost. One thing I will say is that these Tekla Vossen decks often will play up to that 40 card maximum and will try to fatigue you, which I don't think is that's a very nice comment, Scott. Yep. We actually, Sasha Markovic and I did meet at a calling finals in 2019 in Austin, Texas. Not a lot of people know about that calling. I think there was 36 people.
Enough.
Yeah, but only 2 champions, so that's all that matters. Enough. It counts. Scoreboard. But yeah, Sasha will be attending Worlds at Barcelona. Let me get your thoughts on that, just to segue a little bit from the Battle Hardened. I'm keen to see how that plays out, because in Taipei, I think we had 8 people making it in a top 8 from sealed on Tekla Vossen, so I'd like to see some Max, some Dash get in there. But looking towards the World, looking towards the constructed metagame, what's sort of going through your mind right now, Sasha, as a person that has, I would say you're a little bit famous for bringing spicy decks to Tier 4 events.
Yeah, I'm a contrarian, although I'd like to, go with the grain. The biggest thing for Worlds, Lexi, the boogeyman, she's going to leave the format. Will Icelander join her? That's the big question. But yeah, I think there's a massive power vacuum, especially in the aggro space, because Lexi holds that space down as well. Yeah, we're going to have to wait until we could explore and just kind of,
When we talk about aggro decks, I think with Dromai being the deck to beat, Fi definitely comes back into the question, but also Dash, OG Dash, right? Ran into this guy at NJ. Yeah, probably a lot of people ran into you at those early callings in 2019. Sasha did do a lot of traveling. But in terms of aggro decks, lost my train of thought there. Fi coming back into the meta, of course. Katsu's on the table. But OG Dash from Arcane Rising, that deck got a ton of upgrades in Bright Lights. And we've seen Merrick Kemp play it on stream, and it looks very powerful. I don't know what really can compete with those numbers.
Just have to kind of slow her down, just because she, you're boosting out. You just have to kind of stop and let the deck do the talking rather than the damage. All
right, well, I couldn't let you leave without asking you about Kano. How do you feel about Kano for the World Championship meta? The number one deck you're going to pair into is Dromai, so we're talking Themis, we're talking Arcane Barrier, we're also talking likely a mostly red deck. So, they can't pay for a lot of that Arcane Barrier.
No, you take the bitter with the better. They're cutting blues to support the tome. And maybe we can try to abuse that. The Themis, it's a race. They've got to find them. There's no mulligans in this game, so, have at it. Always going to try to bring Kano to the table if possible.
Where do you see Icelander landing at the World Championships now that Lexi is coming out of the format? Still probably a harder matchup in Dromai, not unwinnable, but a hard matchup. But as aggro comes back into the format, I mean, Icelander is pretty much the deck that should keep aggro in check. Outside of that, I mean, aggro should be good against Dromai.
Yeah, I think the theory is that aggro will just kind of like, push Dromai back a little bit rather than like, have the whole vacuum of power to her. But are you talking about Kano against Icelander? Because I wasn't aware that was a bad matchup for Kano.
Yeah, that's a very 90-90 matchup, as we like to call in Flesh and Blood. Both sides think it's very favored. Yeah, I mean, Kano into Icelander, I think after all this time, I will finally concede not a good matchup.
Ooh, I think it's about the pilot in the seat, mate.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason I'm in the booth. Let's be real. All right, looks like we have a question from chat. We can pop that up. Sasha, have you broken grinding gears yet?
Does it count as breaking if it's kind of obvious? Like,
what is it?
Oh, you just mainly do yourself, manipulate your own deck. Like, very rarely do you use system reset to kind of just like burst their deck with a million action points. I like to just manipulate my deck and get the boost, get the the dash stuff, like consistent turnover turn value. Yeah, but the big question, the big risk is, can you survive long enough? Especially there's a power vacuum and aggro is going to come back into the format. What's going to challenge and stop that? Dashio, Future Sight, great card, great effect, great ability, but will she stick around and be long lasting?
How do you feel about Blossoming Spellblade combo at Worlds? And you want to tell people the story behind that infamous, just unbeatable 100-0 combo deck that you brought to PT Lille?
The unsung hero that will never see the light of day. It's really unfortunate. I'm glad we showed restraint and didn't bring it to the table to make competition a little bit fair.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
So what happened is Sasha had been brewing in an echo chamber for a while. In the lead up to Pro Tour Lille, we travel all the way to France. We get there, we're in the Airbnb, we put down the deck, get a gauntlet deck sleeves up. I'm playing against Sasha. Sasha says he's won. He just never loses with the deck. He combos every single time. It's the most broken thing he's ever seen. Plays against me, 0-10. Never sees the combo. 0-10.
Nope.
Not once. So, it's definitely feast or famine with those combo decks.
I mean, you got to put yourself out there, and that's just how we get there. If you don't
you
try
definitely put yourself out there. And we got trusty Hayden Dale that brings the C-tier deck. Love that one, too. Yeah?
Yeah, he tells us what not to play, so it's really helpful. Yeah.
I'm thinking about Rhinar. I'm thinking about Viscerai.
I mean, there are spots that, he could play them, but we probably wouldn't.
Yeah, what is it called when you... Yeah, I would just counter bet whatever he takes, or I take the flip. I take the under.
Exactly. He's the opposite of the power vacuum.
Yeah.
But bless him.
Awesome. So we're going to head to a break. Again, excited to see where those Battle Hardened results land and ultimately check out that top 8. We've got another round of Classic Constructed for you, so we're going to cut to a short break and be right back here at the Calling Dallas-Fort Worth.
Sorry, Hayden. We love you.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first Flesh and Blood World Champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together. And oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this. Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers. Duh!
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the third time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Brodie, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Teklevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius inventor with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful, until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we will write the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
There's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
Hey everybody, welcome back to The Calling here in Dallas. I'm Tanning Grace and Joel Brendan. Brendan, we're going to go into round 10 here. We've got 2 players that have 2 losses here. So they're 7-2. They're fighting for the tournament lives. A loss most likely kicks them out of the top 8 unless some weird stuff happens, but a win puts them ever closer to making it here in that top 8. The matchup that we have is one that we saw a little bit in some of the prior metas, but we haven't seen as much the last few weeks, last few months, but I'm a big fan of this deck. We've got Fi versus Dromai.
Yeah, probably the deck you want to pair into the least. This is Dromai player. You don't really see a lot of Fis floating around these days. And yeah, I mean, my friend Hayden Dale recently played Dromai in Taipei and specifically talked about trying to dodge that matchup. Like, it is like there's going to be one in the room. It's like, just don't get paired into that, please. Just not Fi. So Fi is good into Dromai traditionally because it's able to clear dragons very, very easily, and it just synergizes with Fi's game plan. I mean, it just plays right into what Fi is good at. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, Dromai can beat Fi, absolutely, especially with Tome of the Imperial Flame, some of these new cards. It's definitely possible, so we have a match on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and head on down to that match. You see Dylan W here on the right. That's our Fi player against Reece W here on the left. That is our Dromai player. And like you said, Reece is going to be trying to build up this board, Ashwings, Dragons, things like that, but that plays really well into what Dylan's deck does. All of his cards pretty much have natural go again. He's going to be attacking, 2, 3, 4 times a turn. He's going to be able to clean up those boards pretty well, pretty easily, it seems. So work cut out here for Reece, but like I said, I'm waiting to see if this new version of Dromai, with this Tome of Imperial Flame and these like a little more powerful turns can kind of turn the matchup a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this Fi list. Some interesting choices. We have 1 red Razor Reflex, 1 red Reinforce the Line, 1 red Fate Foreseen. 2 Command & Conquers. We'll see if those get brought in as poppers here. 3 Sink Below in the list as well. Other than that, it's pretty traditional aggressive Fi. From what I see, looking at Dromai, looks to be a standard Dromai list so far. Tome of the Imperial Flame, so likely we will see the list that we're all used to. 3 Nourishing Emptiness. We saw that play out earlier on day 1. Burn them all, banishing some attack actions, and Nourishing Emptiness working out. But yeah, interested to see how Dromai tries to navigate this game plan. I'm assuming they won't try to go late. I mean, they kind of want to get out of the gate fast, right? Rake the Embers is probably decently relevant. I mean, it's really pesky dragons, right? You want some of those more impactful dragons. Miraging Metamorph is actually a pretty decent card here, I think, against Fi. Miraging Metamorph is a card we usually saw in Prism back in the day, and some Dromais have been including it in their lists. It's effectively just like a 1-4-7. So just a lot of damage to deal with. But yeah, the tail of the tape for this matchup is very much like Fi. You pick Fi to beat Dromais at a tournament like this.
All right, let's take a look at this equipment. Anything really standing out? We do have a Royal Dromai, but that seems to be the kind of thing that we're doing with all the Dromai now, trying to play that Tome of Imperial Flame as that new hot card.
Flame in the opening hand here as well. So honestly, nothing really stands out. It's pretty standard from both players here. We got the Tiger Stripe Shuko on the side of Dylan. And it's Kodachi Fi. I mean, that's relevant, right? Fi definitely has a choice between Kodachis and then the weapon from Uprising as well.
Here we go. We got to start off with that Tome of Imperial Flame. Draw 2. You're going to have to discard your hand or discard 2 here.
You got to pitch 2 red cards or discard your hand, which is just very it's extremely synergistic with what Dromai wants to be doing anyway because they get the 2 Ash. One of the most important things is Dromai on turn 0 in these early turns is just to develop an Ash economy, right? You don't want to have no Ash or go Ash negative at any point in the game if possible. It's very critical to fueling your game plan, fueling your cards up.
Looks like we're trying to make this decision here.
Yep. Looking at the Sink Below and the Ravenous Rabble here. Burn them all. Yenderai and Chromai in hand.
Anything really standing out to you as an easy discard here?
Easy discard? It's tough, to be honest. I'm probably thinking maybe Burn them all and a Sink Below. I just don't know how relevant that Sink Below, that 4 breakpoint is going to be against Dylan here. The Yenderai seems decent into Fi, so the Yenderai, the endurance counter, I guess, gets cleared by Kodachi, and then they clear it for 3, but we should take 2 things off that combat chain. Looks like it's going to be the Ravenous Rabble and the Sink Below.
It does seem like that's where Reece is headed, and that's where it's going to be.
Creates 2 Ash off the back of that.
2 resources floating here.
Players are miking up.
like.
I like the good spirits that we have of all our players here. It's one of my favorite things about the Fab community. It's one of the nicest, just well-intentioned communities I've ever been in.
Yep, activating gold token as well. So we are going to draw off those 2 resources we had. And then we'll see. I think we're going to see Reece make some dragons, ideally double dragon this turn.
Is invoking Yuanji here to start.
Neutral.
Yeah.
Ash neutral because the red card was pitched.
There we go.
Burn them all.
Please burn them all.
Arcane 3 go again.
So there we go. The Arcane's is going to get through every single time in this game here, too. We have no Arcane barrier on the side of the 5-player, correct? I think we don't have any Arcane barrier. Let me check real quick.
We do not have any arcane barrier. I'm just checking the exact text on burn them all here. So turn 0, burn them all.
That sucks.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Even says that sucks. So, yeah, turn 0, Command and Conquer. Only 2 Command and Conquers in Dylan's list, but a great turn 0 clear of Yuanji. Honestly, Yuanji is one of those dragons that is pretty nice to clear with a popper. There's some dragons that have lower life thresholds that are much easier to clear with just any attack in 5, but things like Necria and Yuanji can be a lot of tempo gain when you are able to pop them. We start out with a
brand of Cinderclaw.
I said Band of Cinderclaw.
That would have worked. Hey, you've got what would be your favorite band name from a Flesh and Blood card?
That's putting me on the spot.
You know, you can think about it. You can think about it. Band of Cinderclaw is a nice little pun there, though. But Brand of Cinderclaw is going to start us out. It's a yellow, so it was an attack for 2. We're going to follow this up with a Harmonized Kodachi.
Yeah, Art of War in hand for Dylan.
I think there's a Blaze Headlong after this. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to attack this Phoenix, get this Phoenix Flame to attack here, activate the Phi ability.
Important to note that Phi is a character that cares a lot about how many attacks are on the combat chain, triggering things like Rupture.
Triggering things like Tiger Stripe Suko here. It makes this attack for 2. The Flamescale Furnace is going to come out and get an early block in here. It's going to get followed up by another Kodachi.
No blocks.
So that's going to get through. And it looks like this Art of War is going to go into the arsenal here and set up for possibly a big turn down the line.
Which I think is correct.
And then the Blaze Headlong is going to follow up behind here. And like you said, there's that Rupture. There's that extra attack coming in.
Yeah, Blaze Headlong is just cares about the red here. So just a 0 for 4. I mean, even though it has go again, the condition has been met. Yeah, we're just going to arsenal that Art of War and go for a big 5-card hand. So I actually expect to see, depending on what he draws, but most likely based off how 5 decks are built, they're built to draw gas. I don't think that Dylan will be blocking if he doesn't have to this turn.
It's kind of bringing me back to the...
That is, sorry, Tannen. That is,
of course.
You don't see that every day. You don't see Tome of the Imperial Flame into Tome of the Imperial Flame. That is, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I see an emptying Nourish.
Nourishing Emptiness, yeah.
Which I'm trying to catch this hand here.
It's going to be Nourishing Emptiness, Burn Them All, Flicker Trick, Blaze Headlong, and Sigil Solace.
Yeah, it looks like those 2 are going to be the ones that he's going to be selecting. Or at least he's thinking that way, Reece is. Competing Blaze Headlongs in this matchup. I haven't seen that in a while. I feel like we're back to the limited format here of Uprising.
2 Ash.
That is a good band name.
Yeah, someone said in chat, Convulsions from the Bells of Hell would be a good band name.
Dromai?
Agreed. Dromai comes down.
Kind of like Burn Them All. Burn Them All would be a great band name as well.
I think that's like a song name.
Yeah. Looks like from like Rage Against the Machine or something, yeah.
Yes, sorry.
So this Chromai's going to go ahead and get in.
Are there action point dice to use? Okay.
Yep, so has 2 action points.
I have you at 38?
Yeah, and I'll take the 3 as well.
Okay. Have you at 35?
Reece doing a good job of doing my job for me here. I can just sit back and let him do his work.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Dylan not block this turn.
Yeah, Blaze Headlong. Second 4-4 here.
Sounds like send it.
Yeah, give me the bill.
So 31.
Give me a reason. I dare you.
Ode to Wrath is a good one as well.
I feel like that's
that
probably
one.
already a song name.
Yeah. Sounds like,
All right,
that sounds like a
Nourishing
Metallica
Emptiness.
song. Yeah, there we go. Nourishing Emptiness.
So the tough part is I believe we've met the condition of Nourishing Emptiness here, so that will give Dromai 5 intellect if this hits, which is not nothing because it just gives Reece more cards to potentially defend with on the Art of War turn. That being said, I mean, you'd be asking a lot to cover this up. It would require a lot of equipment. I mean, but where else are you going to use your equipment in this matchup? I think snatches are relevant targets. So there are armed hit triggers to think about. Nourishing Emptiness is probably one of the nastiest ones, though.
Yeah, you were talking about this, like, give me a reason to block. And, I mean, Reece was ready for it. He goes, here's an actual reason to block. He still might not do it. It looks like he didn't.
It is a reason, but it's not a good enough reason for Dylan here.
Burn them all up to 2 here. Going to go ahead and pay for that.
Do that. Then goes down.
Yeah, so paid with the 2 cards on board, I believe, so just shortcut a little bit, but did pay for the burn them all. Kyloria, Sigil of Solace. Invoke Azalea, Merrick.
And yeah, that is a 5-card draw, guys.
That is a 5-card draw.
Yeah, nice Nourishing Emptiness turn here from Reece. We're back over to Dylan. Let's see how much he's going to be able to answer this because he set up this turn, taking a lot of damage to do so, down to 25. We know that card in the arsenal is a big one.
Yeah, it's got to pay attention to this Mask of Momentum. Dylan's probably going to be trying to trigger it. But, of course, Reece does have the Fate Foreseen to deal with the attack that might draw a card.
All right, so we're going to start off with a Run-In Renegade.
No blocks.
Looks like this one's just going to go ahead and just get through.
Maybe he doesn't have a blue in hand, or... Thinking about second run Renegade here.
Yeah, this might be a turn where he's going to continue to set up for a bigger Art of War turn, running Renegades into the Kodachis, maybe take care. Yeah, I was going to say take down the Dromai here, and just set up for possibly a even bigger turn than what we've seen so far. So it looks like that we've got a Dragon Down here.
Dragon Down.
There it is. Thank you, Ethan.
Yeah, I'm sure Reece fully expected that. Again, that's why Fi is so well positioned into Dromai.
Look, the last card is going to be Enlightened Strike here. He's going to be going in for 5. It's like Reece, I think, is just taking a lot of this damage. This one has a go again.
I'm going to say no blocks.
There's been not a lot of blocking.
Flicker trick, so yeah.
I think that's going to be it for Dylan here this turn. So nice answer from Reece there to keep his life total pretty high and a high card count in his hand.
Didn't have a blue. I think he kind of needed a blue to facilitate that Art of War.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's looking for in his next draw. So if he does have a blue in his hand here, which I'm taking a look, I'm not sure. I can't really tell the...
One of them's a Lava Burst.
Okay, well, there you go. So there's a chance that there's going to be a big turn for Mr. Dylan here.
Yeah, I'll tell you, though, double Tome of the Imperial Flame into a Nourishing Emptiness hit triggers, like, if you're talking about you're a dog in this matchup, as Dromai, that's a good way to start out. Invoking Azalea here. Kyloria, double Dragon.
Yeah, these are 2 powerful dragons here from Reece. And like you said, this is a matchup that Fi likes, right? You know, they like being paired into Dromai, but you were talking about this is the kind of start that could turn this matchup on its head. Make another Ash here, pitching that Fate Foreseen. That Ash is going to go away because we're invoking... Is that a Mirror guy as well?
Yeah, that's a Mirror guy as well, so taking away Phantasm from the first Dragon attack here. Kyloria, on hit, trigger, draw a card.
Phantasm.
Reece making sure everything is copacetic here. Gets the attack in.
Yeah.
Dylan's on the no block plan yet again.
Reece is in a great spot here. You know, it's not too hard for Fi to go back to Fi's turn. You know, go back to Fi turn. Fi clears all of these dragons. Nevertheless, though, triple dragon on a single turn is quite a board swing for Dromai. And the thing about Dylan as well is, like, you know, he's choosing not to block, but a lot of his cards don't block super well. They're just better attacking cards. Like the quantitative value of the attacks are higher than the defense, right? So you just get more value by attacking. It's not a deck that's really oriented around blocking and playing a mid-range game plan.
Yep, here comes the second dragon. It does look like Dylan is in full I'll just take it mode.
Mirror guy, 2 go again.
Mirror guy's going to come in for 2 as well.
15.
Down to 15.
Blink and you missed this game. Wow, this one's going to be a quick one.
Reece comfortable on that arsenal. Wow, it's cool to see Burn Them All played turn 0 and able to stick around and get at least 4 points of value here.
Yep, arsenal for Mr. Reece here. We're going to pass back over to Dylan. Dylan, we need you to have a big one here. We need you to have a big turn. Sigil of Solace picked up for Reece here, or that doesn't block.
Another Tome of the Imperial
Flame. Oh, is that the third tome?
Goodness.
Oof.
Royal flush for our Dromai player.
All right, so we're starting off with Art of War. Here we go. This is what Dylan's been waiting for 2 turns.
It's Warmonger's Diplomacy pitch, so that's a blue. What card will be our banish target here?
Banish draw 2.
Banish draw 2 is what Dylan has named.
So we've got +1. So all the attacks, that Lava Vein Loyalty is going to get banished here. 2 fresh ones off the top. So we're back to 4 cards here. Everything's going to get pumped up on the chain this turn. I think I see another brand with Cinderclaw.
Yep, and a Blaze Headlong.
All right, how does Dylan want to sequence this? That's what he's going to take his time with. What does he want to start with? Life total is getting low over here. Dylan's at 15. Reece still at a somewhat comfortable 29, but I think that number might be a little bit lower after this turn.
Yeah, so the thing is that Reece is at 29, but these dragons are also probably going to gain him, like, how much life? I don't know, like 10 life, basically.
Yeah, some large amount.
Assuming that they aren't cleared with max efficiency. So that's the thing about Dromai is when you take into account the value of a dragon attacking, which is the attack value on the dragon, plus whatever Hardened trigger, plus the value of the defensive of your opponent attacking into it, so minus the attack of your opponent's attack. Like, that's why Dromai is so good.
Sorry, still just the first. I see. Sorry.
There we go. We got a Kodachi going into this dragon. Kyloria's got 1 on it. How does Dylan want to continue here?
Modern 10K players, welcome to your next round. You have 50 minutes. Good luck. You may begin.
Yeah, Dylan really needs to pull something out of the hat here. Kills Kyloria with the second Kodachi. 2 attacks have hit.
The last resource being spent here. See where we want to start. I believe it's going to be, it's going to be start with the Brand Cinder Claw. That's going to go for the Mirror Guy. The Mirror Guy is down now as well. Doing a great job of cleaning all this up.
Yep, so we have already gained 6 life here off the dragons. Effectively draw trigger off the Mask of Momentum. If people didn't know, Mask of Momentum does trigger off dragons.
Yeah, these are hits.
Quite a bit different from how Prism used to play, not going to lie.
And this is one of the reasons why you like this matchup as Fi, right? Like, you're just going to trigger this kind of stuff all the day.
Ideally, right? Like, that goes into why is Fi favored into Dromai? Yeah, that's a big part of it. Nevertheless, triple jump the Imperial Flame, pretty good. And there we go.
Lava Vein Loyalty, I believe, for
That
4
is
here.
it, yes, for 4. Getting +1 from that Art of War.
I mean, how many 5-card hands are we seeing this game? 5 and 6-card hands, like crazy. I mean, Dylan drew what? A card off Mask of Momentum here, 2 cards off Art of War. We've seen an Nourishing Emptiness from Reece as well. Just both these decks just going crazy these first couple turns.
Drawn.
Yeah, I think that the Fi deck has, up until this turn at which they set up the Art of War, this is clearly the pivot turn of the Fi deck. It's been very middling. So this matchup can really go to a way where it doesn't look fair for Dromai. This match particularly has looked pretty decent for Reece. If you didn't know anything about Flesh and Blood, you didn't know anything about Dromai and Fi, you'd be like, this doesn't look too bad for Dromai. You just draw 3 Tome of the Imperial Flame, you just drop triple dragon per turn, and you're good.
Azalea for 3.
So I think that Reece is cooking right now and got a ton of value off the initial burn them all. I think we're still in a good position as the Dromai player because it's not super hard or impossible for Dromai to present 15 points of damage on this coming turn if they keep the entire hand, especially considering the Tome of the Imperial Flame is in hand. And that's really the critical part is we just need to get Dylan to a place where Dylan doesn't have a choice to say no blocks anymore. Has to commit cards from hand because Fi is one of those heroes where, as you go down in cards, like your potential output drastically decreases. You want to be playing 5-card hands as a Fi player.
And this Lava Burst here is coming in for 6. Originally attacks for 2. It's going to get the +3 for having Rupture. And it's also going to get the +1 from Art of War. And it looks like the second burn them all. Reece has found a decent block here and get a little value.
I think Reece just had a potentially redundant card in hand and was just saving it for the end if there was some nasty on hit trigger or just something, right? There's no reason to commit it towards vanilla damage earlier in the chain if it's not really blocking anything else additional.
It looks like the last card is there's still a card left over for Dylan here.
Yeah, Dylan ending with an Arsenal. You see the power of Art of War, a infamous card in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, probably one of the most played cards in the history of the game, right up there with Command & Conquer. And here we go again. Tome of the Imperial Flame. Super powerful card. Taking Dromai up another notch if she even really needed it coming into this metagame.
Make 2 Ash.
Phoenix Flame and Sigil of Solace.
2 resources.
That's super interesting. I actually don't know the use case of Phoenix Flame in this deck. If somebody knows, let us know.
Okay, so we got Ravenous Rebel here coming in. Going to be coming in for 4.
Okay. You at 11?
And I have gotten word from my ominous speaker that it is for Flame Call Awakening, which makes sense. I didn't notice that one on the list. But Raging Metaphor, like I talked about, very powerful card on the top of the deck.
Yeah. Speaking of powerful cards, we got a Command and Conquer following this up, and Dylan hasn't really wanted to block it all this game. This is one of those ones that gives you pause. If you don't block it, you are losing a card, but if you want to block it here, you're going to have to give up a lot of cards or most of your equipment.
100%. So Reece had a paradigm here where it was present lethal and force Dylan to block, or present a on-hit effect that forces Dylan to block. You don't want to face another 5-card Fi hand.
Right.
Reece almost took 20 points of damage from that, right? If you count the dragons, he absolutely did. So, yeah, we need to limit those 5-card hands out of Fi. Another Art of War could be really bad for Reece here.
See Dylan in the tank here trying to decide if he wants to interact with this Command and Conquer or not, or just take the 6 and lose this arsenal. A lot of math they have to go behind here, because you're either going to lose probably like a card plus 2 equipment here, or you're just going to lose the card in your arsenal. It looks like he's just going to give up the card in his arsenal, which was
4.
Mounting Anger.
Mounting Anger, yeah.
So you're faced with 2 card or 1 card. Obviously, you get a little bit more baggage with the 1 card. You also lose 6 life, which is not nothing. But Dylan opts to keep 2 cards.
Going down to 5 here. Really, really scary amount. That Burn Them All is still there. It's still looming. See a dragon coming into Reece's hand here. Another Nourishing Emptiness.
Reece is a pretty decent hand.
Plays Headlong of his own. Can Dylan present enough damage here to start making inroads on that hand, though? Reece at 20. We've seen 20 damage turns out of 5 before, but usually involves something like Art of War, like last turn.
So 4-card hand, 20 would be a lot. Yeah, he has the Art of War, like you said.
He does have another Art of War, yeah.
So kind of 4-card hand, kind of not, but also doesn't have an easy dragon to trigger Mask of Momentum on, which is not nothing.
Looks like we're going to start out with a double strike. So it looks the first one's just going to get through.
Wonder if Dylan will cash in the Art of War now or save it for a combat trick in order to trigger Mask of Momentum.
I think that might be where Dylan's going with here.
Interesting. I don't know if Dylan's 3rd card in hand is also blue.
Yeah, I can't see that one in the back.
Blue is not it's not a prerequisite for Art of War, but it's pretty nice.
Oh, it is a blue. Okay, so there we go. We're going to start off. I'm sorry. Secondly, we're going to have a Harmonized Kodachi here coming in for 1. So it's the second hit.
Yes.
And got to wonder, is he going to make this some kind of Art of War play here to make Mask of Momentum happen?
There we go. Blaze Headlong for 4. With Art of War would be 5. Now, will Reece play around it? So Reece, the reason why Reece is in the tank right now is you're actually only concerned about Dylan drawing off of Mask of Momentum. So if you can cover up a Pedestrian 4, you're like, that's no problem. Dylan has 2 cards in hand, or 1 card in hand. It's pretty predictable what can be done, right? We see the double strike and banish that can be played again. You understand the damage. Flicker Trick, that's for 5. That's a 0 for 5.
That's huge here.
That is massive. That's very, very good.
So it looks like that's going to go ahead and cover up all of it, like you said. That is game-changing here. Second nice Harmonized Kodachi coming in here. That one's going to get through.
New Dusk Till Dawn cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Flicker Trick is 0 for 5 is definitely above rate in Flesh and Blood, but the dance here is that it also has Mirage, right? So if the attack gets pumped to 6, it can blow it up. But it's so powerful, especially against something like 5.
Yeah, it looks like the last 2's going to get in. We're going to go ahead and end the turn here, put another Art of War into the arsenal. And the problem for Dylan is how many cards is he going to have left if he gets to play this arsenal? He's down to 5 right now. He's looking at a 4-card hand plus a Burn Them All from Reece.
Yeah, excellently played by Reece there with the Flicker Trick. I would have loved to see if Reece had something like a
Go again. No Phantasm, 1 Arcane.
like a Fate Foreseen or a Sink Below and actually put the equipment plus that in front of it, because really the only way he was losing that game, it seemed like, was the mass draw. And even then, it was probably a stretch, but just excellently covers it up. Nourishing Emptiness here. Dominate. I think. I don't know.
Well, we haven't actually resolved the attack from Merrick. We've only resolved the Arcane. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves here for Reece.
Excited, yeah.
So excited. He's like, yeah, I think I'm going to get this one. I've done that before.
I think everybody has.
Yeah. Right, so it does look like the 2's going to get through. So 3 damage total from the Mirror Guy. I think Dylan is down to 2. Still got the full equipment suite here, at least.
This would be 2 from your guy. I think Dylan's at 4, went from 6 to 4, right? So.
Was he at 7 or was he at 5 at the start of this turn?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's at 2.
Okay.
So.
That's good to know then.
So it does. I was like, okay, well, maybe we hadn't gotten to the. Okay, we hadn't gotten through the blocks
Arcane
just
damage.
yet.
It was
okay.
Yeah, it was arcane damage.
It's just the arcane damage come through. Okay. Back this up a little bit. So emptiness is coming through for 6 here.
Yeah. That turn 0, burn them all, actually staying for 5 turns. Not what I
was
expected,
impressive.
but that is a great example. You know, like next time I have burn them all in my hand on turn 0, I'm gonna think about this game.
Yeah. I'm gonna play it more than pitch it.
So Dylan does have access to equipment.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a 1-card block plus the equipment here. Yep.
Yep.
It's gonna cover up 6.
Makes sense.
Pass turn 5.
So Dylan has to block with 2 cards, but still has Art of War in Arsenal. 15 is a stretch.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Burn them all is still alive.
I don't know if I've ever seen a burn them all get played on like turn 0 or whatever before, and then last the entire game.
I think a lot of us that spectate Dromai matches are used to that card being played as a sort of endgame finisher or combo card, or at least a game that gets played much later. And you can see the value. If you're going fast, if you're playing Tome of the Imperial Flames, you're dropping 3 dragons a turn, you have a graveyard that can fuel that burn them all.
Yeah, double Ravenous Rabble here. First is going to take out the Mirror guy. Second's going up to Reece here. And yeah, I was going to say, you got to believe Reece is just going to be taking this. That life total is still pretty healthy at 15, down to 11 now. That card in the arsenal still sitting there for Dylan. It is an Art of War. He's going to drop 4 here, but he's in that same situation that he was last turn. His life total is getting low. There's a burn them all in play. How much damage can he take this turn and still have enough cards left over to mount an offense back? And this is something you really didn't want to see here.
Reece has an Azalea as well, which is an additional source of arcane damage.
So if any damage leaks through here, I think it's actually just lethal. If he gets down to, what, 3, it's automatically lethal?
The dust up.
Yeah,
I don't
Ravenous
think
Rabble.
there's any outs for Dylan. And there's just no way Dylan's going to be... I mean, the Arsenal card is effectively dead as well. Could potentially use the Art of War to buff
Defensively?
the defense.
Yeah, I was about to say, we might see a defensive Art of War here.
Yeah, especially if he draws a 0-block card. He could pitch the 0-block in order to pay for the Art of War.
Yeah, I think Dylan's doing that math himself right now. Thinking about all of his options. This is a super close game for him. Does look like he's just going to go to blocks, though.
Yeah, tough spot for Dylan.
Yeah, that burn them all really carrying its weight this game. It's done so much damage. It's just been unblockable.
Yeah, Burn Them All is like the celebrity of this match, but everybody forgets about Tome of the Imperial Flame. That card was absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So one's going to get through.
3.
Dylan down to 3 here.
Break chain. Dromai.
This looks like Chroma is going to get started here. It's going to trigger burn them all. It's going to put him down to 2. Attacking in for 3.
And gain an action. I have you at 2.
Snapdragon Scaler still available for Reece as well. Not that it'll be relevant here.
Just in case.
I mean, rip something like a Snatch. If we go to another turn cycle or Dust Up, we can... You know, looking towards that World Championships, this is quite the endorsement for Dromai.
Yeah, I know. You got to keep thinking about that, too. This is one of the last real big tune-ups before that World Championships in Barcelona for these players. You know, we've had some people fly all over the world to come here just to play this weekend and get the extra tune-ups, those extra reps in.
Yeah, if you asked most of the Flesh and Blood community what the counter to Dromai is, like the counter, you know,
This would be the one they would say, right?
They would say Fi, right? Yeah. Like, if you don't consider the rest of the metagame and how much, you know, equity you're losing against other matchups, other heroes represented, most people would say 5.
Full block here from the equipment. Massive momentum is gone now. So
hand is forced there as well. I mean, pretty much just has to do that. And then now we have the Azalea. So another source of arcane damage.
1 arcane, 2 go again.
1 arcane, 2 go again.
Yep, so down to 1 for Dylan here. He's going to block with the Command and Conquer. It's going to pop the Azalea. So Dylan might actually get out of this turn, right? So there's a chance he gets to actually play some cards here.
Yeah.
Looks like is Burn Them All finally dead?
I think so.
Pass turn. I don't have enough to sustain this, so this will go away.
Dylan's like, Okay.
It's
Well,
done its job.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're going over to Dylan's turn here. I think he has a blue in his hand left over still.
Wow. Another Azalea as well for Reece.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is a blue, so you will get to at least use Art of War, but I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Dust up as well for Reece, so Dust
Oh,
up Snapdragon Scalers.
Dromai?
I will declare no blocks.
Art of War is still a possibility.
All right, the first time I was going to actually go into Dromai. The second one as well. Now we've got a double
Draw.
strike.
Draw card.
Yeah.
Draws a Bittering Thorns. Shout out. Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say, that was only the second attack that it hit, so I think we drew an extra card here.
where was the...
I don't think the double strike had actually happened yet.
Oh, he's no mask. That's what it is. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I was looking. I was like, definitely throw it in the combat chain. No, he blocked with mask. I was gonna say shout out to the Ira deck, but maybe it's not the time. So Bittering Thorns is a card that was reprinted.
All right, looks like we're just going to go ahead and clean that up. It's fine. Just going to get a game rules violation.
Just one. I will declare no blocks.
So used to
The mask
getting
being
that
there. It's just
mask.
so normal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what you do is fine, right? You just
I hit 3 times. Why didn't I draw a card?
I hit the dragon, I
Yeah.
draw the card. That's why this matchup is good for me. Billowing Mirage to start off here.
Billowing Mirage, 3 go again, make an Ashwing.
Oh, man, this Miraging Metamorph.
Yeah, I think this is going to be spelling the end here, too. There's going to be so many different attacks, and then the pesky one from the Aether Ashwing is going to be
If
a problem,
Dylan's
too.
at 1, this game's already over because Azalae's in hand, right?
Yeah. So it does look like we're going to get the defensive Art of War. Diplomacy is going to get pitched here. Looks like we're going to banish a card.
Banish draw 2.
And I'm assuming +1.
So we could look for a popper, but we know that Dylan's out of poppers.
Yeah. 2 Brand of Cinderclaw, I believe, off the top here. So block for 3 here. Brand of Cinderclaw. Because of the +1.
Dust up.
Follows up with this Dust Up. This is attacking for 4. If he has a block 3, he can cover this up. But if not, it's going to cost too many cards, I think.
But it doesn't have Goakin Tannin.
Oh, but I think there's a piece of
Cheeky little
equipment.
Snapdragon Scalers. Okay, we have
what?
second Art of War.
Here we go. We're redrawing again. We've drawn a lot of Art of Wars this game.
Spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. And if this pumps again, a block 2 now blocks for 4. So, yep, block for 4.
Snapdragon Scalers.
Oh, and let's say this does add power as well. So, like, if he finds a 4 attack guard, he might be able to have a popper, right?
It's really interesting.
Roll a bet.
I've actually never seen the use case of double pump Art of War defensively to create a fantastic
I haven't
popper.
either. Yeah, this is a first for me as well. But it
There we
looks like
go.
that's going to be it. The Asphalai is going to get across with the arcane damage. And I think that's the story of this game, has been the Dromai deck being able to present a lot of arcane damage that wasn't able to be blocked by Dylan at all. It just got through so much damage that was not able to be stopped. And another thing here, too, this isn't... We've seen 2 kind of different Dromai builds, right? We've seen this one from Reece. It's more like the Anaferis, like Maraferis. I mean, back in the past, where it's like mostly red, can be really aggressive. Like this version that he presented seemed really aggressive and super red. And then we've seen some that are a little more mid-rangey at times as well.
Yeah, Tannen. So in terms of Dromai and how that deck is sort of shaking out after Bright Lights, Tome of the Imperial Flame really switched most deck builds over to the red-oriented versions because you need to consistently be able to pitch those 2 red cards. So sort of are gone are the days of the sort of like big dragon lists that run a bit more blues. Obviously, there's differentiation between what red cards they're playing. You see cards like Dust Up, Billowing Mirage there, Nourishing Emptiness. Like there are different lists being played, as well as the Phoenix Flame Call Awakening. But Tome of the Imperial Flame is setting the stage for a lot of these Dromai decks.
Yeah, I mean, it's
powerful
been
card. You have to play it.
It's been unbelievable. I mean, so this is one of the cards when we saw it on the spoiler, we're like, yeah, that's it. That's the card, right?
You're like that card is obviously busted.
Yeah, and then I think it's even it's definitely lived up to the hype.
Yeah.
But B, it's even played up better in some spots than I ever thought it would.
Whenever you look at a card and it says downside, do this, and you go, oh wait, that's
wait,
an upside
that's
for
not
my
actually-
hero. Yeah, I just
like
gained
Codex
2
of
ash.
Frailty. When we first saw it, you're like, wait a minute.
Well, I mean, yeah, Codex of Frailty. But I mean, Tome of the Imperial Flame is like downside, pitch 2 cards, and gain 2 Ash, but Dash was already jumping through hoops to do that stuff on turn 0. Like, they were playing Time Skippers, they were playing Seeker's equipment. Like, they needed a way to sink resources and create Ash anyway in the early game, which is not the only use case of Tome of Imperial Flame, but pitching 2 red cards, creating 2 Ash, and then drawing those cards back, that's upside for Dromai. It's a particularly interesting card. I think we really got to see the power. It's sort of the supporting character in our narrative of last game, right? Because it looks like Burn Them All won the game.
Right.
But what really won the game is 3 Tome of the Imperial Flame.
Yeah,
Burn Them All is pretty good.
I think it was like 3 out of 4 turns we had a Tome of Imperial Flame happen, right? And like one drew the other one as well, so like they get to keep going, and that kind of snowballed everything that was going on and kept the Dromai player far enough ahead that it put the 5 player into hard spot, and they had to keep attacking dragons. Because the dragons, I think you talked about, gained what, at least 10 life?
At least over the game. Yeah. I mean, Dromai is such a powerful hero because of its fundamentals when it comes to if you evaluate the dragons on if they can attack once and if they absorb an attack, like the actual value you're getting out of that card is pretty high, and it's like over what you should get out of 2 cards, which is usually what you're committing. So you also have the Ash, which is another vector, but Dromai is just really, really good. Like, there's just no way to get around it. Like, it's not quite at the Prism dynamic where you're consuming your opponent's action points and doing stuff like that. Like, you are seeing master momentum, being able to draw cards off your dragons, all that good stuff. But Dromai and permanent-based gameplay is just really strong in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been really strong this entire weekend. I expect it to do really, really well in Barcelona and possibly even be one of the decks. We know it's going to be one of the decks to beat. It might be the deck to beat. We'll have to see if that, I don't know if anything's going to overtake Lexi this fast, but we'll have to see. I expect to see a ton of Dromai.
Dromai could win this tournament, and I would not be surprised.
Yeah,
Dromai could win this tournament, I would not be surprised. Like, Lexi has been converting the best in terms of tournament wins, but Dromai is a legitimate threat. It's the thing about, like, there's always a best deck in most card games, but Flesh and Blood is an example of that. The sort of margin in which Lexi is the best deck is statistically it's pretty high, but I think in the way players are actually adapting to the metagame, bringing decks, it's much smaller than you think. Like, Dromai is an extremely playable deck. There have been many formats of Flesh and Blood where the best deck was quite a few orders of magnitude better. So I think that this is actually a pretty open metagame. I mean, we see Uzuri's crushing, we see Bravos, we see the new Dash. Like,
I think it's really healthy, honestly. It seems like you have like an A, B, C, and then even some further down choices, and then each can beat each other. So I think it's a super healthy one. I'm enjoying watching it from the sidelines a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think that's going to do it for this round. We have a few more players still playing out there, trying to get that spot in the top 8. We saw one of our Dromai players take a step forward and making it there. We only got a few more rounds left till we get those elimination rounds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood.
Actually, before we do that, we're going to do a walk around so that you all can see what the convention looks like and see the tables. Mansan's going to take us on a little trip here.
So wait, are we getting mobile?
Yeah.
We're getting mobile.
You weren't here last time, were you, Tannen? So
no, I wasn't.
Great. You get this. We're going to go through all the top tables, see the top players. This is super fun. So coming out of the booth here, this is more of a casual area. Over to the right, but then
I think we have the Blitz event going on here. The Battle Harden's going on in the back there as well.
Yep, you can see that. And then to the left here is where we have our calling. So the way this is oriented in terms of top tables is back to the right, so towards us right now, these are the lower end of the tables, and then far to the left, so where you kind of see players congregating near that white SEG banner, those are the top tables right now. And you'll start to recognize a lot of faces as we creep up here. Nathan Crawford, and there is Alexander Vore not playing Kano.
I know that was a big disappointment for you this weekend.
And we got Merrick Kemp. I don't know if Merrick Kemp won his last round. If he did, he is locked for top 8.
Yeah, he was the lone undefeated left, right, at one point?
Yes, he was the only 8-0, but we got a Bravo versus Dromai. Oh, man.
Looks
this
like
reminds me
really
of Pro
close.
Tour Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that Ghostly Touch. How many counters? 7 counters on the Ghostly Touch. And Peter Budensick playing Lexi. So, by the way, two very, very Peter, he loves to do bad beat stories. He's literally doing that on camera right now.
Yeah.
But Peter Budensick and Alexander Vore, 2 very famous Kano players, both not playing Kano. Charles Dunn, U.S. national champion. And that is Yuanji Lee here on Lexi versus an Azalea. Another Azalea in the top tables. Wow. This is Azalea, I guess, that has gone a little bit under the radar because it's not Levi.
Nice little Archer mirror match here. You've seen back and forth.
I think it's so funny that we go to Peter, and Peter is so famous for these, like, he'll give you a 18-page novel on the bad beat story, recount every turn. He loses me in the first 2 seconds, but I mean he'll monologue on that thing.
Sure.
And you see him do it on camera as soon
Yeah.
as the camera walks up. Oh man.
Yeah, it looks like this is an intense match here between these two archers.
Frostlock being played.
Yeah, very wordy card. I have to reread that one every single time it's played against me as well. I'm like, so wait, what happens if it hits? And what happens if it doesn't hit? And
it's very unusual as well. Discard a card. Looks like the Azalea's on the back foot. There's the bump. Yep.
I was going to say, this is going to look like it's a winning turn here. So Yuanji Lee giving himself maybe a very good chance at the top 8 here this weekend.
Yuanji Lee plays. I can't. Who plays with no play mat at a
Honestly,
call?
I kind of respect it. Because like, here's the thing: he can't be bothered, right? He's too busy traveling to the next Flesh and Blood event because this is one of the most prolific travelers around the world of playing Flesh and Blood. There's our world champion, our national champion, Michael Hamilton,
and Tarek Patel. Is it what national champion is he right now?
So
is he currently,
so he's actually not, right? I think the Canadian National Championships happened. He didn't win, so he's not a reigning national champion for the first time in the history of the card game.
Yeah, he's not. He's not a national champion of somewhere.
Which is wild because he is the national champion of 2 different countries. Both the United States and Canada. We talked about this. He needs to get citizenship in somewhere in Europe, maybe, or maybe like Mexico, Brazil. Brazil, watch out. Tarek might come down there, set up shop. Tarek Patel, another thing that all of y'all might not know, really good day job as well. I'm always very impressed with how good at card games he is because in between slinging spells here and putting dragons in play, he's saving lives.
I was gonna say he lives with his parents. He's chills, right?
No, he's actually busy. He's saving lives. He's a real-life doctor.
Literal doctor, yeah.
Actually, hey, there's us yet again. He's an actual doctor, MD, up in Canada. He's actually talked a little bit to me about maybe moving back to the U.S.
He's planning to move back to the U.S., maybe back to Florida.
So if you want to be the U.S. national champion anytime soon, it might be rough for you.
Tarek's, he's a 2020, 2021 player. You ain't got to worry about Tarek anymore. No,
you called him washed? Did you call him washed? Okay.
Tarek is actually staying with me at my place, and he's X1 going into this tournament. So yeah, very phenomenal player. Honestly, one of the brighter minds in the game in terms of like actually understanding it at its core fundamental level. Has built multiple.
He broke the game once at least.
Yeah, broke the game once. He's a brewer. We went to the grocery store this morning, and him and Sasha were kind of nerding out over all these like really bad Kano decks that he had up in his database.
One of my favorite things about Tarek, and it's like one of the moments when I realized that, like, yeah, I can be like good at this game, but I can never be at that level, and like how good he actually is. I remember we're playing a match once. Tarek and I are good friends. We've known each other for 15 years, competing against each other across a bunch of different card games. We're playing Flesh and Blood. It's the first game I've ever played against him, and I make some play on like turn 3 or 4, and he goes, no, like, or it's like turn like 5 or 6, and this is limited, so it's a smaller deck, right? And he goes, no, don't do that. I'm like, what? He goes, wait till next turn because your pitch cycle is this, and he names the next 5 cards that I'm going to draw. And then he also knows it for himself. He also does this in Constructed. I've seen him do it in Constructed where he's like, oh, I should have waited one more turn because this was happening. I knew that they were going to have this turn, and I don't have the brain power. I can barely keep up with my own pitch stack. Having to do it for my opponents as well and knowing the order, that was unreal, and it blew my mind. And I realized in that moment that I didn't have what it takes to be at his level in this game.
First time I played Tarek Patel was at the Calling Dallas, the last Calling Dallas. It was here. I didn't know who he was, and he was pretty new to Flesh and Blood at that point. So
his first real tournament, yeah.
I sat across from this kid with his beanie on, and I played him, and I was like, what the? I was like, who is this guy?
So I remember this really well because I remember, you and I had been introduced to each other in Vegas. And
you're a big fan, right?
Yeah, big fan. I was like, oh yeah, you're easy to spot. You had the different color hair at the time. I knew of you from some podcast, kind of thing.
My natural color, actually.
Right.
I just dyed brown.
Come on. Anyway, I talked to you a little bit, and I pointed out Tarek to you because you were in what I called the pod of death. It was like you, Tarek, and was it Matt Rogers or?
I wasn't in the pod with them. They were in the pod with me.
Oh shit! They were stuck in here with you. Yeah, absolutely good. You were the one that came out of that pod 3-0 as I believe you top 8 of the tournament, right?
Yeah,
and I think Tarek finished 9th.
And then I quickly lost in the quarterfinals.
But I remember telling you, I was like, I think this is the guy you need to watch out for. And like, I didn't know it was going to be like this. I didn't know he was going to ascend to be one of the the best minds of the game, the best players in the game. But you said something very ringing to me as an endorsement after the game. You came up to me and you were like, yeah, I played against Tarek. I was like, how'd you do? And you're like, I barely won. And I was like, okay. And you looked at me straight in the face, and I'll never forget that you said, he's the best player in the room.
Yeah. No, the thing about Flesh and Blood, which is really interesting, is like it's such a mathy, quantitative game. Like, it is so numbers-based. But I promise, when you play against someone who's good in Flesh and Blood, you feel it.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like you feel it. You actually just feel it. It's I describe playing against Michael Hamilton, current reigning world champion. as swimming in deep water. It just feels like that. It just feels like he's just beating
You're
you.
just drowning slowly.
It's just frustrating because he's beating you now, later, and then in the end. You already know it's like a gambit. It's really interesting part of Flesh and Blood, and that's what I noticed when I played Tarek. I definitely had a better draft deck, which is why I won. Like, my draft deck was insane because we had come up with basically 3 for 7 Oldhim back then. We just drafted all the 7 cards. But as soon as I played him, I played a couple turns. I was like, what the? I was like, who is this guy? I was like, what is going on here?
Flesh and Blood is hard.
Flesh and Blood is hard. That is world champion Michael Hamilton. The person which it is Flesh and Blood is probably the easiest. Yeah, I mean, both of them phenomenal players and just an awesome game. Like, if you like TCGs and you like skill expression and is something that you can sink your teeth into, where the output is sort of relative to the input, the work you put into the game is what you get out of it. Flesh and Blood is just a great example of that. And the lack of non-games makes it feel very rewarding to practice, play, get better, and compete. And that's why you see these players so devoted to the pro circuit.
I think that you really nailed the nail on the head there. That's it for me. Is like there's less non-games in this. I think the variance is a little bit lower in this game, and while that can sometimes be like a little bit of a harder barrier for entry, right? Like when you first come into the game, you're going to get beat up a little bit, right? You know, you're still learning, whatever, blah blah blah. But once you start to really understand your hero, you really start to understand the micro and macro decisions, the back and forth of the game. It is so rewarding in this game. And you see these big name players who have made names for themselves really push that narrative, the fact that, like, yeah, I'm good at this game and I'm going to keep being good at this game, and it's rewarding me the fact that I put in this much time and effort. Because, you know, I think about this. You mentioned Michael Hamilton. I think he's the prototypical story of this, especially if you're, you know, us Americans, obviously we're going to gravitate towards Michael Hamilton. I think about the story of him leading up to the World Championships last year. You know, he quits his job, right? You know, he had a full-time job, and he's like, I like Flesh and Blood. I feel like I have an edge in this. I'm good at it. I want to. Well, I don't know if he'd ever say I'm good at it because he's so humble. You know, he'd never actually admit that out loud, maybe. But he knew that there was the chance that this was something great for him.
Yeah.
And so he quits his job, devotes his time fully to content creation and getting better at Flesh and Blood, and then it pays off for him. He went on that amazing run last year. It felt like he was winning every tournament that he qualified for.
He might win this tournament.
You never know. Yeah,
He's ridiculous. So the thing about Michael Hamilton is Michael Hamilton at the World Championships changed the way that the collective community understands Flesh and Blood. Everybody knows Flesh and Blood is designed off of an equation. There is like a certain number which cards are supposed to hit. There's a clear value of the cards. That's why the game is so balanced. Michael Hamilton shows up to the World Championships in San Jose and has this funky Icelander deck that has attack actions in it. And it's like, nobody was ever going to do that. But he just goes, yeah, 2-card 8. And 2-card 8 just became Flesh and Blood. Flesh and Blood is 2-card 8. It's 3-card 10. It's 0-card 4. That's just what we do now. And everybody, when you look at a Flesh and Blood card now, almost the entire community evaluates it through that lens first.
So it was US Nats.
Oh,
yeah,
US
yeah.
Nats,
it was
right.
Sure, they were very close to each other, and you know he did really well at both of them, right?
It was the same Decklist,
yes,
too.
Yeah, exactly. I remember this very clearly. It was one of my favorite moments. Is, you know, we had him, I think it was round 1 or 2, and he plays, what is it, Raging Bull? You know, he plays
Wounded Bull.
Wounded Bull. Sorry, he plays Wounded Bull. And I remember me and whoever else was in the booth with me, like, pull up our phones. We're like, you know, going through Welcome to Wraith. I'm like, what is this? It's like what's this draft chafe, you know, that's coming? And then we start thinking about it. It's really good. And I go and talk to him about it afterwards, and he kind of gives me the Michael Hamilton, you know, the smile.
It's so obvious.
He's like, yeah, it's obvious, it's good, like blah blah blah.
2-card 8.
Yeah, and then I interview him after he wins the tournament, and I'm like, look, man, let's talk about this for a minute. Some of the card choices. Your deck is wild, right? You know, like you said, it was like a Tarek moment. It kind of broke the game, changed the way we fundamentally think about things. And we talked about it, and this is one of my favorite things about players of his levels. He's willing to be wrong as well. You know, he fundamentally thought about this. He was like, I think this is good. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I could have played a safe deck list, but no, I'm going to play the one that I think is good. And if he's wrong, he talked about it. He's like, look, you know, if I'm wrong, I like 0-2 or whatever, I'm a donkey, right? You know, like this is all on me. I played a bad deck list. But he's like, I thought this was right. I tested it. It worked. I'm going to go and show this to the world. And it made him a lot of money. It got him a lot of prestige and a lot of trophies.
It just is it's just how the game is now. Every aspect of the game is effectively filtered through the Michael Hamilton's lens now.
Sure.
It is a complete paradigm and cognitive shift that came over the collective community. Like, that doesn't happen a lot, especially 2 years into a game.
Yeah, see, this is a really good point here as well. Like, we talk about this, you know, Tarek is one of the first big ones as well. Michael Hamilton to go into this. The way that we evaluate the cards and look at the cards is actually different. And I think that shows you the depth and just the amazingness of this game, because when it comes to those brass tacks, this game can be very simple at its core. You know, it's attack for 3, block for 3, right? And like, you know, there's the breakpoints and stuff back and forth. And then the more we play the game, the more we put it through its paces, the more games we play with high-level players and really thinking about it, they start finding those little things.
Yeah.
Right?
There's something going on with card games where there's a filter that a lot of people, and we made this mistake in Flesh and Blood at the beginning, where we would evaluate cards based off context first. So you'd be like, okay, I evaluate this card based off my game plan, the makeup of my deck, what role I'm playing in the matchup, where that is much more of a secondary or ancillary thing that matters about a card. The first thing that matters about a card is just value. And this comes from other card games, 2 for 1, that concept. If I can be 1 point of quantitative value over my opponent over the course of a game, fundamentally, I will win more games than my opponent. That's it. That's how simple it is. And then you layer context on after. Context is now the board state. It's now your opponent. It's now your matchup. It's now your pre-board. But first is value. And that's what Michael Hamill did. That is what he changed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I was going to say, a good 2 for 1 gets me out of bed in the morning. You know, I live for that in these games. And I don't know if I've ever played a game where I've been challenged so much, especially like, because, like, you know, I have a big background, right, for a long time playing, you know, card games, a bunch of different ones, and you can draw on that knowledge. And I don't know if I've ever had a game challenge me as much as Flesh and Blood has with, like, my prior knowledge. Yeah, it's useful, it's helpful, but, like, I have to, you know, kind of attack those preconceived notions, right? Because, like, in this game, like, card advantage isn't the same as it is in some of the other games. You know, in the other games, if you draw more cards than your opponents, like, you're probably going to win. In this game, that's not always true.
Well, it is true. They just don't let you do that.
Sure, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good way to put it. And, yeah, just, like, going against my preconceived notions and stuff in this game, and, like, it looks very simple like, on this face value. Then, like you said, as you go down, you start to evaluate things, get deeper into the game. It's extremely complicated, extremely hard, and there's always extra layers for you to learn. So that's why the best players just keep doing well every week. And then we see these players, like, you'll have a breakout of performance, right? And it's in some games, you'll see some players that'll be a flash in the pan. They'll have a really good weekend. They make a good deck choice. They run really hot in the right spot. Because, like, that's part of tournaments as well. You got to get lucky in a couple spots, right? You know, you're going to as you win a tournament. But in this one, almost every player that you've ever seen do well, you'll see them do well again. And you'll see them do well again. And it really speaks to the skill level in this game being so important, and that the game is decided by that skill level.
If you're going to put time into something and you want to commit to traveling to events like this, to, you know, potentially committing time, money, energy, like, you want something where your preparation and your effort matters, and Flesh and Blood is that. And I can't imagine traveling for anything less. Like, it is the best professional card game on the market.
Yeah, I'm really jealous. Speaking of the traveling for it, you get to go to Barcelona in a few weeks. I sadly do not. I miss that country. I miss the game. God, Spain is not only beautiful, the food's really good.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy traveling to Europe. It's really fun. I'm going to miss you as well. So hopefully you have a great time up there. Maybe Flake can keep you some company. I believe he's going to be there as well. So he can keep you. He'll keep you all right.
Yeah,
I know it's a little bit of a downgrade.
He gets to carve the pumpkin next time.
It's a little bit of a downgrade, I'll admit, but, like, you know, we'll let it slide. So let's talk a little bit about that World Championships for a minute. You know, we talked about this is a tournament leading up to it. You know, some of the last real warm-ups before Worlds for some of these players. Do you think Lexi is the deck to beat there?
No, it's going to be Living Legends. So I mean, it's basically a statistical guarantee at this point.
Okay.
So if you're looking at Worlds, you evaluate it without Lexi. But there's a small chance of Icelander, which I think is probably an impossibility after you've taken the PQ results of today and they don't point drastically in Icelander's favor. But yeah, you evaluate it based off a Dromai as the deck to beat. New aggro decks coming into the metagame, like Fi and Katsu, Dash being one of those. Icelander now has a better position in the metagame. Icelander's matchup in Dromai is debatable. It's the 90-90, as we like to call it. But Lexi was definitely not a great matchup, so Icelander comes back in, controls some of his aggro decks. You know, the meta is going to be diverse and a bit unknown, not as easy to predict as something like the Calling Dallas. So, you know, maybe Kano and some of these more disruptive combo decks can be playable. It's really anybody's game, but I think that the first litmus test you got to ask yourself is, how do I beat Dromai? Because if you can't beat Dromai, I don't think there's that deck it's a hard sell, right? Also Azalea is just one of the Calling Taipei. We've seen Azalea do really well on stream. That deck is powerful. It's good into those aggro decks, and it's just, I mean, we see it beat Dromai all the time. That's the thing, is like the Azalea deck the biggest question is, like, how do you beat Dromai? How do you beat Bravo? But that deck can absolutely beat Dromai, especially in the context of Tome of the Imperial Flame, which has forced them more onto these more aggressive packages. That's why, yeah, I mean, Dromai is actually such a puzzle, to be honest. Like, how do you build a deck? Is Tome of the Imperial Flame good enough that you need to make all your deck building decisions based off that? Can we go back to older versions? What game plan are you enacting? Dromai has multiple endgame ways to sort of close things out. They have Burn Them All combo. They have Tumultide to get rid of your Arcane Bear with the Burn Them All. They have Ghostly Touch stack-ups, which you saw at Pro Tour Baltimore. I mean, that deck is flexible, powerful. It's the deck. It's the best deck. It's the deck to beat in the next meta. But I think that there are some heroes that are up for that task.
Yeah, do you think we're going to see any kind of left field, like out of left field stuff happen? Like maybe one of the new heroes shows up, one of the versions of Mechanologist maybe kind of shows up and starts doing well?
So the thing about Dromai is quite an equalizer, but let's say Dromai didn't exist, or let's say you found a way to beat Dromai. Like, Control Ninja is actually pretty good. You can play Flick Flack. Flick Flack is it's the best defense reaction ever printed. You have a bunch of 2-for-6 cards that have relevant on hit triggers now, so you can go Kadashi 2-for-6, take out your hero ability, discard a card, lose your arsenal. Like, there are so many 2-for-6s now, so you can maybe go back to the roots of Flesh and Blood, which is Ninja Control. So it's very possible. I don't know, but the biggest question with that deck is, one, do you play Fire, do you play Katsu? Because the shell is fundamentally the same. And how do you beat Dromai? And that's why you lean more towards Katsu, because Katsu potentially has a better game plan against Dromai. For Vincent in Prism, could they sweep? It's tough to say. I mean, it's possible, right? Like, if somebody had a Vincent deck, or they had a Prism deck that was actually so far ahead of the curve, I mean, the tournament you save it for is the World Championships. And also maybe there's something that Lexi's doing that's sort of gatekeeping those decks. Because when Lexi rotates out, it's actually pretty big for the metagame. The biggest thing that could possibly happen for the metagame is Lexi and Ice are going to go out. That changes the end. Like, we're playing a different game at that. I mean, it would be wild. But let's say just Lexi, that's huge. So, yeah, there could be some sleeper decks. There could be some heroes that we don't see represented today that do well. I think people need time to sort of let those Bright Light heroes percolate a bit and try to figure them out. But, yeah, for me, number one question is, how do you beat Dromai?
So, you mentioned Living Legend here a second ago, and I'm actually super excited for the new Living Legend format. I don't know if you are, but...
Yeah, what do you think is the best deck?
I mean, I don't know if I have the best deck. I think I would just start with Starvo.
Yeah, because
personally.
It's the best deck.
Yeah, is it?
So the reason why, there's so many bust things you can do in Living Legend, but the problem is they all require, like, cards in hand, action points, and, like, actually be able to do things on your turn. Starvo's like, oh, I'm going to hit you with 15 damage, and I'm going to take away your action point, and you're going to discard cards. So Starvo's like the full package of everything you don't want to see. How do you beat Starvo? Well, you can play Prism, but Prism gets eaten alive by, like, Fi, Stubby Hammers, even Viscerai, Chain, etc. So all the people that don't play Starvo are just going to beat you if you're probably on Prism.
You from beating the best
deck. So you
kind
of got to gem up. I think that the best deck is just Starvo at this point. But there's a lot of cool decks. Like, Chain is an awesome deck. The Viscerai combo is a great deck. The Fi combo deck is... Fi combo, I don't know if anybody ever watched the Calling Utrecht, but it's crazy.
I do remember that, yeah.
Fi combo is, like, literally Kano, but everything starts on board. It does, like, 50 damage from turn one. It's absolutely crazy.
The reason Stubbies got banned, right? Yeah.
Stubbies was hilarious. But, yeah, there was actually a calling that was played out without that legal. So if you're looking for a cool Living Legend deck and you like aggro, oh, that is the deck for you. That deck is absolutely crazy. But, yeah, I'm super interested to see the Living Legend format. I think I've been waiting on the Living Legend format for so long. It just feels like a natural evolution of Flesh and Blood is to just have these heroes that we have such an affinity for, nostalgia, and attachment to. We get to play them in their own format where, their power level is okay. Because, Chain, Starvo, Prism, Viscerai, like, they wouldn't fit too well in today's metagame. They do crazy stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm looking forward to it so much. I mean, when they announced it, I immediately was like, ran back to my collection, got my old decks out. Like, I still had most of my Starvo decks sleeved up from when I played it in, Pro Quest and stuff like that.
You seem like a Starvo guy, yeah.
Well, so I'm a Guardian Runeblade player. So I'm a Starvo, Briar, Chain guy.
I wouldn't consider Starvo a Guardian or a Runeblade. Starvo is just Starvo.
Sure. Yeah, Starvo is its own thing, but I did like Oldhim a lot as well.
Okay.
Big Oldhim fan. I like Bravo. That's just the kind of style I like. I either like to have my deck be aggressive with, like, actual decision tree and, like, doing a bunch of different things.
You like Starvo.
No. I'm talking about Runeblade.
Okay.
Runeblade, like Briar and Chain can get kind of complicated in timing your stuff and moving the pieces and interacting a lot and stuff like that, and doing the really complicated chains of eight things long. Or I'm just like, here's 3 cards, attack you with this one gigantic attack. Or I do like the turtle up defense. Like the only calling that I ever played in was the team event that was in Las Vegas, and I played in Blitz.
Blitz, yeah.
Yeah, and I played the Oldham deck, the I block out, and I actually kind of enjoy that. It's just a giant math problem. You have to play really fast, and that was one of my favorite decks I've ever played in this game. I know it's probably a controversial opinion or a weird opinion, but I liked it a lot, and I like that kind of stuff. I like being like full control, or I just like the full swath of everything. I'm just not a big combo guy. Never been a huge combo guy. That's about the only thing that I've kind of shied away from.
Not a big combo guy.
Nah, it's just not a thing. Like, look, if it's the best deck, I'll play it, right? You know what I mean? Like, if it's just obviously so much better.
Combo's never the best deck. That's the problem.
Why is
never
that?
the best deck.
Why is that? Why are you hating so much?
I'm not hating. It's just like Kano would never be the best deck in Flesh and Blood. I promise you that. Might be the
maybe
best
for
deck.
A weekend.
Maybe.
If like your team brings it to a
Maybe
pro
the
tour where
stars
people aren't ready
align.
for it,
there's some sort of eclipse.
Well, not in your hands, but the rest of your team's hands.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you always get me. Okay, you get me at least like once or twice a tournament about like never winning, but like, oh man, we just almost had an earthquake in here. I don't know if you saw that.
I mean, that's just. I mean, it's just an objective fact. You look at the results. Like,
yeah, sure.
I haven't won anything either, so it's okay. I just have some top 8s.
I mean,
Actually, I won a
just-
PTI.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I did win some things. Never mind.
All right, well, I've never won anything in my life. Yeah, so, all right. Well, it sounds like we are ready for a very, very short break, y'all. We're going to change the casters in here, and I've been told by a little birdie on my shoulder that we're going to have a dash in the next match. I'm going to let you and Armada take that one, though, so I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'll probably bird that match myself, but make sure you're at home. Hey, go get a quick snack, get something from the fridge. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first Flesh and Blood World Champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together, and oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this? Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers.
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the 3rd time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Brodie, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Teklevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius, inventor, with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
There's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back at it again with the penultimate round of Swiss as we round out the Swiss portion of this calling DFW. We got some good games lined up because I'll tell you right now, we have Dash and it's top tables. It's Merrick Kemp. So let's go ahead and jump down into Dash versus Dromai. Dash v Dromai, not a matchup you might be expecting sitting at the top tables, but Merrick Kemp sitting at 9-1 with only 1 loss on the tournament. I believe he went undefeated yesterday, so only 1 loss on the day. And Matt, which we actually saw both win.
Yeah. So Matthew Vore, right? So brother of Alexander Vore, also another very famous player. Both these players we've seen on stream, which is going to be probably going to be a reoccurring theme as we progress in these final rounds of Swiss, and then ultimately the top 8.
Now, I believe I covered this game yesterday with Matt Vore. Have you seen Matt Vore today? It wasn't the previous round, was it?
Matt Vore was fatiguing people on Dromai, right?
Exactly. This is a special list, a list that you would not necessarily notice. And starting the game off, we activated time skippers on turn 0. I believe we've popped those. And it looks like there's the 3 Ash, so maybe we're
just to get Ash
officially into that turn 0 play. Popping the time skipper is exactly the play that you make. It looks like we are 1 turn deep into this, so this may not be turn 0, especially because we have that arsenal there, of course. So coming across with the Command and Conquer after playing Miragai.
So Merrick Kemp starts Induction Chamber, gets Plasma Purifier off the rip via Spark of Genius. Merrick Kemp's pretty good at playing Spark of Genius turn 1, not going to lie. Every single time I've seen him on stream, he's played it. But I think he's aware of what Matthew Vore is trying to do.
Yeah, sometimes you just run hot. But in this matchup, as the dash player, you could take a line where you try to play more defensively, but I think having this sort of perpetual board state of Plasma Purifier, Teklo, Plasma Pistol to remove dragons, try to prevent, just this board full overflow is a very successful strategy we could have.
Does Merrick Kemp start Induction Chamber against regular Dromai, or is he starting Induction Chamber grabbing Purifier of Spark of Genius because he knows Matthew Vore is on a more defensive list?
That's a good question. I think that would be one fantastic question to ask.
He definitely knows his archetype. At this point, at the top tables, Merrick's undefeated. He's seen Matthew Vore sitting next to him. He's heard about this Dromai is fatiguing people.
Yep.
He knows that Matthew Vore is
on
is
more of
playing
a
this
fatigue
archetype.
strategy.
And
Exactly.
I want to clarify, Merrick is X1, not XO.
Indeed. The only round he's lost was to Michael Fang on the previous round. He's beaten some great players as well on his way up here. In fact, yesterday we watched Dylan Samuels on Katsu win a nail-biter of a game against a Bravo. One of Dylan's only losses on this tournament was actually to Merrick Kemp. So you may be looking at this meta and thinking it's a Lexi show, but Merrick's just saying, hey, Dash has tools too. We just got a bunch of them, so let's see if we can put a couple of those to good use. But he's going to stare down some Ash Wings in the resolution here of Rake the Embers.
Got to talk about Matthew Vore's list. So no Tome of the Imperial Flame, which is why the deck build has sort of the range to add the yellows and the blues. Yes. So Tome of the Imperial Flame, very, very powerful card, but very, very restrictive in deck building, at least theoretically. That's why we've seen all these Dromais be so red heavy, so aggressive. But Matthew Vore has opted to not play that card and has a bit more yellows, a bit more blues, a bit more big dragons in the deck. Double Rake the Embers is a very strong start.
Yeah, I would say so. Just having perpetual board states in the form of Ash Wings is incredibly valuable, especially against a Pauper light deck like Merrick is running here, where we're not necessarily running this critical mass of 6s. So you're going to have to spend the resources and the action points to remove them. But look at this, playing out another Spark of Genius to go and grab the next piece of the puzzle. It's a very controlling game plan, and it's most likely going to be another Plasma Purifier.
Merrick Kemp really does find those Sparks of Geniuses on stream really quick. You didn't see that. Hey, we are assembling the item endgame here with speed. And you see Matthew Vore laughing as well.
Have you shockwaved many Lexis for the New Horizon or no?
Not this tournament, actually.
Interesting.
Trying to figure out how many New Horizons he's exploded against the Lexi heavy field. And he said, not many, maybe 2 or 3 this go around. And there's going to be no draw off this because we did not boost on this turn. So we are simply just going and getting the item for the value that it provides, and the value is great, but so is this. Invoke Chromai is going to bring out Chromai. It is not Ash neutral. We are giving up an Ash to play this, but this is a fantastic one to play around some amount of poppers, and there are a few most likely lurking in the deck. Not as many as you would expect, but we do see a couple pop up as we look through the list, and that's the sticking point. Are those going to come at key moments? This is not necessarily one of those key moments where you need it.
Steven, looking at Worlds, do you think the Dromai list will be more oriented towards Tome of the Imperial Flame and be these red line versions, or do you think that this version that Matthew Vore has brought to the tournament here at the Calling, Dallas Fort Worth, is potentially the correct pick for that metagame?
If you're asking me which will be more prevalent,
it will be better. We'll say better.
The Tome of Imperial Flame Dromai. That will be more prevalent. Which is better? It really depends on what takes the place of Lexi as she rotates out. And I would also say how some of these other heroes sort of react to it. Probably, and I hate to say this because it's the version that I've played less of, Big Dragon Dromai with more blues in play and more just threats that you can play. Now, this is one of those fun cards that we saw yesterday come into play and was a sort of a must-block card.
Their whole team is on it, by the way.
Pursuit of Knowledge is a blue 2 cost 4 attack. If it hits and it's pushing that breakpoint, you just get to draw 5 cards. It's just 5 intellect.
Yep, from Arcane Rising. Seen this card played a lot because we've seen both. I saw Chris Ayali playing it. We've seen Alexander Vore play it. Now we see Matthew Vore playing. We saw Matthew Vore play it as well earlier. So their entire team is actually on this blue.
And I like this because if you're thinking about what Dromai needs to do, it needs to, in a lot of cases, build Ash. And one of the things that Mara Ferris did for Dromai very early on with the aggressive side of things is play 2-cost, 6-attack attacks that allowed you to pitch 2 reds into them, or in a lot of cases, a red and then Flamescale Furnace, so 2 reds in that respect, to play out the turn and generate Ash. She called them sort of Ash-generating cards. They were attacks that threatened either just 6 damage or some sort of an on-hit, and generated Ash on the back end. And this is essentially what you can do with something like a Pursuit of Knowledge, wherein you're paying 2. In this case, we pitched a blue, but you're paying 2 to generate Ash and threaten an on-hit.
Pursuit of Knowledge has been an interesting card for a long time. Just hasn't really found its way into more defensive decks, is where you think it would be played. Just because of that 2 value in the bottom right.
Yeah.
The effect, no one would deny, is extremely powerful. Initially, when Arcane Rising debuted, this card was played a lot with Pummel, but if you played Classic Constructed back in the days of Arcane Rising, I mean, every single deck, I think, had Pummel in it. You had aggro ninja decks with Pummel. I mean, everybody was Command & Conquer pummeling each other.
Pursuit of Knowledge was a card that I actually considered and tested out in the first iteration of my Fatigue Briar list back in June, July, leading up into August, before Charles Dunn sent Briar off into the sunset and basically pushed me off that deck because I couldn't bring it to an event like this. It eventually came out because, like you said, 2 blocks are not as good as 3 blocks. And I have been told I have access to the Telestrator, which means I can circle things. Oh, no, maybe I can't. I don't know.
Really interesting to see the 2 permanent-based heroes in Flesh and Blood go head-to-head here. Items assembled for Merrick. Dragons here for Matthew Vore. Third Rake the Embers coming down. I mean, this is representing a lot of damage, gaining Matthew Vore a lot of tempo because each dragon is going to take one of those pistol shots, which can hit for 2, but also can hit for a lot more of those purifiers on the board.
Exactly.
So this is like the Rake the Embers, Rake the Embers, Rake the Embers against action point poor heroes, which is not necessarily Dash, to be honest, is the high roll of what used to be Dromai. The pre-Tome of Imperial Flame decks, against Bravo, Olden, things like that. If they got those Rake the Embers out early, they were very, very favored in those matchups. It was kind of how they could get away without doing like some crazy endgame, but we see just how powerful it can be in general. I mean, that card it's so swingy with this many Aether Ashwings. Like Merrick has to find a popper, and if Matthew Vore lands a Chromai, then he needs 2. So I think Matthew Vore looking for Chromai here, actually.
Yeah, exactly. I want to highlight that previous play because we saw the payment of the 1 red here to play Rake the Embers, and then the activation of Flamescale Furnace there to pay for the 2 cost. This is exactly what we're talking about. Working on this axis of being able to generate 3 resources to play out a big attack that also generates Ash, but now we have to talk about the elephant in the room.
Game right here, because he's going to be able to swing the pistol many times, right? Going to clear multiple Ashwings. I'm assuming we're going to the Ashwings with the pistol, but this is a way that you can swing your pistol many times in a turn, each for 2 instances, to actually get rid of these Ashwings. Without a high octane this turn, Merrick was in deep trouble, was going to need to draw poppers. Flicker trick from Matthew Vore here.
This means we now have 2 action points after we've boosted here, thanks to the benefit of high octane. You can see he's indicating that right there. The next boost will build up an action point as well, as long as, of course, we hit a Mechanologist off the top of the deck, which the deck is built to do. Let's see if he boosts Twin Drive.
Wow.
Now this is huge, but it boosts away 2 great cards. Payload is a great end-game card, and it boosts away another copy of High Octane, but we are up to 4 action points now. We just need the resources to load this pistol that many times. We already have 2 of them. So assuming that this is a yellow in hand, which I didn't pay attention to catch, it looks like it's either a yellow or a blue, we will be more than happy to fire this pistol many times.
You may continue.
Tomultai in hand for Matthew Vore as well.
Trying to find a die to use to load up the pistol. And let's see, he's loaded up the pistol once. We know we have 4 action points to work with. He's going to use both Plasma
Purifiers off.
He's going face.
I mean, definitely not killing dragons with that.
I mean, looking at the board, that's an aggressive amount of dragons.
I mean, this is a choice, right? Like, this is a critical choice where Merrick was at least on board in front of us to our potentially unknowing eyes. It looks like you have a choice between going face and killing dragons. maybe for a more experienced player on Dash, there really isn't a choice. It's basically made for you. Maybe Merrick has to go face here in order to win the matchup, but not what I was thinking would happen.
Well, I will say this. Look at the life totals. 33, and that was right before that, or this was after that first pistol connected. 33 to 15. Dromai is so good at walling up and defending and then playing out a single card. And when you have this many dragons, you can either choose to take away the value here, or you can try to get life parity. And that's really the hard question that you have to answer. And yes, this is a numbers game. But when you start including things like permanence, your numbers go everywhere. Because this Ashwing can represent 1 damage, or if it stays for 2, it can represent 2. The value engine that you now have to do these calculations for is wildly just messed with. So the decision points become a lot harder for the person playing against the permanent board of Ashwings.
Merrick showcasing why he is a master of this deck. Oh my goodness, another high octane.
That is
maybe not playing it on the next turn, but gonna stack counters on those induction chambers and those plasma purifiers in the turn cycle after that one. Maybe we go to another big high octane turn in which we might actually be putting some pressure on Matthew Vore here.
Yeah, we might see a choice of maybe a boost attack going face, and then maybe we try to clear dragons with a little bit of advantage just out of value necessity, or we just completely go face and try to get these life totals back to parity.
It's actually a fascinating game in terms of what is the highest value line, how long will the game last, etc. And Merrick is really kind of one of the only players that can answer that question, being such a master of this deck.
Yeah.
I'm actually just, I'm the student here. I'm watching a master at work. I mean, this is awesome.
He's going to boost here. This is going to reveal 2 cards from hand. He can snipe a card if 2 is revealed. The deck he has a 2 in hand, but he doesn't have to reveal it because we've only boosted twice here. The Pulse Wave Harpoon is going to not grab any of these because they are 3 blocks. So we dance around this. We don't have to care if we are a Mat 4. Nevertheless, he is going to chuck a card in front of it to save some value overall. We see a Sweeping Blow, we see a Billowing Mirage, and we see a 2-cost Pursuit of Knowledge that is basically a have to respect type card.
Yeah, I think you just need to facilitate attacking with multiple, all these Ashwings, right? That's Matthew Vore's number 1 is survive and attack with my massive board. And Merrick's game plan is kill you before you can do that. Apply enough pressure, you have to block out of hand. Fascinating game, actually. Honestly, this is the most interesting game we've seen all weekend. There is so much nuance that's going on right now. It's not exactly clear when you first look at the board state and you think about, this. We have dragons versus items, but the line that Merrick is taking, he has made a choice that there is one way to win this game, and he's to us, the people that might not be Dash Masters. It looks like a gamble. But the question is, will that pay off? Maybe Merrick's just done the math. Maybe he's played this before. He knows the match, but it is fascinating. There's a popper.
Very key big shot popper right there. That is there's one of a few in the deck, and he draws it at an absolute key moment with an 11 life deficit, but a 3-card plus arsenal hand.
High octane, baby.
Yep, this is the time where you're just going to keep going. And it's going to ask the question of Matthew of how can you defend most effectively. We know that Tomultai was used to block earlier. It's not necessarily a play line you can take. Your opponent's already at 11. They're playing a very fast-paced game. We don't need to necessarily play for this super late in-game cycling play. Maybe we have remembrances in the deck thinking we would go there. Maybe they muck up our hand, but look, here it starts. Boosting 0 to 60. 4 go again, 2 action points. I think Matthew's now weighing his options as well. I think he's realizing this game is not going late. This is not a third cycle game
for the ages. There is a lot that's going on here. Fascinating to.
This is so exciting. You took your jacket off
because I'm sweating.
Yeah, you're feeling it too. 4 zipper hit yellow coming across. 3 action points. Floating 1, we have 1 card left in hand, so we can reload things. He's going to,
blue.
He's going for it. He's going to activate both plasma purifiers, take off the steam counters. He's going to send the pistol for 4.
Wow.
2 action points left. So 12 damage on the face of it. But look, there's arcane damage aplenty in the hand of Matt. Maybe Matt's seeing this game's not going for much longer. I need to put something on the board that they have to either respect with Achilles Accelerator and pitching away their cards, or I need to send damage and damage quick.
I think it's the latter. I think Merrick is actually the beatdown now. You just need to be able to attack with those 6 Ash Wings you have on the board, like 1 arcane damage here and there. You have 6 on the board just waiting to go. You just need to keep at least 1 card to be able to facilitate that. But Merrick, I mean, look at the pressure.
This is the perfect keep, though. He's keeping the arcane damage, which is damage that has to be respected in a different way off of pitching into it.
Merrick had a red 2.
He's going to float 2. He's going to pay the 2 to reload. And fire away. That's the last action point.
Points, right?
Correct.
I believe he has 1. Maybe he has 1 after this.
Take 1.
11. And then I'll use Achilles to gain action.
He's going to pop.
Arcane damage as well, like you talked about. Arcane Barrier has now left the building for Merrick, correct?
But this is the perfect play, though, because the card kept in hand has burned them all. A 0-cost red that activates all of the Ash Wings, and it starts the inexorable tide march towards decay because we no longer have Arcane Barrier.
Please don't have a popper.
Please don't have a popper.
Does he draw into one of the few in the deck? There's not many. Payload is gone. At least 1 payload is gone. Big Shot 1 was used earlier. Let's see if he has another one in hand. It doesn't look like he does.
One of those red throttles as well, I believe, would be a popper. I think we might have a blue throttle in hand. 1 is Parcel Life Harpoon. Zipper hit, 0 to 60. I think the last card is a blue throttle.
I think that is a blue. And so there's no popper available.
Yes. Blue throttle.
So this is a key moment. How is he going to deal with the next 2 turns? This game is over in 2 turns.
Yeah, Matthew Vore wills it, and and so it is. No popper in hand for Merrick.
What is the
on the back foot too? Because Merrick doesn't have. I don't know, to be honest, but Merrick doesn't have counters on the items, right? Because that's a huge investment. That's an entire blue, right? Yeah. So Merrick, Dash sometimes with these items can be sort of a peak and valley here a little bit as you spend them and then you build them back up. Sometimes you build them back up the same turn, but without counters on it, drastically limits what Merrick can do on his turn, unless we see something like a twin drive, max velocity. So
he takes everything because he's going to full send on this turn. He's going to load everything up. No, he's going to start by Zipper Hit, boosting away.
He's got the Pulse Wave Harpoon in hand, something to keep in mind. And we said 0 to 60 as well, so we'll have boosted twice when we get to the Pulse Wave Harpoon.
The key point is how many resources he keeps available because he wants to load what he can and send this pistol at least twice.
It's 4 to 2.
Oh, but there's a Sigil of Solace. Okay, that could be a key piece. No, it's not a Sigil of Solace. It's a pursuit of knowledge.
And that's very different. That's pretty much antithetical to
far
Sigil.
Worse.
Yeah, because it blocks for 2.
Now you could just chuck it here along. No, he's just gonna say, "Show me what you have." But that's a dangerous play to make. Because we know that this resource can be used for Foundry Heart to get 2 resources off the top, and then that coupled with whatever else, we can maybe load this pistol and try to send it over. We have a full grip plus the arsenal. We don't know what the arsenal is.
Dust up, okay.
Block 4 with armor.
Block 4 with armor.
Key block here.
Matthew Vore keeping that around for this exact scenario.
And he had to take this damage, otherwise the value on Arcanite Skullcap would have only been 1.
Oh, the Arcanite Skullcap is an oldie but a goodie. The dance.
That's a smart dance as well, because if you are just, risk adjacent, like risk averse, then you only get 1 value off of this. And the break of the chain means that you get another value off of it as well.
We have a blue, though, for Merrick Kemp, so we're going to activate that.
Gets his 2 resources, and he should have 4 total. Yeah, 4. That gives him the resources to load, fire, load again.
Wow.
So 8 more damage.
You've got to present lethal. You've got to take cards out of hand. Merrick understands that.
These players are playing
Look at that
incredibly
extra
fast
blue.
and
What that
furious.
did. The extra blue is 8.
Yeah, total.
More damage.
It is. If we assumed that was a red, I thought that was a red. But it
So if
being
it was
a
a red
blue
zero-
is huge.
Yeah. If it was a red 0 to 60, would it be the same? Because red is just going to be 4.
Yeah, you would play it out, and
Yeah,
it would
it'd
boost
be-
away. You would play it out. You had the same lineup available to it. In this case, though, you're preserving a card, but at this state, you don't even care. Now, how many cards are in Matt's hand right now? Is he on full grip right now? I think he's given up something, yeah? No, I don't think he has. He gave up the equipment. I think he's on a full grip of cards, which means he sees 8 damage, and he just, on the face of it, says,
Right.
okay, how do I block 8 or even block 7 and then send what I can send, because my opponent's at 4. I have way too many dragons.
4 with skull cap.
There's the block 4, and then let's see what he does here.
Chain, load, 4.
4 again.
He could just do it again. 3 block plus the flame scale.
Oh, man, I wish I could see the cards in Vore's hand. We know one is a Pursuit of Knowledge. It's the only one I remembered. Yeah, the Arsenal card is also critically seen. Invoke Azalea.
And he has the Ash for it, so if we can just send this and then send Azalea, we're stacking up 2 points of Arcane with Burn Them All.
I don't think Merrick can come back from
Goes
that.
to 1. Dangerous place to be, but I think he may just have too much, and it really depends here, too.
Popper.
A Billowing. Create another Ashwing if he chooses.
Merrick needs a Popper, right? That's it. He has it. He has the...
Well, he has to block this out completely as well.
That's fine. We can do that.
No, 100%.
Okay,
He has to give
but
him the card.
we drew the Popper.
Yeah.
We have maximum velocity. That like if we don't have a Popper, we die this turn.
No, 1,000%. He has. Wait, I think he also drew a Throttle. It could be red Throttle, so we have double Popper turn. Adaptive Plating could be used here to sacrifice, just get rid of this Plasma Purifier as a just last-ditch effort, block 3.
Here's the Invoke Azalea coming down. Thinking about it. Is he worried about... Is he now thinking, do I lose this game if Merrick pops?
I think you have to put it down. You have to send it, and even if it gets popped, you put your opponent to 1 because of the Arcane. At the very least, they play a 2-card hand. If they're stuck on reds, well, they're giving up a blue. They would never be stuck on reds here.
Wow.
He doesn't play it. He just sends the Ashwing and says, show me the Popper now. You take 1 Arcane guaranteed.
Yep.
Now, the nice thing about this is if you can survive your next turn, you have a 0-cost card in Arsenal, guaranteed.
Yes.
So you have the board to go as well.
So do you put Merrick on having to have the Popper back-to-back in this scenario?
And that actually might be the really good play, too. And he may have to not Arsenal and just try to do this off of 1 so that he can have another Popper because of this exact danger.
0 to 60 for 4. Critical breakpoint here.
Do we have defense reaction? Yes, we do. We have a Sink Below in hand.
Oh, my goodness.
That's the exact answer you need right there. Or you have to give Flame Scale.
One more on Flame Scale Furnace. One more block.
He's chuckling. Do you pitch this to shoot 1 pistol for 2? There's no way.
Well, if you... So could you Arsenal it, play for the 5... Play for the 4 card after you pop with a Popper? Do you just stay for
I don't think you could draw into another Popper. If you drew another Popper, you would be just so far ahead.
I
don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to keep it. No, it's a Throttle. It was a blue Throttle. That's right. He popped with Max V. He didn't have a double Popper hand.
Not even looking.
Now, decision points. Do you load
to be
here,
fair,
float 1?
Yeah, I think that putting the card in Arsenal is would have been Clifford to kind of loading up the items potentially as well.
There you go.
Yep.
Goes up to 2. Now he can reload here, reload here, fire.
It's Popper or bust for this game, right?
Yeah.
Popper or bust.
It's literally down to what he draws off the top of the deck. All the math, everything you think. This is going to put him to 1, guaranteed.
2 Arcane, 2 physical.
No. Expedite. 0 to...
Didn't draw it. Is there any way he can survive off of the back of maybe a block on Adaptive, a block on Teklo? Can he get there? He goes to 1 no matter what. This is so many Ashwings.
Yeah, surely not. You're
going to have to give a card. No, there's no way. He closes it out. What a crazy game. And Merrick goes to 9-2, still sitting very pretty at the top of the leaderboard, but now he's got some company up there.
I think we both had good
Matt Vore picks it up at 9-2 on a Dromai list that not a lot of people are playing.
It was a Dromai, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. But you got one at one point. I just killed it.
What a fantastic pivot. That's a deck that is predicated on playing and fatiguing your opponent. But recognizing that, hey, if we're playing this fast, I can put out damage too. And you know what? Sometimes when you draw lucky and you draw all the Rake the Embers, you can just ride that to the sunset.
Yeah, Steven, I don't know what to say. I'm in awe. That was one of the best games of Flesh and Blood I've ever seen.
That was one of those scenarios where you look at that game play out, and it almost throws Flesh and Blood in the way that we think about it out the window a little bit. Because you can sit there and you could try to do value calculations, but you look at how variable some of those moments are, some of those value calculations are. Ash Wings versus not. Boosting versus not. Pistols versus going face. Ash Wings face. Like, there are so many little decision points that affect everything after that. The decision trees start branching just almost infinitely. It is a literal house of cards that can just be analyzed and overanalyzed. That is a fascinating game.
Yeah, I'm actually at a loss for words after that match. Like, it's just so interesting to see people that have put so much time into these heroes, true specialists, play them in front of us in a way that you know that you can trust that they're making the right decision, right? It's just,
even if you look back and you go, okay, there's an inconsistency there. Like, I would imagine if we had them both sit down and talk through that entire game, they'd be like, what if I did this? What if I did that? But the point is that both players had very concise real-time game plans, and they shifted over time, and they pivoted, and it was very high level, just from top to bottom. It was just scintillating is the word that comes to mind. You could sit back and you could analyze that game forever, and honestly, I wouldn't mind it. That would be fantastic. Did you say we might be able to go grab them?
Merrick is on a bathroom break, and Matthew wants to talk to his team before he gets interviewed about the deck.
I can understand that. That is fantastic.
Makes sense.
Play.
When you have a deck like that, so just putting myself in Matthew's shoes as much as I can, because Matthew's much better than me. Just maybe he doesn't want to come on, leak all of the, because it is an atypical Dromai deck at this point, leak all the tech before Matthew himself or his teammates have to go into top 8 and compete with that deck. So it's not a 3-day event. So usually Tier 4 events, like, that's when it gets really tricky, is because it's a Tier 4 event, 3-day event. Basically, as top 8 is played on the 3rd day, you have an entire night to play test against your opponent's deck list. But still, nevertheless, like, that is a Dromai. I don't know if anybody else is playing that Dromai list outside of his teammates. They're all in the pursuit of knowledge. But, yeah, I think a good choice from Matthew Vore there. I mean, the person that I really want to talk to be honest, is Merrick, because Merrick made a choice there. And
yes,
that changed the tonality of the game. Like, Merrick could have, there was an option, or at least there appeared to be an option to us, potentially the ignorant, that killing an Ashwing there would have been an option. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe that was always a losing game plan. Maybe Merrick knows that if he gets triple rake the Embers, you're not clearing those dragons. It's just too slow. It would take too many turns, right? You can't run a 0 to 60 into an Ashwing. No. You lose too much value. It was a fantastic. I mean, that was one of the most baller moves I've ever seen in a game of Flesh and Blood.
I appreciate you holding back your word choices there, because I know you well enough to know you have some real powerful words you might have gone for there, and that was quite baller indeed. That was incredible, because, and honestly, you could probably hear it if you listen back to us. Both of us sort of got a little bit of a whiplash the moment he decided to go face on that.
Because you knew what that meant. It was like, I don't know. As soon as he did that, you was like, there's only one way Merrick's playing this game now.
Yeah.
And it changed everything.
But they both recognized it in that moment. I feel the moment that High Octane connects for 4 action points, and then you send all 4 pistols off of Plasma Purifier up top to the dome, 12 damage. It's like, okay, this is no longer going to the 2nd, 3rd cycle. Remembrances were the wrong choice for this matchup. It's time to play.
So the funny thing is that we would sit here and be like, oh, he made, I mean, this is what's intriguing to me about these game plans and talking to these high-level players. We're thinking like, oh, there was a choice, he decided to go face. But often with these players, they will know, based off feel, playtesting, experience, etc., that there actually isn't a choice.
Right.
And that's what's fascinating, is that these specialists, I mean, they just make the correct decision, because what looks to be correct on board and contextual is not always the best decision.
Here, why don't
here we have Matthew Vore.
Hop on my headset and talk through what your experience was that game.
Hello, Matthew. Congratulations on your win. I know you did talk to your team a little bit. You're on a bit of an atypical Dromai list, which I think is awesome, by the way. So I don't want. I know that both you, I think, and your brother may be live for top 8 at this point. So I'm gonna keep it pretty pedestrian on the questions. I just want to ask you, first of all, everybody looks at Bright Lights. They see Tome of the Imperial Flame. They go, "That's how I'm gonna build my deck." You didn't do that. Just walk me through a little bit of the thought process behind that.
So there's a few reasons why we don't run Tome. Shocker, none of us, on our team were playing Tome. Is one, we thought the sacrifice of giving up the helmet is like too great of a cost to just have the Tome deck. And two, we felt like a lot of time, like the decks that we were coming up with, a lot of the times you ended up playing Tome and the hands just weren't good enough for it not being a blocking card. And like one of the arguments is like you just arsenal it against Lexi. But I mean, I don't know which Lexis they're playing against, but they're just every arrow is an on hit. You can't do anything for the most part. So like we just, instead of going more on the attack, we went more on the defensive, running Skullcap into Lexi as well as stop more breakpoints that way. And you like they always have to set up, like if their 4 cards versus your 4 cards, you're usually winning. So you just need to be able to like try and get them down to the 4 cards, which is why the higher level players, for all you Lexi players out there, they try and go through their turn and always have an arsenal or 2 arsenals, so you can't block that much damage and you get on hits through that way. So
yeah, some of the rhetoric I hear around Tome of Imperial Flame is specifically directed at the Dromai mirror and how impactful that card can be in the mirror. How do you feel with this list against other Dromais that are playing Tome of the Imperial Flame?
I think you're definitely at a slight disadvantage, obviously, which is why we added some other tech cards in the matchups, which are like the Contrabands as well help a lot, as well as Blue Pursuit. And honestly, I think people are sleeping on Pursuit and Dromai in general.
Chris Iali posted on Twitter. He's like, I need 3 Pursuits.
I think it's one of the best cards in the deck. Like you attack Lexi, they got to give you 2 cards if they don't have the gloves anymore. I've been attacking Bravos, they give me all their armor and stuff like that. So like, honestly, I think even the Tome deck should be running Pursuit. I mean, I don't know, it's just insane. So those are our 2 like trying to catch up mechanisms. And like I said before, like they're kind of like all in on the Tome. So if they have a bad Tome hand and they don't play like 3 dragons against you in the mirror, like you're still usually ahead. You have multiple ways to get back in. You're running we're basically running every single dragon that isn't the 6th one. I forget his name. Vince Erikai, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. So extrapolating to the World Championships here in Barcelona in a few weeks, with Lexi leaving the meta, how do you feel about potential builds for Dromai, and what do you take into considerations for heroes that might emerge in the metagame that would give you trouble? And do you think that those heroes give more trouble to the Tome of the Imperial Flame red list or your list? Like, short answer, because I know I asked a bunch of questions in one. What list do you think is better positioned for the World Championship, and why?
I'm going to probably go with the Tome deck because just the general consensus that I've seen is like the ninjas are going to come back as long as, Iceland. Icelander's kind of the big question mark. How bad will the ninjas come back? But if the ninjas come back in force, I think, you can't just really like block them out. And things like one card we're playing is Flicker Trick. It like sometimes you just lose the game because you're like, oh, Flicker Trick, Surging Strike for 5 and, Ancestral, lose the game basically. So I think going forward, and the reason we also didn't want to concede matchups like I felt like the Tome deck's much worse than the decks like Azalea and Icelander opposed to our deck. So if those, I don't know how to, you don't need as many blues and stuff with, if Icelander's gone, for example. So, if Icelander and Lexi LL, then Tome's definitely the way to go because you have a more chance of aggro and you're not losing points against, Icelander. In our opinion, Lexi as well. I think the Tome deck's worse.
Makes sense. So talk to me about the last game. So Merrick Kemp was able to get out items quite early, find the Spark of Genius, but you found Rake the Embers quite quickly. 3 Rake the Embers, had a huge Aether Ashwing board state. Merrick Kemp plays High Octane and sends the pistol face. From our position, from the high-level view, from the caster view, from potentially the ignorant view, it looked like Merrick had a choice, right? He had a choice to go for the Aether Ashwing, clear off the High Octane turn, but he decided to go face. Do you think that Merrick had a choice, or was face always the best decision?
I think in his situation, it was always the right decision because he chose double Purifier in the start, and the best turns in the game for Dasher with Purifiers out and High Octane, and it gets to the point, especially against the Tome decks, another downside, because I know I talked to him briefly and he said he beat 2 Tome Dromais, and I see how that strategy would easily kind of just kill the Dromais, especially if they cut their 0 for 4 D-reacts, which obviously you saw I didn't. But with the addition of more 2 blocks and stuff, like the extra skull cap value and wave and stuff like that, I was able to essentially live on 1, which everyone saw. So every point mattered that game, and I needed as much health as I could get. So if he's playing against one of the Tome decks and all of a sudden he needed to block his whole hand like I was doing at the end, and he has Tome in his hand, all of a sudden he's just dead, right? So
yeah, absolutely. Do you think that Merrick, prior to coming into this match, had maybe gotten a bit of a whisper or knew what archetype you're on? Because that's the thing about you exist at these top tables. You're X and 2. You've been there for a while. Your team is all on this list. People probably know pairing into you in round 11 and round 12 that you're on not the normal Dromai list.
Yes. So another downside, like if he's just trying to fatigue, like the fatigue route, usually they try and get like, especially since I started double rake, like you would think he would get a chamber instead.
Mhm.
But the way he played leads me to believe that he didn't even put another chamber in the matchup. I think he's all in on like Purifier, high octane OTKU basically, because like you saw in that one turn where he boosted with twin drive and broke the boots and shot the pistol, I don't know, like 7 times or 6 times. That's just an insane like 40-30 damage turn. So it's I mean, I got lucky to, like I said, to start with all the rakes, and he didn't have poppers early, so he was so low that I could basically just scam him with arcane.
Yeah, to be honest, and I haven't said it to you yet, but sitting here in the booth, and I think a lot of the chat agrees, I think that was probably the best game of Flesh and Blood I've ever seen. To be honest, like it wasn't the longest game of Flesh and Blood I've ever seen. Sometimes we get these marathon matches, like at Pro Tour Baltimore, 2-hour Dromai match, and those are entertaining. But in terms for second to second excitement. And when Merrick commits to face, you have this huge Aether Ashwing board. You keep back the Azalea. You have the burn them all and the arcane damage. The Achilles has been popped. I mean, that was an intense matchup.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and for any like new viewers at home, I think that really shows like the potential of both the decks. I'm looking at Dash for maybe the World Championships. I'm not sure if Dash or Dash.io, but I think Dash.io is also slept on right now. It just like shows the insane power of Mech. Everyone's like, oh, the set wasn't that affected by the new set, but I mean, look at Merrick. He's barely dropped his second game just now, but I mean, undefeated for like 10 rounds, I think, or 9 rounds. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tome of the Imperial Flame as well in Dromai. It's such an interesting card too, because I remember Hayden played Dromai in Taipei, and he was talking to me specifically about that card and how much it impacted deck building and the gameplay, and how much he didn't enjoy it, and how he thought that it was maybe a trap, and like this build might have been the correct build. And I remember I saw this and I was like, this is it. And also the Cadaverous. I mean, it's so fascinating. I want to zone back in on Icelander as we look at the World Championship.
Yep.
Does it have room to come back? Because it is better into Tome of the Imperial Flame, better into the red line list, if people stay on that. But Lexi is probably the biggest thing keeping it down, and this weekend it barely showed up. It had one of the worst conversion rates out of any hero that showed up as well. But Icelander is a serious hero in Flesh and Blood in terms of like raw power, value, etc. How do you think it shows with the World Champs?
Oh, Icelander?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's really well positioned. I agree with you. I think she's slept on. I agree with everyone that the Lexi matchup's not great because, like, with the addition, like, they can kind of tech for you with, like, the inertia tokens, the tomes, and the sedation shots. And you kind of just, like, play non-games if you don't get Channel Lake early on and stuff. But I feel people are underrating how they're, like, more fair decks, like the ninjas and stuff. Just like I think Lexi's, like, a tier above everyone else. And then all the other tiers below them, like their matchup into Icelander is not great. That's why the Icelanders probably just played a bunch of Lexis and lost, obviously. But I mean, basically every deck that's not Lexi, you should be afraid of Icelander, I think.
And you said something earlier. I'm not going to let you get away with it. You said Dash.io. You're preparing for the World Championships, obviously a major tournament in Flesh and Blood, a lot on the line. So you don't have to give us too much, but just give me a little bit of spice. Give me a taste. What are we talking about when we say Dash.io is playable at World Championships?
I mean, she's just powerful. I think people are overlooking her. I'm surprised I didn't see it in his list, or an old card that, Dash used to run, which was Tome of Fyendel. So you can cheat action points with the crank off the top or just the Achilles Accelerator by itself. And you can have some insane, like Merrick showed, like with the pistol plan.
Yeah.
But now imagine if you didn't have to pay any resources for the pistol and you just had 6 counters on it and you had a high octane. So you don't have to pay anything. You play a bunch of 0 boost cards or, a twin drive if you want to play that, or throttles and stuff like that, and you just shoot the pistol for 2 a bunch of times. It's not 4, but, it's free, so.
Spicy. Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, when we talk about tournaments in Flesh and Blood, a calling versus World Championships, the stakes are wildly different. It's going to be a new meta, and if players have been brewing with these Bright Lights heroes like Dash.io, or maybe just some older heroes in Flesh and Blood that are going to come back into the mold, I mean, there is a non-zero argument to keep some of those lists back for the World Champs. Like, if you've got something spicy, that's where you're going to debut it.
I don't have anything that spicy yet, but I will say me and Chris have been working on Dash.io, and honestly, we've been impressed, like really impressed with the numbers of just pure aggro races. I think the main concern with her is like, how do you beat the more mid-range heroes who are willing to block you out, and then just like the heroes that might just try and full fatigue you, like for example Bravo. So I think in the aggro mirror, she's like one of the best heroes in the game. Just no disruption and stuff like that. But she struggles into the slower decks, I think. So
I love that play group that you guys have with her. You, Chris Iali, your brother, Tyler Horswell. You all like to cook. I remember we were at Pro Tour Baltimore, and we were in the lobby after the tournament, and these guys are just ripping Kano matches up until like 2, 3 a.m.
Yeah, I think Kano's a slept-on hero too. my brother was like the first like Outbreak deck, and it's like I remember you guys were playing at the PT as well, and everyone's like, "What does Kano do?" I'm like, "I've been knowing what Kano's been doing for months."
Can I tell you a story about your brother?
Yeah, sure.
So I used to run an online webcam-based Flesh and Blood tournament called the Flesh and Blood Gauntlet.
Yep.
Where every week we would put up a box or a case and we would cast them. Me and Dante Delfico. It was like very grassroots, very Discord.
Yep.
Your brother, I swear to God, would show up every week and he'd put his phone in portrait mode, looking down at a piece of printer paper like this, and he would use Nerf darts for his tuna counter.
I have seen a clip of that. It's very funny.
And every single week, he would not upgrade his setup. And he was always winning, so we had to show him.
Yeah, I mean, Kano was underrated in Blitz back then, too. I mean, we see how he got multiple bans in a row. And the funny thing is, a fun fact is, my brother was playing for the World Championships, was playing Kano and Blitz with no Stormstriders.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it was some crazy things, like even like now, like Red Emerald Golding, things that like were really slept on back then, but like people are playing now. But people underrate like Emerald Scolding for 7, Waning Moon for 3. I was like, I'll take it all, Kano Blazing, you're just dead.
10 damage. Well, Matthew, I appreciate you coming on and sharing all that knowledge with us. Honestly, one of the best matches of Flesh and Blood I've ever seen. It was a pleasure to watch, a pleasure to cast, and it was a pleasure to talk with you here in the interview. I wish you the best for the World Championships, and I can't wait to see what your play group brings to that tournament.
Thank you.
All right, man. Off to a break for us.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first Flesh and Blood World Champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together, and oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this. Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers.
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing-Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the 3rd time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
7. I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Bravant, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Tech Levasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius inventor with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
There's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend all limits.
The future will be bright.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to the last round of Swiss here in Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm Tanner Garcia, Stephen Cook, or DM Armada, as we like to call him. And oh boy, we got a match for you now. It is a Lexi mirror, and I know that we've been trying to avoid those, and some people might have to, but this is one of the matches that actually matters that's left in the tournament. A lot of our top 8 is already settled, and this is one of the ones that still has top 8 implications on the line. It still has players that are live to make it in this top 8. So we're going to be seeing a lot of arrows getting thrown at each other in a very high-stakes match.
Yeah, it's also one of those scenarios where if we're looking at the bracket, there are a lot of losses that have been doled out at that top of the break. And so we were looking down those feature match areas, and we're looking at tables, and we're going, hey, they have losses to this person, this person. It got to be like this web of just like tiebreakers that is sort of hard to parse through. So
yeah,
this was one of those matches that we can maybe go and reach in and see, hey, this could be one that could make or break, win and end for someone.
Absolutely. Whenever you have like a little bit of a tighter tournament and they start happening this way, these players have played each other already in the tournament, so they have to kind of, it makes the pairings get a little weird at times. The breakers can get a little weird, so we'll have to see exactly how it shakes out. But that's going to be, you know what, look, I need a little bit of an energy boost here. Let's
crack it up.
Crack a cold one, get a little bit of energy boost.
Behind the curtain a little bit, you are a lover of the V8 energy drink.
Are we going to do a free ad here? Yeah, it's free ads.
Sponsored.
Not sponsored. V8 energy drink. I am free for a sponsorship if they are watching, so they're not. They also don't respond to their Twitter account because I have tried for years to get sponsored by this place.
Well, that would be that'd be pretty awesome. But what also would be pretty awesome is this Lexi mirror. It is Michael versus Jake. Let's go ahead and jump down into the arena as we start the final round here of Swiss. And here we are. It's Lexi v. Lexi. It's Jake versus Michael. Jake is sitting at 8-3, and depending on where those losses came, we are live for a possible berth into the top 8. But Michael is sitting pretty and just needs to win out here to avoid his own maybe catastrophe within breakers. He's most likely sitting pretty comfortably, being 9-2 into the last round, and a last round loss doesn't necessarily hurt you nearly as much as early rounds.
It takes away the assurance, right? Like as of right now, he's in the top 8. We're gonna win. We get that out of the way. We're locked in. Maybe even the number 1 seed possibly going in, or one of the top seeds going into the top 8. If he loses, stuff gets a little uncertain.
That's exactly.
You start to sweat a little bit. You got to worry a little bit. So Michael wants to just get this out of the way, get the win, get it done. But standing in his way, Jake is trying to battle in for one of those last 7th or 8th place slots, most likely for him.
Yeah, 8-3 versus 9-2. Lexi versus Lexi. It's the battle of codices, perhaps. Maybe it's
is that the plural?
It is. Yeah,
codices.
Codices. I do believe.
I trust you being the educator.
I mean, I don't teach English, but the dictionary, I believe, says codices. I don't know. We can Google it. Someone can Google that and tell us. Nevertheless,
what is a group of codex?
Yeah, it's a gaggle.
It's a murder of codex.
Yeah, there you go. A dumpster of dragons, a gaggle of codices.
I actually knew what it was for dragons for a little while. I know y'all say dumpster. I think it's horde. Or brood. I think it's brood, actually. Now that I think it's one of those two. Anyway.
Someone in chat will let us know.
There's no dragons here this round. We're just having a bunch of arrows.
Turn 0, loading up the endless arrow. I wonder if we're just going to have the casual double arrow pass turn. But the trickiness that can occur is if Lexi, on the other side of things, loads the arrow, goes 1 card less, he's going to just pass and drop that arsenal in.
Yeah, we're going to get a little pointed out here by Ethan. Nice eagle eye by Ethan here. We got a little bit of an armor disparity here. We've got Purge Grapplers on one end with the Snapdragon Scalers on the other end.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a difference here from the two builds, not by much, but you're see a lot of the same cards, a lot of the same stuff going back and forth.
Now, this could be one of those scenarios where in the mirror, if you're going first, you run the Perch Grapplers because you're going to want to maybe block on like this back and forth trade, or it could just be a just difference in styles. Consequently, this Snapdragon Scalers does appear to be signed by James White. Therefore, it lets you activate it twice before it destroys.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I've heard that is an actual rule here. And I think this is a
filthy lie and a fatigue shot coming across 4-5, most likely with go again.
Shout out to James White if he's watching at home.
5 damage coming across.
They're awake right now, aren't they? In New Zealand? I forgot the exact version.
That's a good question. I believe it's like 7, 8.
I think they're
Arctic Incarceration. So go again off of the fatigue shot, connecting into Arctic Incarceration for 3 frostbites here. And that is going to slow down our 6-card hand. It could do some serious damage if this hand is full of reds, but I don't believe that is the case. Trying to make out the composition of the hand, but not like it would be exceedingly difficult to slow down a 6-card hand with 3 Frostbites. And it looks like we have the blue, and we are bolt and shot here. But this is also face-up blue bolt and shot with no go again because there's no buff. So this tells us there might be a Rain Razors in hand because a 6-card hand and this as our first play with, of course, that 2-card arsenal is a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, this one also only coming in for 1 because of the fatigue shot as well. Bolt shot. And there we go. There's that Rain Razors. Good call there, partner.
It's the only way that we can really start this turn off. So Rain Razors is all but telegraphed here. There is a reload effect, but we already have something in the arsenal, so it is not actually live. Nevertheless, it is just 3 damage. But let's see. Is he pitching into the activation of that Voltaire? 8:15 here. Aha! There it is. And this is just the casual 7 go again.
What's up, New Zealand? Good morning.
Good morning indeed. Rain Razors being applied here on this Infecting Shot. A card that is just straight above rate. It's a 1 for 5 normally, but it creates, if it connects... That's right, coffee and Lexi mirrors. I could use both of those right now.
That's a good way to start the morning. I'm not going to lie. I think that would wake me up pretty well.
The best part of waking up is not Folgers. It's
arrows in your quiver.
There you go. Yep, that's the play right there. So deciding how we, as Brian says, he is not awake yet. Honestly, at this point, I'm not sure I'm still awake.
Honestly, the most honest thing is, Brian, we miss you. I miss having you in the booth. Great that you can tune in. I love you, buddy. All right, so back to the game. We've got the 7-power Infecting Shot. Jake's still taking his time to work this out.
And there's a decision point here, too, because this represents 7 damage, but on the face of it, it's just 7 with go again continuing the turn. We know that we have the capability of firing 4 here. So do we, it's going to be for 6 when we fire this. Do we value trying to not give value off of Endless Arrow and recursion into the arsenal? Or do we care about blocking up front here so that we can avoid perhaps caring about this... Look, I'm trying to draw it, but it doesn't function. Perhaps caring about the Blood Rot Pox.
Exactly. You see Jake taking a little bit of extra time here, and you can't blame him, right? Something like a top 8 berth on the line possibly for him here, so he's going to take his... I guys think he's going to take at least a couple extra seconds here from the decisions, make sure he gets the right ones, really thinks it out. And I think he's just going to take all 7 from this shot plus 1 from the trigger as well.
Yeah, the math just lines up really well. If we're going to block, we want to block the Endless Arrow for 6 because we can give 2 cards and we can play a 3-card hand if we want to block. But depending on the composition of the hand, I see there's another fatigue shot. I can't quite make out what else is in the hand. There's a bolt and shot we were feathering right there. Fatigue shot's going to come down. Will we block 2 cards here?
Yeah, it looks like he's following that one of those lines you were talking about where we're going to take the Infecting Shot and then start to try to maybe get more value off stopping the Endless Arrow here. But wait,
no, I think he's just giving a value block. Not going to make use of Fatigue Shot blue in this hand. So we're going to give that value of the recursion there so that we're not playing a 3-card hand. We're playing a premeditate into bolt and shot, perhaps. Depends on the flip as well. Let's see. We tick up the tunic, of course, and then let's see what we flip over on Lexi's side of things.
It does look like he's going to be starting out with that premeditate.
Premed. Command for 12.
Okay, just kidding, everyone. We will not be firing a bolt and shot. We will instead be saying your arsenal is not good because that premeditate is going to buff up. Both of them are going to buff up Command and Conquer for 12. And if and when this connects, we get 2 Ponder tokens and we blow up the opponent's arsenal.
This looks like original Lexi when it came out. It was just all a bunch of... And here we go. Just give him the fridge. Give him a whole hand here.
Now he's going to reveal off of the Hornet Sting. It's not going to find an arrow, but this does, I believe, block it out. We had a couple of sticking points in that hand, which means we had to chuck in there to cover it. The one, I believe it was a Winter's Bite or an Arctic Incarceration, meant that we had to block with a Hornet Sting there.
When's the last time you saw an attack where someone used their entire hand into one attack and then someone blocked with their entire hand?
Yeah, that was a pretty good point.
I don't know if I've seen that one in quite a while.
Now, the nice thing here on this turn cycle is that we can send our hand, and then we can send Endless Arrow. So we have a 0 for 4 with recursion. And so there's a lot of value that we gain off of doing this play. And so you may look at that and you go, oh, wow, I mean, I sold the farm on that, but I saved an Endless Arrow, and that's the important point.
So it looks like we got a block from hand plus the Hornet Stinger and have a trigger here. It He is an arrow off the top, so it's 1 damage going to come across on Michael, while the full damage is going to be blocked out here for Jake.
Exactly, and that's going to cover it up, which means we don't get the value, and so we have to give up a card there, playing our own 3-card hand on Jake's side of things, just to stop the value and recursion of Michael.
All right, Tunic up to 3 here for both players, so an extra resource whenever they need it on one of those tight turns. Maybe give them an extra card. Pretty much, and here we go. Tunic mana.
It's going to start with 3 of a kind. If you're going to come back on a turn cycle, you might as well start it off with 3 of a kind. Now, we do have what looks like a blue Winter's Bite in hand. That is going to most likely fuel the turn. There could have been a decision point there where we try to start with a Winter's Bite with Go Again and force a card out first. But if we draw into all reds, and assuming the composition of the hand as well as that card was red, then we could stymie our own turn. And so it's the choice that was made to keep that blue card in hand so it could possibly fuel Voltaire.
Let's see how much of a turn it's going to fuel here. Jake taking his time.
This is also a moment where we could see a Quiver activation and a Snapdragon Scalar's activation when we have this many cards in hand. If we drew the right recipe of arrows, and Heat Seeker is a great one.
So we're going to have a Heat Seeker attacking for 5 here. Michael lining up double block here. Really getting into a defensive posture here over these last couple turns.
This Heat Seeker starting off is an interesting play. It's one of those cards that if you end with it, it almost guarantees you that card. But starting with it also begs the question, are you going to cover this without knowing what else is coming down the pipeline?
Yeah, it gives the least amount of information, right, for their turn. So this is a high-value attack from Jake here, and it almost forces a block for Michael here. It's freeing up some of these cards that are left over in his hand. Let's see if he can capitalize on that.
And you could possibly, depending on how the rest of this turn plays out, you could go back to the beginning of this and say, maybe what happens if we start with a different attack and then put Heat Seeker
with Heat Seeker? Yeah, this is a good thing to come back for sure.
So loading with Voltaire. Deciding on what arrow we want to put in next. We do still, if we drew into other blues, we do still have the possibility of quivering.
So it does look like it's going to be a Withering Shot loaded up into the arsenal and fired over towards Michael.
Now only a blue, so it looks like we drew a lot of blues.
Yeah, a lot of blues this turn, but this one's still coming in for 4.
And that does not have Go Again. That's just Withering Shot for 4. On hit effect, create a Frailty token. Looks like he's going to be happy to take that with a 2-card hand. No activation of Snapdragon Scalar, so we're just playing for the arsenal here. Drawing into only blues really was the sort of the nerf of this turn.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You talked about this turn possibly using Quiver or Snapdragon Scalars, and I was right there with you with that many cards, but with, 3 or 4 of them being blue this turn, you could see why he didn't cash in any of those big things. Is this another 3 of a kind?
And if he could have pressured even more on that turn, he would have gotten more value because you could see that Michael wanted to play 3 of a kind on this turn, keeping his own Winter's Bite to fuel his turn, and he draws into a Falcon Wing.
Yeah, Falcon Wing attacking for 3 here. Jake consulting his hand, 4 cards with an arsenal.
Now, it's fantastic that he was able to give Michael a Frailty token because cards like Bolton Shot would be wonderful to draw into, and even Falcon Wing being able to give +1, which is what we did, would be fantastic. But he's going to, I believe, can we go back to that main camera? It looks like he defended with a Tar Pit Trap. Now, Tar Pit Trap's great in this moment because I believe its effect will stop the Remorseless effect here.
Yeah, it does look like it is going to. The Remorseless coming in for 5, and it's just a blanket 5, and then it's going to be an arsenal and pass. So like you said, huge moment for Tar Pit Trap there, helping that turn out just a bit.
He's able to basically stabilize on a 4-card hand in this new turn cycle, and what does he have for us? Let's take a look.
There we go. I'm going to load up Voltaire here, paying the cost. What arrow are we going to be adding to our quiver?
Into the arsenal goes a yellow Bolton Shot for +1, so this will come for 4 damage with Go Again on hit reload. And in this scenario, reload is actually live. Could provide us some value, but most likely we are going to try and load up our own. Wow, he has a Rain Razors in hand with 2 floating. He has the capacity to play a 1-cost arrow if that's his own Remorseless, I think.
Not reload. Yep. I'll activate Voltaire a second time.
Looks like he might be slow rolling this just a little bit. Yeah, there's the Remorseless.
Remorseless trigger. Yep. Shoot it for 6.
Coming in for 6 with Remorseless, and he has the capacity here to throw down that Rain Razor. See, we could also see him just keep it and arsenal it, and that be the sort of arsenal driver for next turn, so that he can maybe flip it up and then just have it face up in arsenal, always showing its threat.
Yeah, obviously that is what Jake wants to do this turn. I think I agree with you. That's what's going to be going on this turn. So Remorseless attacking for 6 here. Michael consulting the graveyard, seeing what's been played, how many big power cards been played on each player. Does look like he wants to give 2 Bolton shots from his hand to block full out here.
Wow, both red Bolton shots, and that makes me question what's in his arsenal and what's the composition of his hand. He's going to pass.
Because I blocked that for 3 since it was for 3.
Yeah, question at the table of whether or not Remorseless was causing the damage-dealing effect or the loss of life effect, but because Tar Pit Trap was used on the Falcon Wing, it did stop Remorseless's effect from actually triggering, and so therefore he did not lose 2 life on that turn.
And now we see why. There's a Codex of Frailty here.
But it starts off with Infecting Shot, so even better. That means we're floating 1 resource, and we can go grab a 1-cost arrow off of Codex. This could even be worse had Jake not arsenaled the card, but because he has an arsenal, he's going to be protected and insulated from a little bit of that Codex value.
Yeah, that is a Rain Razors face down for Jake. We know that. Let's see how he wants to do this. Looks like we're lining up a double block here on Infecting Shot. Doesn't want to take that extra damage.
We could see a follow-up with Codex of Frailty into another Infecting Shot might be the play here. We could also send a Remorseless, since we can go and grab Remorseless off of Codex.
Pretty spot on that Gottlieb decides to join us in the chat and show up right for when Codex of Frailty start getting thrown back and forth.
I mean, it's a good card.
And maybe he'll read it this time.
I'm sure he read it multiple times.
Are you sure?
I am fairly sure.
I think we've seen him actually read it, actually. Yeah. I think you're right.
I think he's commentated quite a few games with Lexi playing a couple of those Codex of Frailties. And you know what? Uzuri as well, so I was poking around as decisions are made here. I was poking around at those top tables, and the Uzuri that we saw a few rounds ago, I believe is still lurking around. I didn't catch the record there. Could be X2, could be X3. Most likely sitting at X3, which could mean we might see an Uzuri in the top 8. Depends on how breakers go, but there's the Codex of Frailty.
Yep, full block out here, Codex of Frailty. There's the Ponder token, there's the Frailty token. What is Mike going to get back? I kind of liked your idea of getting back. Well, let's see what he does. I'm sure Michael's got a really good idea of what he wants here, and
yeah, I think
you were definitely right here.
Double Infecting Shot is a 1 for 7. I mean, when you're looking at it on the face of it, you had the value there, you had the resource for it. It is a book. It is meant to be read, indeed. This is a 1 for 7 waiting for 2-card block, but most likely we're going to see a value block here.
Yep. Searing Shot going to come in, block a little bit. 2's going to get through. Blood Rot is going to get created. Lots of tokens getting thrown back and forth here. We got all of them. The full Monty of tokens on the play right now.
And we get the Ponder token trigger that gives us an arsenal, so we're going to play a 5-card hand. We know our opponent's on basically a 2-card hand. We don't know it's Rain Razors in the arsenal, but knowing as a group here watching the game unfold, we do see that it's Rain Razors.
And it's going to get turned face up.
And he's just going to move to the end step. He's going to lose 2 and then arsenal for a 6-card hand with a face-up Rain Razors, which I think is one of the most fun plays when your opponent can see death in front of them, when Rain Razors is sort of on the stack, if you will.
Oh, boy.
You can fire arrows whenever you want. That arrow sound just firing away. Could come at any moment.
That sounds like a lot of arrows to me, or, dare I say, an endless amount of arrows.
Endless arrow on the first chain link here.
With a face-up Command and Conquer in the arsenal as well. Really, really threatening. You see a wry smile on Jake's face.
Oh, and he's holding on to an Arctic Incarceration, a card that blocks 2, which feels uncomfortable. It might be the card that we just pass. When it comes to our turn, we maybe just establish that as a 1-card hand. We might be forced into that play line, giving cards on the Command and Conquer.
Yeah, I was going to say, this Command and Conquer looming super large here. Very, very scary from this spot.
Almost as scary as the Jack-o'-lantern sitting between us on camera. Not as cool, though, as the... Oh, you can't see it. Where is it? Way over there?
Right.
Flesh and Blood logo.
Right here.
It's the Flesh and Blood logo Jack-o'-lantern. Maybe I can go this way.
Right over your shoulder. There we go.
Nevertheless, thinking it through, this is a tenuous scenario. You're down 10 life. You know that you have to play this back and forth game, turn cycle for turn cycle. And you have to make headway in the matchup with possibly your own 3-of-a-kind that you haven't drawn into yet, because we've seen several, or at least one, from Michael's side of things.
I was about to ask you, is there a possibility that the Tunic comes out here? It looks like that's That's an idea that Jake's coming with.
You hate to give the tunic value here because you know it's going to tick to 3, but you're probably not using it at this moment because the Bolt and Shot is what's in the arsenal. So you can give 2 cards here. You can play Arctic Incarceration on your turn, or you can go Bolt and Shot Arctic Incarceration if you really wanted to. But this line allows us to stop the value on the Rain Razors and then block 2 here. Funny story, I actually believe I had Jake on my channel about a year ago when Lexi was still sort of an underdog hero before she got a lot more resources at her disposal.
More
in the form
toys
of
to play
Outsiders.
with.
He picked up a big win here locally to me on Lexi at a very large, I think it was a Pro Quest around this time last year. And he talked through his deck list and had a lot of very important things to say on Lexi. So he's a big Lexi player, a big Lexi stan. And fighting for his tournament life, trying to make it into the top 8. It all comes down to winning this game, hoping for breakers. But I think both of those cards block for 2, so we're in a sort of a stuck position here where we have to basically just sell the hand.
Yeah, it's that, or God forbid you take 6 and lose both of your arsenal cards here. Both these situations don't seem great for Jake here, and you can see why he's taking his time. Already with a very expensive block this turn on that Endless Arrow, and now this one, the bill is coming in, and it's even bigger this time from this Command and Conquer.
And knowing that he had 2 blocks in hand, the decision point of blocking the Endless Arrow for that value is really fascinating because it looks like he's going to allow the hit trigger here and just get rid of Rain Razor's Red Bolt and Shot, valuing the cards in his hand because what he's going to do on this turn is Winter's Bite, Arctic Incarceration, and try to basically just freeze our opponent for an entire turn.
Yeah, so
Command and Conquer.
So what Jake is doing here is he's taking a little bit of damage, going back like you were talking about, but he's going to try to get all of the tempo back by hopefully stifling all of or most of Michael J's turn here, but...
Oh, looks like he's loading.
Okay.
Oh, he's got a Remorseless. Going to send the Remorseless over, and then he's going to Arsenal. That's the word. Arctic Incarceration.
That's a lot of alliteration. It's fine.
Gives him a Lexi flip next turn for the Frostbite. Was a huge play by Michael on that previous turn. And it looks like he's feeling comfortable enough to maybe give 2 cards here on Remorseless.
It does seem that way. It looks like a full block here. A 3 and a 2. Wait. Hold up.
He has such a life lead, he may consider just playing around it, just taking the 5, moving down to 21. No, he's going to give a value block with Cold Snap, a card that kind of comes in and out of lists. You don't see a lot of Cold Snaps being played in non-Icelander decks, and Cold Snap here is coming down. He's going to play the Arctic Incarceration. So 5 go again, leads to Arctic Incarceration.
Yeah, 3 Frostbites over to Michael's turn. Now the first thing he plays this turn is going to be really, really expensive. He is going into a Tunic turn, though. He's going to have the extra resource here. Maybe that can get him off the ground and keep being able to pay for multiple cards this turn.
You got to pay just to activate the Tunic. You got to pitch a blue for the 1, which feels really strange. But if your hand lines up for it, it might just be your ticket in to more damage on your turn. And
oh, maybe not. Look at Michael's reaction. I got to believe he wasn't happy about getting those 3 Frostbites this turn after the way he blocked.
He's feathering to maybe activate Quiver if he's got a blue heavy hand. I know he's holding what looks like an Ice Quake there in hand.
I do believe that is an Ice Quake.
Yeah, Ice Quake holding in hand. I don't know what he's holding on to. Most likely going to be pitching those into a Voltaire, just an empty Voltaire, choosing not to load and then passing.
Yeah, you can see why Michael, look, you see that shake of the head. He was not happy with the way that worked out for him. And if you're Jake, you got to be feeling great. You've got to be ecstatic.
Well, there are a couple of different lines Jake could have taken on that turn where he could have gone Winter's Bite into Arctic Incarceration for attacks for the hand and then 3 Frostbites that might have done exactly the same thing. But choosing the damage there to push Remorseless down and then trying to, freeze them out on the following play there. And now it tempo's in your favor. You've got a 3-card hand pitching the Tar Pit Trap, and we're loading up our first Endless Arrow.
Yep, Endless Arrow going to be coming across here. How does Michael want to deal with this? We've seen this card all weekend long doing so much work. It looks innocuous, right? Look, it's just a 4-attack arrow, right? But it just keeps on coming. If you don't stop it, it's going to hit you again.
Yeah, 4 go again here, the mode chosen by Voltaire. It's going to return to the hand. We have the capacity to load it again, but we also have access to Infecting Shot and one other card. Jake having to make some headway in this matchup. This is a match he wants to win. Michael feeling pretty comfortable at 9-2 with all the losses that have been doled out in those top tables. Players already sitting at like 9-2 themselves. He feels fairly comfortable as long as he can win it out, but Jake is on the bubble trying to make something happen if he can pick this win up.
Yeah, we were talking about it. We think a few X3s might make it into the top 8, but it's going to be someone that was 9-2 coming into the last round, most likely.
It could be, yeah. It
definitely
could be.
I don't want to deal in absolutes.
Right, because we could have people that lost, very early on day 1 that have clawed their way back and then losing last round. Does put you in a better position if you're losing the last round.
All right, second quiver. I'm sorry. Voltaire activation. Endless arrow yet again. We're coming in for 4. Shrug. Hey, it just keeps happening.
Yep, go again chosen. We might have the resources now to use Quiver of Rustling Leaves to try and fire a 3-arrow turn. Let's see what the play is.
Looks like that 4 was taken as well. So back to the hand goes Endless Arrow down to 15. Michael J.
Oh, if you have a Codex, that's the perfect choice. Whew. Now, you don't, unfortunately, rip cards from Michael's hand because they do have an arsenal themselves, but it means that you effectively can pick anything, including your own Command and Conquer. Drop that in. You may have the resources available. If you've got a yellow, you even get an arsenal. And you basically get an arsenal no matter what because of the Ponder token. So you're sitting pretty here picking whatever you want.
Yep, Jake's taking his time. Like you said, can pick whatever he wants here. Taking a real long look, and yeah, he's thumbing over.
Command and Conquer is just the answer. Yeah. I mean, when your opponent's literally a deck that is predicated upon firing the arrows, you've got the yellow, then you can just get rid of Endless, pitch into it, make the Ponder, make the Frailty, and send a CNC for 6.
Command and Conquered.
That's what we're about to see.
At this point, Jake is commanding and he's conquering. This has been a massive turnaround here over the last few turns, and huge play after huge play. After having to make that really tough decision that turn where he got command and conquered for 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
I think if Jake were to win this game, you're going to look back at that turn and that decision tree into the next turn and talk about that was one of the harder decisions someone's had to make in a tournament and came out ahead with like what looked to be just the right decision.
Now let's see how this Frailty token impacts this turn cycle, because if we're starting our turn off with things like Bolton Shot, it looks like we have an Infecting Shot in hand, so it might not necessarily impact Bolton Shot's of viability. It's Ice Quake in the arsenal.
He's going to get turned face up, so yep, as I say, we got a Frostbite coming over to Jake.
We saw that last time. He's going to play it out, and then he's just going to send his own CNC.
This is an attack for 9 here. We've seen some large Command and Conquers here in this
Yes,
match.
we saw a Command and Conquer for 12 earlier. I mean, we're playing conventional attacks left and right.
And this is without Pummel. We haven't seen anything like that here too.
What a world we would live in if we started seeing Pummel Lexi at top tables.
Oh, make it happen. Make it
we'd
so.
be in the darkest or the lightest timeline. I'm not sure.
I'm here for it.
Either way, this is a 3-card block every day if we want our arsenal, but it leaves us in an uncomfortable position, and we're at such a life total where we can't really just take it.
This is 90% of Jake's life total here. He's still, like, as much as we felt like he was getting back in this game and getting all the tempo the last couple turns, like you were talking about, Michael still has that life lead. Don't forget, he's got that Tunic as well, so one of those really tight turns might be able to play that one extra card to really get some tempo or even close this game out. So Jake's got to make a really hard decision here this turn. And exactly how do you block here? Do you block it out? Do you take a value block here plus give up your arsenal because you don't want to take 9 and go to 1?
Yeah, I agree with chat. This has been a command and cookout at this point. We're inviting the in-laws over. We're setting up the grill. It's Command and Conquer every day of the week in this Lexi mirror. But deciding whether or not we want to respect it, do we consider value blocking playing like a 2-card hand? We're going to lose the arsenal if we don't cover this up. And
I think that's what Jake's thinking about, because that's what I'm thinking about from here too is, I think at this point you're almost like resigned to possibly giving up your arsenal, because I don't know if you can give up enough cards in your hand. Like, does he have 3/3 blocks?
Oh, looks like he's feathering 3 cards.
Yeah, maybe
Can we
he
jump
is.
to his hand? Let's take a look at what he's kind of mulling over. No, he's going to show it to us right now, it looks like.
Yeah, he does have the 3 block.
So he covers it up with Withering Shot. He gives up 3 arrows to save the arsenal and the life total.
Yeah, don't forget the Frostbite here as well.
Lexi flip costs 1. Frostbite is taxing your next effect, your next action. Yep, he's going to pay the 1 for the Lexi flip, show Rain Razors, and then just pass on over. So he saved the Rain Razors, but he also saved his own life total, and that gives...
Oh boy, here we go.
The driver's seat is firmly over to Michael.
We got a resource flooding. We've got Fendal Spring Tunic at 3 here, and we've got a 3 of a kind with an empty arsenal. Let's see how far we can go. Starting off with a Falcon Wing here.
Falcon Wing is coming across 4-4 most likely with Go again. You almost always choose, yep, exactly. You always choose the +1 option on Voltaire here, so we're sending the 4.
Looks like it's a take 4 from Jake, down to 6. Life total's getting very precarious.
And this is the quiver activation.
Activation of quiver,
But
top
he
card,
misses.
not an arrow.
He misses on the quiver. Now he can choose top or bottom, I believe.
Looks like it's going to stay at the top. It's
Nope, it just, yeah, that's right. I was thinking of the Hornet Sting. Coming across 4-5 with Go again. No, Go again, excuse me.
This is Droll Shot.
Yeah. Chose the 5, the +1 here, so that means we leave ourselves with an arsenal again. We needed to find an arrow off of that to have a 3-arrow turn, it appears. Now, it's interesting, too, because looking over at the choice of leg equipment, Snapdragon Scalers is on the side of Jake, who's at the life deficit and fighting for his life, trying to keep cards in this turn cycle. Whereas Purge Grapplers, a blocking equipment on the side of Michael, who might actually have preferred to have Snapdragon in this matchup or in this stage of the matchup because he's trying to push his own lethal.
really great point. Now we're down to 1 life total here for Jake, 15 on Michael, but there's a face-up Rain Razor staring Michael in the face, and Jake decided to take that damage and come with a 4-card hand here. Can he get it done from here? Can he get enough damage there or enough to get a bunch of cards out of Michael's hand? It's going to be a tall order.
The story of the game, Jake not finding any Rain Razors to package along. Sorry, any 3 of a kinds to package along with Rain Razors. Trying to stem the tide and keep life parity against Michael, who's found multiple. But he's got a 5-card hand.
All right, so activation of Voltaire here.
Thinking on mode.
So he's thinking on what mode he wants to choose. He might need to push large amounts of damage. You have Rain Razors in the back pocket. You have Snapdragon Scalers. You want, as a heuristic, you want to use your equipment throughout the course of a game. If you're coming to a win or a loss and you look back at your equipment and you haven't used it, you have to ask the question of, did it provide value for you? And he's choosing, I would imagine, +1 here on Bolt and Shot, loading it up.
Yep, just come across for 5.
Now, interestingly enough, if our opponent doesn't respect this, we can Rain Razors here, empty our arsenal, and get a reload. We most likely don't want that reload because we do like choosing +1 on our second Bolt and Shot.
Yeah, but there we go. It is going to be at Rain Razors, like you said, up to 7. It's going to have Go again.
Does he have a... Oh, if he has a 1 cost here, he could choose the reload effect? Okay.
Looks like
Choosing to reload. It shows the Heat Seeker.
Activate Voltaire, +1 on the Bolt and Shot. There we go. This is the Bolt Shot for 6. This is presenting a ton of damage. You can see Michael kind of sitting back in his seat.
So
He's a little worried, maybe.
After this, the Heat Seeker will come for 7. So this is a must-block type of turn. But the damage is face up at this point. We don't have anything else we can do as far as like activating Quiver of anything. We don't have enough resources. Our hand is empty. So we're essentially just looking at 5 + 6 + 2 from this point forward.
And this was the kind of attack and turn that Jake needed, though, right? Like something that could actually pressure Michael's hand and make him have to block.
Yeah. Exactly. There is going to be some cards donated to the cause here. We might see Perch Grapplers as well. He's going to take the 6 here, and then that Heat Seeker is going to go with that final resource for the 5 base plus the 2 Rain Razors extra damage.
Like Heat Seeker for 7. Yep, I got to believe some of this equipment's coming out there. Maybe even the Tunic gets involved, depending on what the block values of some of these cards are. It's like you said, you don't want to have unused equipment if you can avoid it.
I think he's going to block 7 here with those Perch Grapplers. He's going to play a 3-card hand.
That's what it looks like it is.
2 cards plus the Arsenal is going to be the name of the game. And the nice thing about this is it denies the Heat Seeker value, which if this game goes for another 2 turns, then Jake is not playing his own 5-card hand next turn.
What a close game we have here. Michael at 2. Jake at 1. Got a Searing Shot getting turned up.
Red Searing Shot, blue Searing Shot, threatening lethal in every single way. Everything has to be respected now.
Yeah, every hit is lethal here for Jake.
This is a great time to maybe get our point of value off of New Horizons. We don't have an Arsenal, so it will not explode. 1 counter was put on it, so this does block for 1, if memory serves correct.
Exactly, Zach. What a close game. What a comeback from both these players to make this game so close.
We can no longer play around Rain Razors. So if this is Rain Razors, we just have to say good game to our opponent because we have to keep a hand to do something back.
Yeah, in spots where you can't beat a card, if your opponent has it, the best way to play is if the card doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Like, I'm just going to lose if they have it, and it looks like it's a Codex.
Oh, but this, I think, is backbreaking as well because it rips a card from the hand.
I think he said he's going to get Falcon Wing.
Yes, Falcon Punch time because it has natural go again, which means he can push 5 more damage. But the key point here is that no matter what Jake grabs, he has to discard a card. And that means he has 2 cards to try and cover up Falcon Wing and Searing Shot.
I don't know if he's going to be able to keep up with that.
No resources up, so this Falcon Wing will come for 3 go again, so we can block that if we have a 3. If his hand is 2s, he's dead. Most likely he lives to fight another day. A Searing Shot here is actually huge. Searing Shot, because it attacks for 4 or 5, that might be the pick, but Endless Arrow is another great one because of the recursion effect here in the late game. So there's 2 good choices.
Yeah, you can't just block this with 1 card because it'll come back to hand. You get to keep going with it. That would be huge as well. So look like Jake's going to go that direction, put the Endless Arrow face up in his arsenal.
Going to discard.
I'm guessing he's got 3s here.
Going to give him a 3. Going to give him a 3.
Yep. Arsenal off the Ponder token. Pass back over to Jake, so he gets to get the 1 more turn, at least.
This Frailty is huge because it's going to make this attack 3 instead of 4. It's not a break point. It's a single card block.
Yep, there's the block 3. Searing Shot's been doing a lot of blocking here over the last turn.
He's going to put the die on it and then realized, oh, this is resolved.
We're good. Activate Lexi here. Cold Snap getting activated. Ooh, this is big here as well for Michael. He's going to put a Frostbite token over on Jake's side.
He's drawing a lot of blues is Michael, but does he have the reds to punch through on this turn? This is a key turn. He has a
3 of a kind?
That's the 3rd 3 of a kind for the game. 3 3 of a kinds have been played. That is the weirdest 3 ever.
These need to be arrows. I think I saw a couple of arrows here.
3 3 of a kinds found on Michael's side. 0, I believe.
2 Bolton Shots in his hand here.
Jake has found none of them. He's just staring down the fury of the lightning of Lexi. Gotta have to cover this up. Is there another arrow?
Yeah, he's just wondering, did you draw enough arrows to finish me off this turn?
We do still have Quiver available.
The last resource here going to get used. Cold Snap going to get played. So draw a card.
Cold Snap is available to play because it was in the arsenal. Remember, 3 of a kind has the stipulation that you cannot play cards from hand.
All right, looks like there we go.
Finds an arrow. And I think he's just pushing for lethal. He knows he's got it.
Yeah, double block there. Last arrow, that's going to do it. Jake's going to fall to 8 and 4. Michael is going to absolutely secure that slot in the top 8. We will be seeing more Lexi out of Michael here this weekend.
Yeah, most certainly.
What a match between these two. Absolute back and forth. But like you said, those 3 of a kinds, I think, just did a little bit too much for Michael J there.
I mean, it really does matter if you're playing in this matchup, trying to find those power turns. And the crazy thing about 3 of a kind, too, is it allows you to link in from 3 of a kind to 3 of a kind. And that's what we saw in this game. Lexi on her farewell tour continues to show why she's the best deck in the format. She had huge conversion numbers at this event here in day 2, along with Dromai, who's also filling up those top tables. I walked up and down the top tables as players were getting seated for this final round of Swiss, and it was Dromai's, it was Lexi's, with a smattering of some of those other heroes that kind of snuck up there into those top tables. We definitely have one Dash, at the very least, that has a very good chance of making it, as is Merrick Kemp.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens in this top 8, what decks make it in. But I can tell you right now, there's going to be a bunch of Lexi, there's going to be a bunch of Dromai. We'll see what makes it in. Maybe a Bravo sneaks in, like you said, maybe a Dash, a few of the other heroes. There was a couple chances, depending on what. I didn't see how their round ended last round, but there was an Icelander that had a chance. I think if they went win-win to make it in, but I didn't see if they won their last match or this one as well. So there's a chance that we're going to get a little bit of some other decks.
I will say this. There were actually 2 dashes towards those top tables. One of them was Merrick Kemp that we watched on the previous round in a nail-biter of a game. An absolutely exciting game. You should go watch that back if you're just tuning in. But the other one is was, when I talked to her, an X3 dash playing Hanabi Blaster.
Yeah.
A Hanabi Blaster dash, and I was talking to her about her possible breakers, and she said there's maybe a chance if I win this last round to make it into the top 8. It really just depends on where I lost versus the other people and where they lost as well.
All you can do in that spot is, hey, play your game, win, and try to get from there.
Yeah, we were just getting... Can you come and tell us what you heard there?
Oh, her name was Ellie Bird, just to put it out there. Ellie Bird.
Before this round concluded, and we're still playing out the rest of those games, she was sitting at 3 losses. So there's a chance there that we have 2 dashes possibly making its way into the top 8. But we do know we are going to be seeing some Lexis. We can expect a couple Dromais to make it in there as well. The question is, what else do we see floating around on those top tables and coming up roses at the end of Swiss?
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see maybe like one Bravo or something that's in there. And I think we're going to be waiting for the top 8 announcement ourselves. Are we going to stay on? Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're going to take a small break, but you're not going to want to go to it because you're not going to miss when we come back. We're going to be doing the giveaway, and then we're going to be giving the top 8 announcement. You're going to tell you what decks and stuff are going to be in there, and something to do with pumpkins. Maybe some more pumpkin action is going to be happening here this weekend. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first Flesh and Blood World Champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together, and oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this? Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers.
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the third time this turn, again swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Brodie, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Teklevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius, inventor, with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
Haha, there's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
Welcome back, everybody, to the stream here in Dallas for the calling. Yuanji and I are here. We're going to chat with you guys about the end of the Swiss rounds before getting ready for the top 8 here, and also apparently are about to carve some pumpkins.
Dude, it's the end of the Flesh and Blood Halloween weekend.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, actually, next weekend in St. Louis, that'll be the real Halloween tournament.
Yeah, but they don't have pumpkins, so
of
doesn't
course.
count.
All right,
what are you gonna do?
I don't know. It's been a long time since I've carved a pumpkin. I'm gonna start with a face of some kind. Start with the eyes.
Wait, hold on. You can draw.
Oh yeah, you can like.
So I'm gonna draw. Yeah, I'm so bad at this.
You can trace out your plan.
Yeah, I forget like what it looks like. It's like, do you know like the dog with the really long nose?
Let me do it for you. Dude, no one watching the stream is gonna know that meme.
Dude, they're gonna just think I'm drawing like something inappropriate. Dude, how does it's like a short dog with a really long nose.
Yeah, you're there. You just need the legs. All right, I'm gonna go for a more traditional. How can I make it Flesh and Blood themed? We're gonna draw Borvo the pumpkin.
Draw Borvo the pumpkin?
Yeah, we're gonna give him 2 red discs.
Dude, how do you do like eyes? Dude, this is gonna be the worst pumpkin ever.
Don't they do like triangle eyes for pumpkins? Oh, I mean, I don't know about your dog, but
yeah, like how? Like, am I supposed to carve the outline of the dog?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I don't know what else you would do. I guess there's no way to leave the eye in there if you're gonna do that.
Okay.
You could be like wearing a monocle. You leave a little stretch sticking in, and then a circle for the eye.
Yeah. We're improvising. I think this is the first pumpkin that I've ever carved. I can't say that pumpkin carving is my normal pastime.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is twice a week, and every weekend I'm not at a tournament.
Oh yeah?
I'm a pumpkin master. Then again, that's not many weekends in the year.
You're a pumpkin master? How
Yeah.
many pumpkins have you? I need to look this up.
This is my 436th pumpkin carved this year. Wait, twice a week. That math doesn't add up. Oh, are you gonna show them the meme? Yeah, I know. I have not carved pumpkins in years. I'm trying to figure out how to make this Borvo. We're just gonna write it.
We're going for this, chat.
Yeah, there's the dog. This is a meme we learned about when we were in Taiwan for the calling.
Oh my god.
All right, Borvo. Oh wait, why is this so hard to draw right on the top? Borvo. And then the 2 red discs. Ready? How do I make these red? There are the discs, chat. This is Borvo. Borvo the pumpkin.
Oh no. Dude, this is gonna be the worst meme dog ever.
All right, this is going to be the worst 2 red discs ever because I do not have anything red to use, so we're just going to make them yellow discs. Theoretically, you can pitch a yellow and activate Borvo. That works, right? Oh, it doesn't even show up. All right, you guys, you're just going to have to trust that the discs are red. Here, I'll make a note.
There's usually 2 eyes. This could be the side view.
Oh, they're announcing the Battle Hardened top 8 right now. The Battle Hardened this weekend was Bright Light sealed, and then they're about to go into a top 8 draft. And last weekend, it was the same format at the Battle Hardened in Taipei, but the top 8 draft was, I believe, 5 Teklovasins, 3 Max, and nobody drafted Dash. So maybe this week we'll get a couple dashes.
We did a. This is like something that you would only know if you were here at the event, but we did like a for fun draft. You and I,
starting my
and
Carve.
some other people did a for fun draft.
It was like us, some Canadians.
Yeah,
Michael.
And I don't know, it's pretty representative. There was 6 Teklovasins, a Max, and a Dash.
What was it? Oh yeah, it was 6 Teklos, and then Lucas and I were the one of heroes.
Yeah.
I was Max and he was Dash, and then we both lost. The Tekla lost him. It was rough, but we then played more and we both won with our decks. It was just a rough beginning. I gotta say, carving this pumpkin is harder than I expected.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's like kind of difficult to not cut too far, like to even get in there. Maybe it's just the particular utensil I've chosen. There was like another kind on the table here, right?
I have no. This is not how. I don't think this is how I'm supposed to carve. I don't think I'm supposed to carve like.
I got spoons.
The outline. It's just gonna be like the bottom is. This isn't working out very well.
Well, it looks cool though. I mean, you can just just like keep doing what you're doing, but like leave it like partly attached, and then it'll just be mostly outlined.
Yeah.
What are the spoons for? Is that for eating the pumpkin? You eat pumpkins, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, you can eat pumpkins.
Yeah, there's like pumpkin pie. I remember in elementary school like doing all kinds of stuff for Halloween with pumpkins.
All right. Well, thank you for the pumpkins. In the meantime, I do have the top 8 graphic ready. If you guys want to transition and talk about that real quick.
Yeah. So now that we're halfway through our pumpkins, we have the top 8.
We have the calling top 8. Let's see it. In first seed, Nicholas Tran on Dromai. I actually know Nick. He was in Dallas for a while last year and like this last summer, and he has kind of always been a Dromai main. He used to play Bravo, and I think this is his first top 8 at a major event, but really strong Dromai player. He comes from LOR, Legend of Runeterra.
Oh, yeah, L5R.
Or
LOR?
Runeterra.
Okay.
Yeah, Runeterra. And then also plays Fab now.
Yeah.
First seed, I believe, I think he was the only one with 10 wins in Swiss. So our X2. And then he's going to be up against another Dromai, Jacob Ba. 5 Dromais in this top 8. Let's talk about that.
Michael Fang's not on Dromai.
Oh, wait.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, Michael Fang is a Lexi. So that
Lexi?
means
Okay.
4 Dromai, 3 Lexi, and then Merrick Kemp slipping in there with Dash. Merrick won the Calling Baltimore earlier this year while Pro Tour was going on, and has had several other results with Dash. He's pretty much just a Dash main and is very good at the deck.
I think some of the hero names are incorrect, but it looks like
yeah,
I think
okay,
the picture.
yes.
I think the pictures are right.
Yeah, sorry, I'm fixing things. This is all very rushed.
So we're working on the graphic for the heroes, but we'll continue to talk about the players. 8 recognizable names in this top 8. All 8 of these players have topped events before.
Yeah.
Gui recently got second at Battle Hardened Chicago, losing to Rhea in the finals.
Oh, okay.
He lost to Icelander, but had a recent finish also playing Dromai. Michael Fang, of course, needs no introduction. Reigning Pro Tour champion, playing Lexi.
Who's that guy?
Who is that guy? He is your Pro Tour champion.
Okay.
He is calling champion.
Yeah.
This is his 4th calling top 8, I believe. Pretty sure it's his 4th calling top 8.
Pretty good.
Many-time Battle Hardened top 8 player, finalist, winner, etc.
Yep.
Pretty much a king of the game. Michael Jasker as well from Canada, playing Lexi.
Michael Jasker is the young king.
Yeah, he's Team Teenagers.
Yeah.
Team Teenagers showed up this weekend, won in the top 8. And another Canadian on Lexi, Yuki Lee Bender, recently won a calling on Lexi at U.S. Nationals in Vegas not long ago at all, right before Bright Lights, and also won Canadian Nationals 2021 with Lexi.
Yeah, Yuki, I think, has been playing Lexi for definitely the longest out of all the Lexi players. I'm kind of interested. I haven't been watching the stream that much, so I don't know what the differences between their builds are. I don't know how much of it was talked about on stream, but like the actual, like the individual card choices that you end up making as the Lexi player oftentimes have like a pretty significant impact on, you know, the various matchups, like what your like last 3 arrows that you choose to play, the non-attack actions you choose to play.
Yeah, Lexi has one of the biggest card pools in the game, and one thing that's cool about her is even though she's been on top for so long, the deck lists we see still tend to be like pretty different, and everyone has like their unique choices that they like.
Dude, I kind of wish I was on premeditates after the tournament is over. I know that you and Michael, I think, were on premeditates kind of early.
Yeah, I've been playing it recently at all the events I've been to, I think, since Bright Lights released, and I've been enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually remember Michael and I, our deck lists this weekend were actually more different than they normally are.
Yeah.
I don't remember how many premeditates he's on.
Yeah, I know Yuki, I think I saw is on. Oh, another thing that was kind of interesting about Lexi's is like their equipment suite. I remember watching, I think Yuki played Michael in one of the matches in Swiss, and Yuki I think had Snapdragon Scalers, and Michael was playing Perch Grapplers, so it's like kind of like individual choices. Do you know if all of the Dromai players are on Royal?
That's a great question. We recently saw Gui make the top 8 of Battle Hardened Milwaukee.
Yeah.
In addition to his finish at Chicago. And in Milwaukee, he was not on Tome or Crown of Dominion.
Tome hadn't been released yet.
Milwaukee was right after
Oh,
Bright Lights
okay,
came out.
sure.
And then there was one other Dromai in that top 8 who also wasn't on Tome. So that was like a super interesting release weekend that we just got this new card for Dromai and neither of them were playing it. So if I had to guess, I would say Gui's probably our one Dromai who's not on the Royal package.
Dude, you haven't carved your pumpkin at all.
I really am failing to carve my pumpkin. If you look closely, yeah, you can kind of see it on stream. There's like all these spots where I've started to dig into it, but like it's kind of difficult. I just have to like mash it, I guess, and like rip this piece out. But I don't know. I don't want to just maul Bravo. Or, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm just going to see myself out. I meant Borvo.
Borvo?
I didn't mean to. Okay, yeah, I'm staying. But I will continue to try to carve this pumpkin. It is at least a beautiful face, but you've done a much better job of actually carving yours. I like it.
Do it for you.
You guys should look up the "Let me do it for you" meme.
Dude, it's not even like a relevant meme. I'm pretty sure it's like years old or something.
I think so too.
I don't even know why, but
it's funny.
It's so random, like how I don't know. You had to be there.
Matthew says these pumpkins are hate crimes against Halloween. I love Halloween.
Halloween never did anything for me, so.
Dude, I booked a flight to go to the Calling Melbourne, and then I realized that Tuesday is Halloween.
Yeah.
And the flight was booked for Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I like was like, no, we can't do that. I have to be home for Halloween night to hang out with my friends. They got like a tradition.
Oh, sure.
It actually wasn't. Michael and I were talking about booking flights. He booked a flight, and then I was like, wait, no, I didn't realize that was Halloween.
Yeah.
And he was kind enough to rebook his flight so we could fly together and let me have Halloween night.
Great. You can't mess with tradition.
I know, yeah. I was so sad at first when I realized that I thought I might have to skip Halloween.
That's okay. Crisis averted.
Indeed.
That's like probably the definition of first world problems. Oh no, I can't miss Halloween with my friends because I want to fly to Australia.
Dude, I'm so excited.
Play Flesh and Blood.
I'm really excited for Melbourne.
Nah, it should be a really fun tournament. What do you think of the fact that like a lot of the more recent callings have been, like relatively I want to say like more condensed?
The callings?
Yeah.
Yeah, the last two have, I think, both been around like 280 players.
Yeah.
I did expect more for this one.
No, but I just mean like, so I felt like when I was playing in this tournament, like every round, either me or like somebody next to me was like just people playing against like, people that they test with, people that they are friends with.
Oh yeah, like a lot of familiar faces and
yeah.
Also just like big names in the game. I think it's a really stacked calling.
Yeah.
I mean, like we saw, the top 8 is like all players that you've seen in top 8s before.
Yeah.
It was an interesting experience. I kept having that throughout the weekend as well. I would sit down and like my opponent and then 2 people to my right and both of the people beside me are all like people I know.
Yeah.
It makes it kind of fun. There's more just like kind of chatter going on between during the game.
And it looks like the players and the judges are kind of getting ready to start the round. I believe the match that's going to be on stream is going to be Merrick versus, I think it's on Dash versus, I think it's Gui on Dromai.
Gui on Dromai versus Merrick, yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting matchup, especially as, the lone Dash in all of the top 8, so.
Yeah, we are going to jump to break, and we'll be back very shortly with that quarterfinals match for you guys. Say goodbye to Borvo. I didn't end up succeeding in carving him at all, but still has a beautiful face. And Yuanji did an amazing job actually carving his. All right. We're going to cut to break. See you guys shortly.
Can you hear me? You good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. What matchup are we watching? Oh. Hey, everybody, and welcome back here to the Calling in Dallas. I'm joined by Nick Butcher. Nick, you're going to be helping me out through this top 8. How does that feel?
Feels good. Feels good.
I'll say now the first match we're going to be having here is we're going to have Gui versus Merrick, and it's going to be Dromai versus Dash. And I know you got a lot to say about Dash and a decent bit to say about Dromai.
Yep.
How does this match usually play out for you?
On both sides of the matchup, it's a very even matchup. I'm sure both players are very familiar with the opposite side and what they're trying to do. I think it's Dromai favored, but definitely don't discount Dash at all. If Dash can get her items out on the field quite early, like Induction Chamber, Plasma Purifier, she's going to have a good time.
Absolutely. And does that mean that they have a decent chance of cleaning up the board? Because we know that Dromai usually likes to make a wide board state. You know, a lot of dragons, a lot of Aether Ashwings on the board. Is Dash pretty good at cleaning that stuff up as the game goes along?
She is quite good, yeah. So she has Combustible Courier, which is whenever it hits, your next attack will get +3 when it boosts. So being able to clear a Mirage on nice and cleanly, and then attack for 7 or 8 or whatever the next attack is, lets you go a little bit wide, pressure the life total of Dromai, as well as clearing dragons at the same time.
Absolutely, and I think we're pretty close to having these guys fire off here in the top 8. I think I can see them sitting down and getting ready. Ethan's setting up that last little match for us. Did you not want to carve a pumpkin here today? Is that what was going on? I know the other guys were doing it.
I definitely did not want to do that.
Yeah, me either.
As someone from Australia, it's not a part of my tradition, so I'd probably botch it more than anyone else, to be honest.
In a similar and non-similar ways, it is part of my tradition. You know, like we would do stuff like that as kids, growing up a little bit ever. But I'm not very artistic. I think I would just be very bad at it.
Yeah.
I think I would just botch it up very badly myself and make it not look very good. I think we're almost ready for this top 8 to start off. But these players are playing for a ton now. You've played through a bunch of top 8 yourself and getting through the Swiss and stuff. And how difficult is it once you get to the top 8? Does it feel different to you, or do you just approach it like any other game?
A lot of people might make it feel different. I just make it feel like the exact same, because if there's any pressure on you, you're more prone to make a bit of a mistake. So I don't even think about it. Take each game as it goes, and then don't stress that you're in a top cut situation in front of thousands of people on camera.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this all weekend long. This is one of the last real tune-ups for a lot of these people before Worlds in Barcelona. You're going to be there as well. Anything? I know you kind of want to maybe keep some of your tech to yourself, but is anything kind of caught your eyes we can maybe change your perceptions on something? Do you have something that, like, oh, I'm really interested in this going into Barcelona, that you can maybe share with us?
Not particularly, just because Lexi's so prevalent in this meta. There's 3 in the top 8 right now, so a lot of decks are geared to beat that. So I think a lot of things will change as soon as that hero rotates out.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen as well. And then there's also like the roundabout chance of Icelander as well, but I don't, we'll see if that happens or not. But if not, it sounds like we got about 2 minutes for the guys to get ready for in the top 8. Now, I was going to say, how was your weekend this weekend? You came all the way here, and you decided not to play in the Calling. Right. Had you played, what would you have played?
I would have played probably Dromai, I'd say. It's a strong hero. The only problem is I just wanted to get some drafts in, a lot of draft in. Didn't really feel like playing the Calling. Jet lag kind of got the best of me, but that's what's great about these events. If everyone wants to show up, you don't have to play the Calling. It's just a great time hanging out with nice people. Everyone's so welcoming at these events, so if anyone's, any of you people at home want to come to a Calling, please, by all means, show up. You don't have to play. You can play a lot of side events. It's a great time, fantastic fun.
Yeah, I can see most of the side events here out of the corner of the booth here, and they've been full the entire weekend. And I gotta say, this Bright Light seems to be pretty well received. I've heard that the draft format is deep and like kind of fun. You have like a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, it is fun. There's a lot of depth to it, which is very exciting. I still very new, very confused, but that's all part of the fun of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I found myself, I was like birding a draft earlier, watching it, watching people, and I was like reading all the cards. I was like, how does that Evo work with this? And I was like, I don't know, it's super confusing. A lot of crazy stuff going on. And then with Lexi coming out, I'm wondering if some of these new heroes might be able to show up in CC and maybe even make a splash at something like World. We'll have to see. Sounds like we're almost ready here for this top 8. Any predictions into this top 8?
I don't have the bracket on me in person, but I
think the bracket that we can pull up.
Yeah, I think there is. Yep, beautiful. Look, as we say, I'm predicting a Dromai in the final in the top half of the bracket. Not that I discount Yuki at all. She is a Calling champion after all. However, it is quite a difficult matchup for Lexi. If the dice roll goes her way, she's a little bit tough. Tumultai is a great guard, so that's always a fear. So I'm going to predict a Dromai on the top side of the bracket, and you know what? I'm going to go Lexi in the bottom half of the bracket. I know people don't want to hear it, but you got two great players in Michael Jasko and Michael Fing, and you can't discount either of them.
Absolutely. I mean, this top 8's stacked, too. You've got, Yuki, like you mentioned. You've got Matthew Vore, Jacob Ball. I mean, everyone in this top 8, I've either seen them play or I've known them from prior events. All of these are great players in their own right. We have a ton of mirrors here.
A ton of champions as well.
Yeah, so we might have some, multiple-time champions. Yeah. You can see the prizes down there as well. A lot of cash on the line, some gold foils as well, especially that really nice extended art Crown of Providence.
Beautiful card.
Yeah, and then, you get the legendary Black Envelopes and the PTIs. Don't forget that as well. Some of these might be playing for their World's Birth or for some of the next Pro Tour. But enough of talking about this top 8. Let's get it started. Let's head on down to that feature match area for our first match. We have to see which player is on the play here and which one's going to be going second. But do you think either deck's advantage going first or has like a different kind of plan going first versus going second in this matchup?
Not particularly. I think the game plan is pretty much the same no matter what. It's very stable, both of the strategies. I think Gui's going to be choosing first as he has Wave of Reality on the field. That's a good indication that you're going first. And because he has the choice, I think Dromai particularly likes going first because you're able to generate 2 Ash by pitching 2 reds for the gold token that you're able to get off Crown of Dominion. So it just lets you start the game with a bit of tempo, a bit of momentum. You can cast a dragon on the first turn, which is fantastic to just preserve life, potentially cast a Yendurai. So we'll see what he's going to do on this turn 1 here.
You pointed out a good thing that making, 2 Ash off the gold in the first turn, that's something I kind of undervalue just looking at it from above and then watching it play out as we're seeing it happen right here. It's been so good in all of the games that I've watched.
Yep. An old tech used to be time skippers, so you used to be able to pitch 3 red cards and then arsenal a card, but now with Crown of Providence, that card is with Crown of Dominion, that card is a bit diminished. We see him cast Rate the Embassy, which is a great turn 1 play, one of the best, especially against Dash. It's quite difficult to handle Ash Wings without going in with the Tecloplasma pistol, so being able to preserve life there. You can see he's pitching Burn Them All to the bottom, which is not a card you want in the early game, so very smart of Gui to put that to the bottom when you're going to have a lot more reds in the graveyard. I just want to see what Merrick's going to do in response here, because facing down Ash Wings as Dash on the first turn is quite a difficult task.
Yeah, this is kind of the nightmare start for Merrick if you're Merrick on the side against a Dromai player here. Rate the Embers for all 3 Aether Ash Wings turn 1. Super daunting start.
And he keeps an Ash on the field as well, so he's going to be able to cast 1-cost dragons at will. He's pitching a yellow here to put counters on the chamber on the. He's going to attack an Ash Wing, I'd say. Give it go again. Pretty standard play, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's something we're going to be seeing a lot of here in this match with this kind of start.
It's going to be we're going to be here for a long time, which is going to be fantastic. So I'm going to be able to see what he's pitching here, because there is situations where you want to pitch things like maximum velocity for a little late game combination. So pitching a yellow, maybe come in for a breakpoint later in the game.
Looks like a T-Bone got pitched there. He's going to go ahead and make a Foundry. Going to arsenal it up and pass on over.
Unless you want something in my interface.
He only got rid of 1 Ash Wing. However, he's setting up here. So Teclo Panda is going to present 6 damage on the table in the future. So we're going to see what Gui can do in response to pressure Merrick's hand so he's not able to play a 5-card hand with his Teclo Pounder.
Looks like Gui's considering some dragons here. I see at least 2 to 3 different dragons in his hand here.
I see a Dominia, which is probably not going to be able to be cast. And a Yendurai. I'm actually interested to see which dragon he casts here, because what I found is you want to keep Yendurai for the late game, surprisingly enough, because what happens is, we see these cards tomorrow, they're very, very smart. He's gonna cast both dragons here. Well, so what I was saying is, Yendurai is such a powerful card in the late game because it's always going to take 2 chamber shots, 2 pistol shots to kill it, and so because when you have later in the game, Dash is going to have Purifies chambers on the field, so it's going to come in for more damage. And so later in the game, it's actually going to prevent and save more damage because the endurance counter will fly off.
Absorb more than it would have early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. But he wants to come in for the pressure here, which I fully respect. He's got a pounder on the field, so it absolutely makes sense to come in with this play. He probably won't attack with the Mirror Guy because it definitely demands an answer, and Dash plays around 8 to 9 poppers, so you definitely aren't going to want to get that popped.
Yeah, I was just about to ask how many of those we have, and then you're going to use the Mirror Guy's effect on the Ender right here to help kind of protect it a little bit too. And man, his deck is gorgeous.
Oh yeah.
I saw, I think the Marvel Command and Conquer as well go to the bottom. I
think it's illegal in feature matches to not have a max rarity Dromai deck.
I think you're completely correct. Yeah.
I think he picked up his Marvel Aether Ashwings, and it was about 10 of them in his hand. So this is going to be a fate. This is going to be a sight to see. Oh, that's great. That's a great one right there. High Octane. That's going to be able to clear dragons very, very efficiently. Unfortunate that he doesn't have a Purifier on the field. However, you take what you can get.
Yeah, especially with this kind of start from your opponent. Yeah, this is a really good card for Merrick to have. You see High Octane on your screen there. It's going to let him have some extra action points this turn and maybe clear up at least a decent bit of this board here this turn.
Yeah. I see that he's got Adaptive Plating. Dromai matchup becomes a little bit harder if you don't have Goliath Gauntlet because it's so easy just to go +2 on a Combustible Courier and kill these dragons very easily. So he's coming in with a Miragai. He's killing a Miragai, nice and easy. He gets +2 from the effect of Teklo Pounder, so it's able to clear it out nice and efficiently. As you see, it's beautiful, putting the attack bat value on the card.
Absolutely love those dice. I need to get a set of those for myself for when I play back home.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yep, just going to go ahead and load up the pistol here.
Yeah, he has 2 action points here, so he's not needing to use the Induction Chamber. Clear attacking the Endurance. As we see, the Endurance counter, a light breeze was going to take it out in dash. So you can see it's not much of a threat at this point of the game. So, he's going at the face here. Okay, fantastic. He's probably going to be able to clear that nice and easily. So comes in.
Not take one because of the board.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep, so he's taking 1 damage. The Wave of Reality will die, and the Spectral Shield will get created, so he takes 1 damage. See what he's conditioning here, because he's got that High Octane still, so everything he boosts, he'll get an action point, which is going to be incredibly powerful.
Pitches yet another T-Bone here. Let's see what he's going to do with these resources. Looks like it's a blue T-Bone as well, so a ton of resources for the rest of this turn. All right, looks like the pistol's going to happen again.
We'll wait to see what he's attacking before we...
I think he attacks face yet again.
Yep, fantastic. So if you can't officially clear the Ashwings, it's more likely you just want to go face and just maybe ignore them, maybe draw poppers while you can, because if he doesn't have a Miragai or Chromite, 1 popper will end the turn, doesn't matter how many dragons you have on the field. So maybe that's what he's contemplating, that his opponent might be scared of poppers because of how many he has. They do have open deck lists, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They do, and so Guy's first thing he's going to look at a deck list is how many poppers are in his deck. That's all that matters to me, really. Maybe a couple of other things, but...
Because it can come up so big late in the game, too, right? Once we've, like you said, we're going to be here for a long time, most likely. And so late in the game, he's going to be able to go through, the discard pile of Merrick. And if he sees, like, oh, he's got 8, we've already seen 7, then I might not have to play around that as much.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to be making sure the pitch, he's going to be checking that pitch all the time, counting it and seeing, okay, he's used all of these cards.
0 to 60 here.
I think that's a yellow one.
Yep, it's a boost, so it is going to be for 3.
Yep. Right, the face, 2 action points again. Going to block with a blue dust up here, probably the worst card in hand. No, you don't really want to see blues realistically at this point of the game unless you have a Dominia or a Tumultai. What's he going to do with these 2 actions? All right, he's going to put a counter on the gun, shoot it again. He has 2 action points here, so he's going to go down to 1. Threaten more damage. Interested to see if he's gone face here. I think he has, because Gui is contemplating blocking with a card from hand here. And I can see he's got an Uvia, which isn't exactly lighting the world on fire, so probably an easy block with that, because he's got 2 reds in his hand.
Yeah, it looks like he did agree with you for a moment and then thought better of it here. He went ahead and took the 2 damage.
Yeah, he's probably contemplating playing that Uvia, because even though you pitch 2 reds for it, you're going to be able to cast that Uvia, which is a very hard thing to deal with, and you're going to replace it with an Ashwing. So it's a very powerful thing that he is able to do. We see Merrick just has a lot of blues in his hand, not much pressure being applied. However, he's going to make a lot of use of those resources because he did draw that High Octane. He's going to be able to carry over those resources over to the next turn with his Induction Chamber, which is some of the powerful things that Dash can do.
Yeah, and with that last attack of his turn here, he is going to take care of 1 of those Aether Ashwings. So a decent bit of the dragons contained here. 1 Aether Ashwing left over.
Yeah, and if he's very smart play here. If he can't efficiently kill the Enderite, just leave it there. It is what it is. You're going to get more value if you draw a popper. The fear of the popper is just as valuable as having the popper, I'd say. Well, maybe not as valuable, but it's close to it. And we can see here coming with a Rabble, one of the staples in Dromai now. Just 4 damage, gives go again to all of your dragons through Dromai's hero ability. And, yep, there's so many reds that you're probably going to get off. There's a Billing Mirage pitching that Uvia. Fantastic play. Yep, we're going to go and get into a second Ashwing, and once he gets rid of 1, and then another one just shows up. That's just the problem, right, with Dromai, just so many Ashwings to deal with. We see Merrick just taking it here. He kind of has to, unfortunately.
Yep, and his life total is going to start dwindling here. He's down to 27, down to 26, and then here comes that bigger dragon down to 23.
Yeah, Gui no fear here. Yenderai, if he pops it, I'm happy. He's probably happy. It's all good because
he's already gotten a lot of the value out of the card already and a bunch of damage as well. Yeah,
and because it pretty much has a value of 6, if he has the popper and you don't attack, you know, it doesn't matter. You'd be able to attack it anyway. So you're just losing 3 damage at that point. It's all about efficiency in Dromai. You can't be scared of poppers, especially on cards like Yenderai that don't exactly matter that much. It's beautiful. 7 damage zipper hit coming in here. Hitting them in the face, I'd imagine. 1 counter off the Teklo Pounder. So Gui's weathering the storm here really nicely. That Teklo Pounder presented a lot of threat earlier in the game, and he's just out here blocking. He's developing his board, efficiently trading. He's playing exceptionally here. Just a lot of deliberation.
You can see why he made the top 8 with this deck this weekend, playing absolutely great. I think I see a mirror guy in the hand. I think I see possibly, what is that, a sink below?
Yeah, he has a sink below and a mirror guy. He's going to take it here. Merrick knows that he has that mirror guy because he revealed it off the Ravenous Rabble. Right. And so it's something he definitely has to consider because he's just going face here. That makes sense, I think.
Yellow zipper hit here this time.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. You just want to press with the life total and hopefully you can draw into your poppers.
No blocks. Yeah, and I mean, he's doing the same thing here because he goes to no blocks, but then he's going to go ahead and sink below here. Let's see if he does want to sink a card from hand. Looks like
there's a Pulse Wave Harpoon. This is one of the clutch cards against Dromai specifically because now he's boosted 3 times. He has to reveal 3 cards in his hand that block for 3 or less. And I think we see a Tome in hand as well, which is probably why he didn't want to block in the first case. You definitely want a lot of cards in hands when you're activating Tome. Oh, as we see here, he's going to be forced to use that Mirror Guy as a block card.
It looks like Mirror Guy, Sink Below, Tome, and it's going to go ahead and this is one of my favorite things about the Harpoon. You get to interact with your opponent's hands, something you don't get to do very often in this game.
Little unfortunate for Gui. Not sure if he considered a Pulse Wave Harpoon an option. However, it doesn't matter that he's not going to block. His Arsenal's probably going to be able to put in some work, and he's going to be able to replace his dead Sink Below in hand with that Tome.
This card for me has lived up to the hype all weekend long. This card has been awesome every single time I've seen it.
Yeah, it's absolutely a fantastic card. However, it's not just mono amazing. You know, there is downside to it. You don't have a Crown of Providence in your headpiece, so you are a bit susceptible to on-hit effects like Command and Conquer, especially since it doesn't have a block value. So there is ups and downs with this card, which I really, really like about it. It's one of the great cards that come out of Bright Lights.
Yeah, I love cards like that that are really powerful, but they're skill testing in some way. Like, you know, you have to build your deck in a certain way. You have to have a little give and a little take with them to get the full effect of the card. Absolutely great design card, yeah.
Just unfortunate for Gui that he actually had to use it with 2 cards in hand. Ideally, you want to have a full hand to make use of all those resources that are available to you. And as we see, unfortunately, he has the popper here for the Ashwing. So the Tome didn't really do much work. It just made some Ash, which is very unfortunate because he didn't get to use those 3 resources. So it essentially just was a 1 card to make 2 Ash, which is like as the floor of a card. That's pretty fantastic. But we're going to see, is Merrick going to be able to make a comeback here? And he's going to start with a 4 attack T-Bone.
Yep, so some equipment possibly getting in. Yep, there we go. Snapdragon Scalers, there you go. It's a freebie.
Yeah, keeping that Snapdragon Scalers is very important because T-Bone will be able to force that Furnace block, and Dromai does not want Furnace to die. It is the integral card of this deck. Oh, and as we see, another T-Bone, so he's going to be forced to block.
Yeah, since this is the same combat chain, he can't block with the Scalers again. So
and Crown of Dominion does not have a block value, so you're not allowed to block with that to prevent them from forcing your Flamescale Furnace.
Huge turn for Merrick here. That's a big win.
So he's closing the combat chain here. So he's done what he wanted to do in getting that value off that Flamescale Furnace block.
Looks like a blue leftover. Gotta believe we're gonna do some pistol chamber action.
Yep, definitely. Easiest way to think about it is 1 blue is 4 damage with the chamber and the pistol.
Yep. So the first 2 damage I think went to Gui. Let's see what's gonna happen with the other ones. So yeah, he's asking 3 cards in hand. See if he wants to maybe clear off this Aether Ashwing here.
Yeah. Gui was so far ahead in this game. However, that Pulse Wave Harpoon was absolutely massive, and now it is back to basically parity with just a dragon on the board. And we can see Gui's going to mount a good comeback here with Ravenous Rabble, the perfect start to this turn. Coming in for 4, revealing that Snatch, threatening that attack with the Yenderai. He's got 3 cards in hand, and he's going to mount a comeback here. Another Rabble. Oh, that is fantastic. Really putting the pressure on Merrick.
Look at the grin on Gui's face here, knowing how good of a turn this is.
Oh, he loves it.
Yeah, making a bunch of Ash, getting a bunch of attacks.
That's great math. And an Azalea. the amount of damage that he's being able to deal without pitching a single card is just absolutely ridiculous.
Do an arcane barrier check here as well, but it does look like we've got the popper here to throttle.
Yeah, so he was just saying attacked, you have the popper, saves flipping the card and then flipping it back. Yeah. Even though it's untimed, you know, the players were shortcutting it a little bit there, which is perfectly fine.
Also, it's those beautiful, beautiful versions of the dragons. I wouldn't want to be taking them out the sleeve if I could avoid it as well.
Oh yeah, he's definitely double sleeving those ones though.
Yeah.
Don't want those ones to get any kind of scratches.
Yep, here we go. Typical pistol play. Load it up, get the chamber going.
He was perfectly fine with that pop because he got 8 damage in plus 1 arcane damage in, so 9 damage just to, and then 8 a popper, which is a card that, you know, using a popper, that is a nothing. You know, that's 6 damage that you're not going to be able to deal on your turn. And trading it for an Azalea, which just costs you 1 card, is a fantastic trade for Gui.
Looks like we got a red 0 to 60 coming here for 4.
I think that's the best card in the Dash deck. 0 for 4, go again. Turns on everything. Your Foundry Heart.
Still blocks for 3 too as well. Yeah.
There's a reason that nothing in the new set has the same stats as that, or it does, but it's conditional. You can see.
Speaking of the best versions of cards, whew, that is a pretty promo.
Yes, absolutely. The Chinese Faithful Scenes, very, very rare.
Oh, is that a Tumultai?
That's a Tumultai. Not the best card in this matchup because you're not exactly going to blow everything up and think it's going to win you the game like it would against Lexi.
Yeah, but here the Lexi players talking about that all weekend long. They're like, well, I played against Dromai and they had a Tumultai on turn 0. Like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah.
Yep, it happens. And you can see a nice efficient Miraging Metamorph for 7. Just become a very powerful card in this deck that's seen a lot more play recently. I think ever since Lexi, the ban list said Lexi got to become the best deck. Just being able to pitch a red card and attack for 7, which is a very on rate for the rest of the format, and then being able to make Ash on top of that to be able to cast a Chromai in the future is a fantastic play. He's thinking here because he's on 14. This is half his life.
Yeah, this is important here, and he's already used a popper here this turn.
And there's a popper, which that's the downside of Miraging Metamorph, right? You're such an efficient card, however, it does have Phantasm. But what Gui's happy about here is that forces a popper. So he'd rather the Metamorph get popped here than the Yendurai or any future dragon that he's willing to cast. And so he's cheering at that one. He got away with that one. He's happy.
Looks like a blue 0 to 60 here. I think that's only coming in for 2.
Yeah,
unfortunate. I think Snap no blocks here from Gui.
Yeah, a lot of blues in Merrick's hand last turn. Very unfortunate. So he's pitching Sprocket Rocket and attacking for 6. So he had multiple poppers. Attack for 6 with Throttle.
It looks like he had 3 poppers here this last turn. Wow.
Yeah, sometimes you get hit with them. He hasn't drawn a maximum velocity yet, so I wouldn't say the game is close to over. Maximum velocity, maybe something you don't want to block with, but he might be forced to, but that card just swings the game back in Merrick's favor, because that just does 10 damage off 2 cards.
Yeah, Building Mirage coming out to block here, a little bit of damage going to get through. His life total is getting to almost parity here.
So he's thinking if he wants to Foundry Heart and attack with the pistol twice, because he has 1 resource floating, he'll go to 2 resources, and then he'll be able to load the pistol 2 times and attack with it. But the thing with Dash, when you're boosting, there's a deck damage risk, so you are very much inclined to not use Foundry Heart as much as possible. Otherwise, you will be threatened to get fatigued. And there's a max. 2 poppers. Oh, that is, he doesn't want to see that. And Gui is probably cheering at that. 2 poppers gone off that Foundry Heart is very unfortunate for Merrick, especially that maximum velocity, which is such a good tempo swing card. So yeah, he's going to come in, attack with the pistol 2 times, 13 to 14. But Gui has kept all of his cards, and I'd be scared.
Yeah, we're going to start off with Mirror Guy, one of the better ones here to start off with.
Yep. I think it's probably the best one at this point in time. Pitching that Burn Them All as well, because he knows that Burn Them All in the late game is definitely the best card in the late game, where you're going to be able to do as much damage as possible. And so very smart of him to pitch that. The Zenderai won't have Phantasm.
To be noted here for Merrick, though, he does have a lot of cards, a card in the arsenal, and he does still have the full complement of his equipment.
Yeah, absolutely. He can take this here. He's not. It's 5 damage and 2 dragons on the field. However, when Gui's on 13 live, Merrick might be thinking, is it time to just stop attacking dragons and just go face, threaten cards from hand? Because he's definitely able to do that.
And I've got to believe that is something that he's thinking about here. I mean, we've been through a lot of the blues over the last few turns and a few of the poppers, so there's going to be a lot of reds left over possibly the next few turns. So you might have a really aggressive attack hand. You see Merrick really, really thinking this over. That's probably what's going through his head here is like, how much can I take this turn? I've got a little bit of my equipment left to block over. Still got my, my headpiece, all that kind of stuff. But how am I winning from here?
Yeah, this is the big pivotal point of the game, so it makes sense that he's thinking a lot about this, because this could make or break whether he pivots into an aggressive strategy and ignores dragons, or just continues doing a little bit of cleanup, because you can't just keep up this kind of strategy forever because of how out of control it's getting, especially now that he's casting Invoke Azalea, which is going to be definitely very powerful, because it's going to be threatening arcane damage every turn, which is not going to be an efficient block, because that Accelerator will cause a whole card to be pitched to be able to block that arcane. So definitely doesn't want that around for too long.
Yeah, and he asked him if he had a popper, did the whole, like, do I need to flip this or not? So it seems like there's no popper in Merrick's hand here, so life total's at parity here, but Merrick's getting beat down by a ton of dragons.
It still might be. The only problem is maybe he doesn't want to pop just because he wants to keep those cards in hand to maybe velocity, because I saw a Twin Drive in his hand, and that could be a very good starter card to be able to get a maximum velocity off. And I'm just interested to see, if he doesn't pop here, will Gui go in with the Mirage? Because I think it's time to shove. I think Gui should recognize that if he pops any of my dragons, I'm happy either way. It doesn't matter if Mirage goes or not, because Merrick's definitely in the position to where he has to make a risky play in order to come back into it.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go ahead and take this.
Yep, and he's
down to
jamming.
11, and there we go.
Yep. Gui, veteran, absolute veteran Dromai player, probably a master of this hero.
It's a good spot to be in going into Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see Merrick starting to use his equipment block. And there's a snatch.
Wow.
Oh, and right when he uses the equipment, so unfortunate here for Merrick. So maybe he has to give a card. Yeah, he has to give a card in that adaptive plating there. And that Twin Drive, that's so unfortunate. Absolutely mastered play by Gui, though. Very patient, very deliberate.
Very good turn for Gui here.
And now Merrick's just forced into like a certain position, because if he keeps the dragons on the field, then Gui can just have a one-card starter, which he has many of in the deck. And with that Snapdragon as well as an instant starter. So Merrick's he's definitely in a tough spot here. He's going to go for that Mirror Guide. That makes perfect sense.
He's going to use the zipper hit to take this down.
Yep. Puts him in a position to where he can draw a popper and get back into it. If Gui has a hand of all dragons, which is definitely a heads-up play, you got to be in the best. You got to put yourself in the best position to get lucky at this point of the game. Like absolutely, and he recognizes that, and he's doing a masterful job.
Got this resource left over. How's he going to want to spend it? Got a card in his arsenal that I didn't get a good glimpse at.
Hopefully it's maximum velocity. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, the way it's played out, it feels like it might be.
There's one banish, and he hasn't seen another one yet, so it's not unlikely that
banish was so brutal.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
From the heart.
Maybe he's thinking of using the Teklo Foundry Heart, but God, when you banish two sixes off it, it's tough to want to do it again. But the thing is, he needs to be efficient. I don't think the deck size should be that big of a deal at this point of the game. It's 13 to 11. So maybe just saying, okay, I want to put a counter on my Purifier, I'll counter on my Chamber, counter on my Plasma Pistol, and even though I'm not going to be using it, the next turn, I'm going to have that leftover resource and just go in for a massive turn.
So he did go ahead and activate it. He's going to go ahead and use these to fire off the pistol. Looks like he's going upstairs.
That makes perfect sense.
Gui down to 11. Both these players at 11, about to be under 10.
Oh, and there's a tone. That is massive. If he's able to draw a Dromai here, or that third Mirage, he's in an absolutely fantastic position.
So let's see, what are the two cards that are going to get pitched here?
Probably that Fateful Scene that I saw in his hand. He's definitely aggressor in this spot. However, maybe he doesn't want to pitch it because he's in such a commanding lead. Maybe he's only thinking, Merrick can cheese me here. Maybe I just want to Arsenal.
How do I lose from here?
Yes,
yeah.
Maybe I want to Arsenal this D-React and not get greedy and just secure the win by keeping these dragons on the board.
I do think he might be getting rid of it, though. I think that's it right there at the top.
Yep. And that makes perfect sense. He's got that Kyloria in hand. That card is an absolute banger. Absolute banger. So we're going to see, he's got 3 cards here. He's going to be, is that a Dracona Optimi? No, can't be. I hope so, but no. No, it's 2 Kylorias. It's 2 Kylorias. So maybe he's going to cast all 3 dragons here. He's going to cast 2 dragons. That's very smart because he wants to be able to Arsenal the other dragon as a starter for the next turn. So he's going to flip these around here. See, this is where Merrick wants to be. So he gets absolutely ruined by a popper here, and Merrick can just get back in the game here. So he's going to take the Arcane here. Merrick, and there's a popper. See, this is where Merrick wanted to be. He put himself in a position that gets him back in the game. If he says, hey, if you draw a Dromai Mirage, that's all good. Sometimes it be that way. But he put himself in the best position to win this game.
And he's already seen a bunch of those as well, too, so there's only a few left in Gui's deck. So this was a calculated risk as well on Merrick's side. Let's see if this is going to pay off for him. How's he going to start his turn?
That's why he's a calling champion, like absolutely. But we can see he's got a Purifier in his... Oh, he had 2 poppers. Oh, that's fantastic.
That's going to start off with a red throttle here.
Yeah. He has a Teklo, he has a Plasma Purifier in hand, which is so late and so unlucky for Merrick to not see it any earlier in the game, especially with any Spark of Geniuses. But maybe it's just another opportunity to say, I'm going to Teklo Foundry here, play the Plasma Purifier, and then pass turn, hopefully draw another popper like I did last turn and get myself back.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have the double block here to block out.
Yep. So the Guis definitely want to be in a more defensive stance here because he does have the board superiority over Merrick because Merrick has not found a Plasma Purifier yet.
So it does look like we're going to go ahead and pistol up to the face, give you the chamber.
Looks like Merrick recognizing that he doesn't have the ability to chamber, so he definitely wants to kill that Kyloria. That card is such a threat, and it's so easy to kill it with one pistol shot.
Life total still almost at parity here. We got 9 on Gui, 10 on Merrick.
Oh, and there's a Dromai. That is a massive draw here. Gui is in a heavily favored position to win this game, especially with that Kyloria and Arsenal. That's going to be threatening that induction chamber on the board. And he needs 2 poppers here. I see a throttle, but I know it's a red one. It's very much in trouble if he does not have the double popper here. Gui, perfect timing to find this Dromai.
It's going to keep him with action points flush for the rest of the turn and allow him to do everything that he wants.
All right, he's taken 3 here. That is not a good sign.
I think are we counting poppers? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it must be. It must be that time of the game, I reckon. But maybe he's going to check what's in, because if he has a 0 cost in his hand, like maybe a Snatch, because he has 2 action points, he's just going to be able to cast a Snatch for free here and threaten a non-hit draw, and as well as attack with those Yenderais. That Yenderai has been on the table since turn 2 of the game, and so that has just had unreal amount of value that I couldn't even count.
I think Merrick just took all of this, by the way.
Okay, that
might
makes
be on
sense.
the last attack, so he's got 4 here.
This is where he's thinking, because he's got, it depends what's in his hand. He's got that Kyloria, and that is one of the most brutal cards against. Yeah, he's going to block here. Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate because now he's going to be able to come in with Kyloria, and that's going to force a card out of Merrick's hand, especially because it's threatening that induction chamber. Yeah, he hates to see that, and there's a Rake the Embers in his hand. Yeah, this is not looking good here. Gui is just taking the front foot in this game with that Dromai cast.
To see how Merrick wants to defend this. Like I said, it's going to probably at least a card from hand.
Yep, absolutely.
That's going to put him in a rough spot.
It has to be a card and that Crown of Providence because you cannot let that induction chamber get taken, especially at this point of the game where the Dragon's just getting out of control.
Yeah, that's where I believe it's got to be as well. Let's see if Merrick agrees with us. It does look like it's going to be 1 card from hand. Yep, reaching for that Crown of Providence. Let's see if we can see value off this crown, maybe.
Yeah, I want to see what maybe he puts away that Arsenal, because it might be of maximum velocity, and at this point of the game, when you're on 2 life, maybe he just doesn't have the hand to cast it. No, he's keeping all of his cards.
Keeping all of it.
That's a good sign for him, at least.
Yeah, all the American Dash fans at home. That's at least a small victory for you here.
Blocking with that Expedite. So he's got High Octane here, which is a good start, definitely.
He's at 2. He's at 9. We're going to start off with the High Octane. And we saw one of the High Octane turns this game was really good for Gui.
And he drew with that second Plasma Purifier. That is the worst draw of this High Octane because you are not going to be able to cast that and get value off it, especially against a board of Kyloria, 2 Yenderai and Dromai. So unfortunate for Merrick here. And there's a Twin Drive as well, so he's going to be able to boost 2 times, which is going to trigger High Octane twice. He's going to read the card. Yep, so he's going to get 3 action points here through the power of Twin Drive. Brand new card in Bright Lights. Probably the main card that Dash Adventure Extraordinaire got in this set because it combos so well with Maximum Velocity and that High Octane, which we're seeing here.
So it is attack for 5, so Dust Up's going to come in and block a little bit of it. This is going to get down to 7.
And then so we see him blocking with that Dust Up here because he wants to protect his life because Dromai on its own gives you an action point when you attack with it. So if you block with your whole hand, you're still able to attack with 2 dragons here, which is why Dromai is considered the best dragon in Dromai. And what's good about what Merrick's doing here is that because he has 2 action points, he's able to clear this Kyloria and this Dromai because he's not going to be able to get through and threaten any more cards from Gui's hand.
It was this, right? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, they're just doing some clean up the board here, making sure everything's copacetic with all the action points and everything here. But like you said, I think that pistol is going after that Kyloria.
In Gui's hand, I see another Dromai.
Oh, no.
That's the one card that Merrick does not want to see in Gui's hand. However, he's going to be able to get these action points back. Kill this Kyloria. Maybe he doesn't even want to kill that Kyloria because at this point he just says, I need the poppers in my hand to be able to get this game back.
I think he's just been going upstairs. He's down to 3.
Yep, that makes sense. But the problem is Gui does have that Dromai, so he's happy taking this damage because he knows that he needs double popper to have his turn end.
There we go.
Oh, there's that maximum velocity badge. There's another popper, and then that Data Link blue. So he's going to have 2 resources. I wonder what he's going to be able to get out here. Yep, he's going to put counters in. Yep. He's killing that Kyloria. That's such an interesting play, especially because Gui's going to be able to cast that Dromai. He had an extra action point. Fantastic. He's going to be able to kill both. That's amazing. So he needs 2 poppers in his hand because Gui has that Dromai and that Command and Conquer. Yeah,
There we see Dromai, the card that you hate to see if you're American, you're a Dash fan.
He's got a max. He's got that 3rd velocity in his hand. You hate blocking with it, but you have to in this spot of the game.
We've seen Chromize be so impactful all weekend long for this deck. It does look there. Okay, popper number 1.
Yep,
Halfway there.
That's the soul. That's his soul right there. You hate to see it.
Another Chromite.
Oh, and he has another third Chromite here. That is insane from Gui here. He's going to be able to force every single card from his hand.
Yep, there's a block of the T-Bone. Yeah, I think Merrick's resigned to his fate here. Block, block, block.
Doesn't mean it's over because he can still draw 2 poppers in this next turn to be able to...
He's got to be getting low on them, though, here.
Yeah. I'm not sure how many he has left. Gui is in a commanding spot here. But the thing is, there's no Ash. So if he draws a handful of dragons, that's tough luck. He's not able to use all of his cards. Oh, and there's the worst card. That's Home of Imperial Flame. This is the best card he can draw here as well. Is that a third one in his hand?
I'm trying to catch this. Hand's a little too shiny for me.
Yeah, there's a Snatch in there as well, which is the best combo card with Chromite because you're going to be able to get those 2 action points. You're going to be you're not going to need to use that Snapdragon Scalers when you have 2 action points off the Chromite. So Snatch is going to be such a threatening card, especially with no equipment left for Merrick.
Yeah, Ash generation huge here this turn as well, like you were saying. So now he can't be caught with dragons in his hand anymore. You know, a small path to victory that Merrick had.
Gui heads up play here, attacking with the Chromite first to see if there's any poppers before he chooses what he wants to do next. So he's going to have 2 action points here because he did not get popped. And he doesn't look like he has any poppers left. This is so unfortunate. There's a Snatch. It's going to be able to draw him a card. And he's on 2. He's going to be able to attack with 2 dragon, and it looks like it's over here.
I was going to say, I think this is going to be enough just to finish the game.
Yeah.
So it looks like, I think, one gets through a card drawn here. I don't know if Merrick's going to be able to find a way out of this.
And there's an is that 2 Azaleas in his hand when he's on 1? Oh my God, Gui is just on fire.
It closes down the chain.
Oh man, what an absolute banger of a draw, that Azalea. Oh, and that's
nice.
Good game. Gui takes it, moves on to the top 4, playing an absolutely masterful game of Dromai. That second Kylori that turn was absolutely massive and basically secured him the game.
Yeah, what a match between these two. I thought this was really awesome. We saw a lot of back and forth, and we saw both players play exceptionally well and understand what they needed to do in those spots. So Merrick's tournament, unfortunately, and Dash's tournament has come to an end, but what a showing by him. I think he played amazingly and in some really rough spots against Gui here.
Yeah, he finished 7-0 on day 1. I think he was the first person locked at 9-0. So an unfortunate end, but you know what? It's still amazing. And making top 8 of a calling is something not many people are going to be able to do in their life, and so it's an absolutely amazing accomplishment.
And wow, what a first round of the top 8. I don't know if we can do better than that. That was a hell of a match.
Oh, I think we will be. I think there's going to be a lot of great games to come in this tournament because the best players are going to rise to the top, and these finals are going to be absolutely epic.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. We've got a few more matches left over. Are we going to be doing any more of the quarterfinals, or are we going to move straight on to the semifinals?
Cool.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to be taking a small break here, and then we're going to be moving over to the semifinals so we get that set up. I'll get some more casters in here. And thanks for sticking with us all day long. It's been great and fun here from Dallas-Fort Worth. Nick Butcher, thank you so much for this round. That was amazing.
The pleasure was all mine.
I feel like I learned so much just hearing you from just that one round. I would love to have you in the booth again at some point in time.
I'd love to be there with you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nick. Well, for you at home, don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking a very short break. We'll be back with anything that we can possibly get and then some more Flesh and Blood. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first Flesh and Blood World Champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together. And oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this. Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers.
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the third time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Bravant, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Techlevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius inventor with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
Haha, there's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be going into the semifinals very shortly. You just watched the quarterfinals here at the Calling Dallas-Fort Worth. So let's take a look at the bracket as it stands now, break down what we're going to be possibly seeing on the other side of the bracket as we move into the semifinals. But as you saw, it was Gui over Merrick and Michael over Michael.
Yeah, Michael Yasker beating Michael Fang. Big win for Yasker there. Yasker's been absolutely crushing tournaments, sort of in the background a bit. I mean, hitting the battle-hardened scene, just not quite at the level of Michael Fang in terms of, the Pro Tour win, the calling win, etc. But Michael Yasker is a rising player. Also, Michael Yasker doesn't get this narrative of a prodigy, a young, up-and-coming player. But Michael Yasker is like 18 or 19 years old, and he's definitely a part of this like Zoomer crew of Brodie Spurlock, Evan, and himself, and of course, Lucas Oswald.
Yep, Lucas.
So they're like the four young bloods in Flesh and Blood right now. Michael Yasker is just an absolutely phenomenal player. I've had the pleasure to cast a few of his games, but let's zoom out on this top 8. The story of the weekend is Dromai and Lexi, but really it's Dromai. That's a lot more than Dromai than I expected. And if we looked back at statistical numbers and conversions for Dromai into day 2, very bad, into top 8, even worse. So, looks like Dromai has gotten a few upgrades in bright lights and is seeing a lot better conversion rate and performance.
Well, and one of those decks we've seen multiple times on stream in the form of Matthew Vore's list is not running some of the new tools. It is simply heavily tuned for this meta, for fatigue, for trying to play to late game scenarios where permanents on the board win you the game. And he is in the late throes of his quarterfinal match against Yuki Bender on Lexi. And on the other side of that sort of bracket, we have, I believe that's Nicholas versus Jacob Ball, both playing Lexi as well.
Yep, exactly. I think it says they're both playing Dromai, or are they both?
Sorry, Dromai.
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
You're correct, 100%.
So yeah, Matthew Vore's easiest path to the finals would have been Lexi. I mean, he brought that deck pretty much to play against Lexi or to play against other aggro decks. In the mirror, the Dromai mirror is particularly interesting. I know a lot of Dromai players now say that Tome of Imperial Flame kind of is it's definitely a inflection point in the mirror. It's an important card. And Matthew Vore doesn't have this in his deck, but Matthew Vore surely has a game plan ready for Dromai's. So very keen to see that. But is able to play against Lexi in his initial round, which is definitely good for him. But yeah, I mean, it's super interesting. I just want to talk. I was sort of shout out to Merrick Kemp. Merrick Kemp did get knocked out here in the quarterfinals, but Merrick had quite a tear through Swiss. Just absolute monster on Dash, calling champion, etc.
Let's talk about the fact that there are 50% Dromai. Like you've mentioned before, like you set up for us so well, 50% Dromai, 2 different archetypes in a Lexi-dominated meta where she's still viable, where she still can win you the tournament, and yet we see many of them taking up those spots where you might think it would be Lexi. Now there's 3 Lexi, of course, and then 1 Dark Horse in the form of Dash, but the fact that there are 4 Dromai speaks heavily to now its power level and its flexibility in 2 different archetypes being played on the day.
Dromai's always been powerful. I mean, Lexi just had some good cards into Dromai, right? Like Endless Arrow is very powerful. Bracers of Belief, which are now gone, sort of helped with some of those game plans. So the Lexi-Dromai matchup definitely got worse post PT Baltimore, but I mean, we've seen it be a bit regional at that. I mean, now that we're here in the Dallas-Fort Worth, we're seeing a different conversion of top 8 than we did earlier in Taipei and some of the the battle-hardened that have been happening across the United States and across the world.
Now, we did just get word that Yuki Lee Bender dropped the game and Matthew Vore picked it up in the quarterfinals. So Matthew Vore on that fatigue list makes his way into the semifinals. So we will be watching in this semifinals Matthew Vore take on either Nicholas or Jacob on Dromai. So a Dromai mirror back and forth, and we may see that inflection point you talked about, whether or not you're going to draw those Tome of Imperial Flames against a deck that honestly doesn't run them and probably doesn't care, because the goal is to play efficiently and very much for the late game.
Very interested to see how that mirror goes. I don't have much experience in the Tome of Imperial Flame versus non-Tome of Imperial Flame. Most Dromais I know have swapped over to the Imperial Flame list, the heavy red line list. But I spoke to Matthew Vore here earlier in the booth. Very articulate, understands what he's doing, brought the deck for a reason, and I trust Matthew Vore with that deck more than anybody else in this room. So very keen to see how he navigates that mirror.
But in order to do it, he's either going to have to go through Jacob Ball with a formidable opponent at the 8 seed or the 1 seed of the tournament. And that's the sticking point. You've got a hard path to the finals, but you're 1 game away. And so is Michael versus Gui on the other side of things. And Lexi v. Dromai is one of those back-and-forth matchups that we've seen play out at a lot of Battle Hardens over the past 3 months. Dromai started to really gain popularity as Lexi did because permanents on the board are hard to deal with when you're a ranger. And it's been this back-and-forth battle between those 2 heroes, and maybe you chuck in Icelander along with that in the top tables and in the top 8s. And so we'll see if Lexi can push their way to a finish or if we get an all-Dromai finals.
Very possible. It would be very interesting to see that in the context of Lexi leaving this meta and Dromai looking to be the deck to beat as we head into the World Championships here in Barcelona. I mean, this really puts a stamp on it so far. I know that the tournament's not over, but just looking at this top 8, the Calling Dallas is really setting the foundation for what is probably going to show up in Barcelona, which is a lot of Dromai. But as soon as Lexi comes out, opens up a lot of space for these aggro decks to come back in the format. Icelander has a better position, etc. And that Icelander deck can punish these more red-oriented Dromai decks. So maybe we'll see a audible back over to a list that's similar to Vore's. Or, maybe it's hard to say that meta would be more hostile towards Dromai than this meta. But you got to see how it plays out. A lot changes when Lexi leaves. Even if Lexi doesn't win this tournament, it definitely has a lot of ripple effects on the meta in terms of the decks it's constraining.
I would also say this. It's very interesting to look at what this meta is going to look like in Worlds when we consider, Dromai to be one of the best decks and Lexi to rotate out. And then let me ask you this. How do you feel about ninjas and their chances in a post-Lexi meta going forward? We saw a Fi. In fact, we saw several Fis sitting close to those top tables, missing out here today. We saw Katsu get very close as well, drop some games in the stretch and not be able to cut their way in. But with Lexi gone, where do you think those heroes start to fall?
There is an interesting dynamic happening when it comes to the Fi and Ninja question. The main one being is that, yes, it probably has a good matchup into Dromai, at least theoretically. We saw a Fi lose to a Dromai on stream. Matthew Vore did dispatch of a Fi on stream. And maybe it was Matthew Vore, but we definitely saw Dromai beat Fi on stream.
Yeah.
Apologies if it wasn't Matthew. But what I will say is that you have to factor in Icelander when you talk about these ninjas coming back in to punish Dromai, because let's say that the ninjas can punish Dromai, that they are good against Dromai. Well, a redline-oriented Fi deck is probably going to struggle against an Icelander deck without access to Belittle. So Icelander's had some nerfs. We lost Hypothermia. We lost Amulet of Ice. So that deck definitely took a hit. But I'd probably take the Icelander deck every day of the week if I knew that the meta was going to be dominated by Fi, which I don't think it will be. To be fair, I think it will be dominated by Dromai. But that's the dynamic you're going for. You go Dromai, best deck. Layer 2, maybe I play a Ninja, try to punish the best deck. And Layer 3, it's like, well, let's just pick up Icelander. It's one of the most powerful decks in Flesh and Blood. It's good against both those decks if the Dromai deck is on the red line Tome of Imperial Flame version. So yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. I think it's pretty funny considering that this year will Living Legend, most likely, and then all the players attending the World Championships now have to ask that question, and there's no real fantastic data point you can point towards to accurately predict the meta. We're all kind of making a guess, which makes it super interesting.
It does. It's a fun talking point to try and kind of hack through what we see and what we could see coming down the pipeline. And there's even the very, very far outside chance that through this ProQuest season, which started this weekend, that Icelander somehow limps her way into the LL system herself. And if that happens, everything breaks loose. It's pandemonium in the streets, cats and dogs raining from the sky. Who knows what the meta will look like if that is the case, but it's certainly an interesting talking point. Nevertheless, here we have a very heavily dominated Dromai field and one lone Lexi still lurking, trying to make her way into that top table. So we're going to take a quick break, get these players seated, and we're going to take a look at some more Flesh and Blood. So don't go too far. Get comfortable. Get ready. We got more on the way. We'll see you in a bit.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first flesh and blood world champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together, and oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this. Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers.
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the third time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Brodie, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me up, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Techlevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius inventor with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
Haha, there's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
Welcome back, everyone, to The Calling, Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Levi. Rauch, our Azalea player that appeared on stream many times this weekend. Just want to talk to you about the World Championship here in Barcelona in a few weeks and how you see Azalea fitting into that meta. So Azalea, a deck that you've been having success with despite the meta, right?
Yeah.
But now it looks as Lexi rotates out and Dromai potentially becomes the most popular deck. How do you feel about that hero, just from the highest level perspective?
It's interesting. I know a lot of people have said that they think Azalea will get into a better spot after Lexi leaves, and I'm a little bit concerned because Lexi was already, I think, a slightly favorable matchup, which when the most popular deck in the room is a slight favor for you, that's a good place to be. Right now, I think it's a good matchup into Dromai, but
it can change, right?
I think if the representation of Azalea goes up, all of a sudden the Dromais start teching harder for it, and it might not be quite as good as you'd like. Also, you have ninjas coming back into play, which on paper should be good for Azalea, but Warmonger's Diplomacy is kind of a blowout card in that matchup. So it makes it a difficult matchup to navigate because you can't just take damage, threaten damage back, because they end on a Warmonger's and you lose the game.
And you're getting your bullseye bracers back, right?
Yes.
So talk to me about how impactful that is.
I think it's impactful. It's weird because it was a card that when they banned it, we were like, oh man, this is really bad for Azalea. It was really important. And the more I've been playing with Braces of Belief, the more I like them. I think they are a downgrade, but it's much less of a downgrade than I thought. So Bullseye Bracers coming back opens up some different play lines. It gives you a little more flexibility to having like your Bolt and Shot blocked out. However, I don't know that it's like a massive power bump. The only matchup where it's really helpful is like Icelander because you still have that in addition, the AB in addition to damage on your gloves.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, you are a player who has picked Azalea consistently despite the meta. Have taken her to very hostile metas, old him metas.
Yep.
I've cast over some of those games. Actually, you versus Michael Fang. Michael Fang on old him at the time, and you actually won that match, I believe.
Yep.
Are you locking in on Azalea now for the World Championships, or is there a potential that you maybe play another deck?
There's definitely potential for other decks. There's different things I'm messing with. I think that I had a bit more of an element of surprise prior to calling Taipei, where Justin was playing almost card for card my list. So my list is kind of front of people's minds as far as what they're expecting when they sit down against Azalea. So some of the tricks that I had in there, like the Sigil of Solaces, that might have caught people off guard, is no longer there. So I'm looking at rebuilding the deck, see where I might be able to find some optimizations with the new meta, as well as exploring other decks. Because I'm not sure that Azalea can ever be like the top deck because it's easily targeted.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like you said, the Warmonger's Diplomacy, that card in and of itself, is it how powerful and how effective is that card as a sideboard card against a deck like Azalea?
It depends on the deck that you're playing. If you're playing a deck that doesn't care at all about the Warmonger's text, something like Katsu or Fai, it's ridiculous. I think that matchup, no Warmongers is probably like 75-25, maybe not quite that much Azalea favor. And with Warmongers, it's almost 50-50. It comes down to when they play it, it's going to be somewhere between no value and 15 value. And if they one card 15 you lose the game.
Yep, that sounds like flesh and blood.
Yeah.
I'm interested to, kind of segueing away from Azalea, but talking a little bit about Dromai. We have a Dromai in the top 8 right now in the form of Alexander Vore, who's brought a different build than most of the Dromai players. A lot of the Dromai players are switching to, they've switched to the Tome of Imperial Flame, very heavy redline lists, very aggressive lists. Alexander Vore, pretty much the opposite.
Yep.
Matthew Vore.
Yeah.
Sorry, brothers. Pretty much the opposite, playing these bigger dragon lists, a more traditional, I guess we would have seen a PT2, similar to that. How do you see that Dromai build adapting to the World Championship, considering that Icelander will have more room to come back in the meta, and Matthew Vore this weekend has taken that list that doesn't have Tome of Imperial Flame to what a lot of success. I mean, the story isn't over yet. We still have the semifinals and the finals to play, but a lot of success.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that list is going to have more legs into Icelander. Obviously, it's running more blues, and it's not. I mean, just the decks playing 5 blues are going to have a rough time into Icelander. So I think that deck has some legs. I actually got to play against Alexander Vore in the last round. So I sat down and we started out, and all of a sudden I'm like, this is not the Dromai I was expecting. So I had to adapt the game plan a bit, but I almost feel, if back from the Azalea perspective, I almost feel like it's a better matchup for Azalea because the board doesn't snowball out of control. They're doing a lot of blocking, and if they're blocking and not disrupting me or building a board, I'm usually in a pretty good spot. I had to be a little bit careful of fatigue. I got probably down to like 15, 20 cards in deck, but just as long as you're careful with your resources, they just aren't presenting nearly as much damage.
Yeah, so the World Championships is a dual format tournament. It is a class instructed and draft tournament. And we have well, let's quickly talk about that. In terms of draft, how many drafts have you gotten under your belt? And do you have any sort of simple heuristics you have for the draft format? Any heroes you're favoring? Any sort of, I don't know, guidelines, tips that are at the front of your mind?
I've only got like 4 under my belt.
That's a lot. That's a lot of drafts.
And the only thing I know is that this format's really, really good. Every draft with the team and with friends, you learn something new. I've built some really bad decks and gone, wow, that is not what I thought would work, or not how I thought it would work. I've built some good decks, not quite as good as they could be, but all I know is all the heroes feel really strong, and I don't think there's a clear favorite like a lot of the previous metas we've had.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway from Bright Lights Limited is that it feels very hard. Like, you are learning quick on your first few drafts. Yeah. You're like, wow, it's going to take a bit to get used to this. Anyway, we have an update on our top 4, so let's go ahead and cut to that. And there it is. Looks like Jacob Baugh did win against Nicholas Tran there, and it's going to be Matthew Vore versus Jacob Baugh in a Dromai mirror. We were talking about the dichotomy between the lists, Tome of Imperial Flame, the more redline list, versus Matthew Vore's list. From what I've heard before, is that the Tome of Imperial Flame can be quite a swingy card in that matchup. Matthew doesn't even have it in his deck. That being said, I spoke to Matthew on stream here, and very articulate player, obviously knows what he's doing, came prepared to face Shirley, Dromai, Lexi, etc. So must have a game plan. Just give me your initial thoughts on how you think that match might play out, assuming Jacob Baugh haven't seen his list, is on a Tome of Imperial Flame red line list.
It'll be interesting. I think the most likely thing in my mind is that Matthew Vore is going to have practiced the matchup of his list versus redline, Tome of Imperial Flame. Jacob Baugh may not have had the experience. And that's a very technical matchup. Just any Dromai or Illusionist mirror match is very technical, understanding where you need to make your move, where you need to be offensive, defensive, and all that. So I think there's a pretty good chance that Matthew Vore has an advantage just on knowledge and expertise in that matchup. But at the end of the day, honestly, I don't know which one's better. But clearly, Matthew came to the conclusion that this is good in other Dromais.
Yeah, it's actually a really good match as sort of kind of to set the stage for the World Championships as you look at what potential Dromai list you would want to bring to that tournament if you're considering that hero. I mean, if Matthew's list can win this matchup, I mean, it looks better into a meta that has Icelanders, ninjas, etc. potentially. So I'm really interested to see the result here. And like you said, very technical match at that. Just want to thank you, Levi, for coming on, talking to us about Azalea.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, Azalea, you know, she's kind of been the talk of the town. You know, she was for a bit, and then Lexi came back, but you've been playing Azalea forever. I remember commentating your matches where you were dunking on Briars, you beating Michael Feng on Oldhim, just an absolute Azalea master, so always great to talk to you and just get some of that knowledge. So, yeah, I appreciate you, Levi. We'll cut to a short break, and then we'll go to the top 4 matches. Oh, there's no man.
And walked away. So he get cut. All right.
Yeah, so actually, didn't see Mansan to my left, but Mansan, we were just saying thank you to Levi, and we're going to cut to a quick break before the top 4. All right, welcome back to the Calling Dallas Fort Worth. Brandon Patrick here with DM Armada, and we have a decklist view for our upcoming semifinals match. So we're going to go ahead and cut to that.
Let's take a look. So this is Matthew Vore's list. This is the list that we were talking about all day yesterday and today. As we saw it on day 1, we've seen it on day 2. This is a list that has some very key differences to what you might expect to see. And really one of those is not an inclusion, but an omission. As we look at the reds, you don't see Tome of Imperial Flame in this list. And you also don't see the Crown of Dominion over here, which means we are not playing that new strategy. And instead we're playing some interesting cards, things like Cadaverous Contraband that you might not know if you've never played Fable before. Cadaverous Contraband is an Arcane Rising 6 attack that, if it hits, lets you get a non-attack action card back. We're also having some Pursuit of Knowledge going on over here. And as if you're looking over here, you're seeing 10 blues and 2 yellows with far more pitch availability to us, which can insulate you in a lot of scenarios, particularly against something like Icelander.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, DM, my understanding of the Dromai mirror match is that it is very swingy based off Tome of Imperial Flame, but I spoke to Matthew Vore here on stream, and I have the utmost confidence that Matthew Vore came to this tournament prepared for the Dromai mirror and expected other Dromai players to be playing the Tome of Imperial Flame list. It should come to no surprise to Matthew Vore, and I'm sure he's already played against it in the Swiss rounds of this tournament.
Yeah, at this point, he has to have faced another Dromai, and a lion's share of the Dromai players are playing Tome along with that new headpiece. Now, what you give up to do that is exactly right here, Crown of Providence. Crown of Providence is a huge blockable, like, hand-fixing tool, and it's one that Dromai very much prefers and very much uses, I would even say, in some cases, more than other heroes. Everyone that's playing Crown of Providence gets the value off of Crown of Providence, but Dromai, particularly being so red heavy, as you see 59 reds, oftentimes needs to craft their hand more so than other decks who can play around with some of their pitch values. Dromai needs the ability to pitch and play correctly, so Crown of Providence is a huge drop if we play Tome of the Imperial Flame, and Matthew's just saying, you know what? It's too good. My list is designed to do very specific things. I'm just going to run this out there.
Well, let's look at Jacob Bow's list.
As we flip on over now, Jacob was playing the 1 seed in that quarterfinals matchup. He ends up picking up the win in a slugfest of a game. They were going far into quarterfinals. It was the final game to play out there. And yeah, we have to literally shrink it down because we got to get all the reds on there. This list is playing Tome of Imperial Flame, and this is definitely a lot more aggressive of a list. I also want to point out this is running 1 copy of Dust from the Chrome Caverns. Probably not going to show up in this matchup particularly.
Yeah. How do you feel about Dust? Dust is an interesting concept in Flesh and Blood where, yeah, very powerful. You can put under critical dragons, but you're inherently 2-for-1ing yourself, aren't you?
Well, the interesting thing about Dust from the Chrome Caverns is I feel like it specifically this one, is it comes in clutch into some fatigue scenarios. Like if we're playing up into a heavy popper meta, this can allow us to make some insane plays. But for the most part, I actually do not like Dusts in my list at all.
That's what Dromai needs. More ways to win endgame scenarios. I mean, this deck is like a Rubik's Cube when it comes to an endgame. But yeah, this is a more traditional list. This is a list we've seen a lot more than the sort of the heavier blue oriented or big dragon that Matthew was playing.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, Matthew came prepared. Matthew knew people were going to be playing that deck, and he made a conscious choice to not put Tome of Imperial Flame into his deck list. So this is honestly one of the most technical matchups that exists in Flesh and Blood right now, the Dromai Mirror. And it's going to be a treat to watch.
It will indeed be. Now, I do want to point out that the differences between those lists go even further. I mean, if you're looking at that equipment suite, they're both most likely playing Flame Scale Furnace, but the more aggressive side of things, running things like Seeker's Mitts, which is this sort of an old school at this point tech, where you can pop it to create Ash turn 1, which is a little bit more difficult to obtain with an Ash-starved list in general. But this list is also playing another arm piece in Silken form, which was the OG Uprising arm piece. Silken Form, as you can see here, is one that doesn't see play a ton anymore, but it's one that I actually personally very much loved. For a variety of reasons, but at the end game scenarios, even in faster games, you can just get an Ashwing and just try and win the game off the back. But let's go ahead and jump down into it. Let's take a look at this mirror match. Dromai v. Dromai. Is this a sign of things to come in the future at the World Championships? Let's find out.
Dromai is, in my opinion, just the best hero in Flesh and Blood right now. It's context dependent, right? Like in a heavy... Like Iyslander comes back in force in heavy red decks like this, can't function with being given frostbites or channeling Phrygians hitting the battlefield. Maybe we'll see it switch in terms of deck build. Maybe a lot of ninjas come into, right, and they're triggering Mask of Momentum. That's a context-based sort of meta where Dromai might be pushed out a bit. That being said, in terms of power level, I think Dromai is the most powerful hero in Flesh and Blood. Maybe Iyslander gets close.
Iyslander is going to be the real sticking point going into the World's meta. I think if Dromai is looking at Iyslander possibly making a large resurgence, we may see some really interesting deck-building choices made on the Dromai side. Things like Thaw might make their way into the list as a 2-for-6 that can get rid of a Frostbite, because I will tell you this, if you're playing Tome of Imperial Flame and you have Frostbites, it still feels bad. It feels very bad. And something like Thaw in a mirror match scenario can come in as a popper. It can be pitched into to play to gain you 2 Ash, and it can act from the graveyard as a sort of a killer on the side of Frostbite. So that might be an interesting card making its way into the future at the World Championships.
Yeah, there was our 5 control deck had Thaw on it. I'll tell you that. It is a good card that the Draconic heroes have access to. Fist bump goes across. Jacob Bao versus Matthew Vore. Semifinals of the Calling Dallas. No rune gloves.
That is another key talking point, because we are going into a matchup that could be a longer game if allowed to be. We could be faced down with something like arcane damage off of the back of Burn Them All or Azvalize, and having access to it means that we might need to play this very conservatively. But interestingly enough, Jacob, who's a very experienced, very skilled player, if he thought this through on Matt's side of things, he may have actually sided in his fatigue package and almost plays this like a Guardian matchup.
Very interesting. Yes. So, I mean, the No Rune Gloves allude to a potential endgame win condition Jacob Bao could implement with Burn Them All. We see Tumultai pitched here. 3 Ash being created. Very, very nice.
Yeah,
this is par for the course, by the way. You've seen this play every single time Matthew Vore's been on stream. He has done that exactly.
And he does have to pop those boots in order to do that. No, he popped the gold. Yeah, he popped the gold there.
This was Matthew Vore. So he did pop the boots, right?
Oh, no, he did pop the boots. Yeah, that's 100%. So the boots should be flipped on over. Nevertheless, drawing up and passing is Matthew Vore.
There we go.
Welcome to the semifinals.
I mean, it happens. I mean, those boots literally do almost nothing in this matchup, where it's just like, we just turned 0. 3 Ash.
And that is really good for his deck specifically, because we are running some of the larger dragons. And you know what? To respond to that, we have the Destruction of the Gold, paying 2 reds.
Dromai such an interesting deck, having to manage this axis of Ash as well. Very, very important.
Yeah, and it really matters a ton depending on your overall equipment setup as well. And this is a great 1-for-7 Miraging Metamorph. Has made its way back into a lot of lists lately as just a solid 1-for-7 threat. And in this matchup, it's very rarely popped unless they have Command and Conquer.
1-for-7, blocks for 3. Absolute powerhouse of a card.
It made its way out of lists when the aggressive Dromai list started to really catch on, and Empress Dromai really took off, simply because it didn't really open you up to be able to jam down these super wide turns unless you used exactly Snapdragon Scalers on it. But eventually, I think we've wheeled around to such a point that we just realize that it's just good numbers.
It's everything's a balance, right? Like, you see these lists constantly change and adapt, and it's just contextual on the meta that you are about to face. Ooh, invoked Dominia here.
That is a huge turn 1, officially turn 1 play. He's going to go fetch the Not cold foil Dominia. There's the Marvel Dominia on screen.
Flips to Necria as well, so the hand is presented. Takes Nourishing Emptiness, double Burn Them All, double Sigil of Solace. Wow, that's kind of a dud hand for Jacob, right? I mean, it depends what's in Arsenal.
Yeah. Well, so the perfect line here would have actually been to get to play Nourishing Emptiness. Depending on what's in the Arsenal, like you said, we could go 1-cost attack or something like that from Arsenal into pitching for Nourishing and send 6 damage. Or we could have just used it to pop it, and yet we got absolutely blown out there on that very rare possible popping turn.
Okay, Matthew Vore does have one Tumultai in the list for what it's worth, and it is at the bottom of the deck.
Yep, that's exactly right. This is interesting. He's taking the Flamecall Awakening, and he's going to go fetch that Phoenix Flame, and he's sending the Flamecall Awakening over to Dominia, I believe. Now, did he play another red card? Yes, he started with Sigil. So
Yes.
Sigil sets up the Flamecall Awakening so he can go and fetch this, and this is why this has sort of made its way into the deck, starting with Empress Dromai. It gives you a red pitchable card into Flamescale Furnace for 2 resources.
Sigil of Solace is so good in this deck. We see Sigil of Solace creep into a bunch of decks, but it enables a lot in Dromai. And there we go. Dominia down.
He just cashed in Silken Form for the dragon so he could clean this up and keep an arsenal. That is such an intricate play. There are 99 players out there out of 100 that would not even think about that.
Really? I feel like I would have snapped on it. I feel like you have no choice. You got to clear that Dominia.
Well, it depends on what the other card in hand. I guess it was a second Burn Them All. So, yeah, that was the only line, I guess, to play that. So, seeing the line, recognizing the line, and playing the line. But this is the line itself.
I think the line kind of played itself because Dominia was really threatening, but Jacob Dow made a good deck-building decision by having access to that Silken Form.
That's exactly what I was about to say, because there's so many players that probably just wouldn't even run Silken Form. But I mentioned it at the beginning of the game. Silken Form was one of my favorite arm pieces just because it would allow you to bring in an Ashwing, and sometimes at the end, sometimes right there.
Command and Conquer for Matt Vore. I apologize if I mess up that name. The two brothers are both extremely good Flesh and Blood players and find themselves in the top 8s and top tables of callings, Pro Tours, World Championships all the time. Tumultai in hand for Jacob Bow.
Going to be a little hard to pay for. His version of his deck is very red line, so he's going to have to park it or pitch it. Going to go ahead and pitch into Rake the Embers. This is going to create an Ash, and you're going to create an Ash off the pitch, but gives us more than enough Ash to work with, and we got to keep that number around 2 or 3. Feels very good at 2 or 3 if we can send the Ash Wings. And this is the key point, this back and forth, this dance on the board. And where are we going to send the Ash Wings? You almost never let
Necria is hard to deal with, huh?
live. Yeah, Necria is very hard to deal with, and you're just giving free Ash.
Yeah. Burn them all.
We saw a game earlier, I think it was today. It's been a long day,
yeah.
but where Burn Them All was like turn 2 established, and it stuck around to like turn 5, 6, 7. It was insane.
Yeah, I think it was turn 1 or turn 2, and it got 5 Arcana value at least. Dust up Necria, nice.
That is a great, great play because it also gives you the on-hit effect for Dust Up.
0 for 5.
Creating you the Ash, creating you the Ash Wing, and then putting yourself in a very strong commanding board position.
It's actually like a 0 for 6, right? Because you get to attack with the Ashwing. Oh, I guess you lose your action points. So 0 for 5 floor, 0 for 6.
Correct.
Plus.
Yeah, with Dromai on the board, it feels great.
Wow.
Vogue Miragai is a fine answer. It does take up a lot of Ashwing hits, but it can also just trade very favorably with those Ashwings. And with that Dromai over there in hand lurking on Jacob's side of things.
So, Steven, how do we break board parity in the Dromai mirror?
Well, you find Rake the
6
Embers.
intellect?
You find
or
Rake
5
the
intellect?
That's a good one, too. Drawing there, but you're going to find out very quickly who's going to establish themselves by who can establish these Ashwings and just big dragons. Things like Necria are why Big Dragon Dromai usually traditionally has the advantage in a mirror, but with Tome of Imperial Flame, you now have the capability of playing that in the Redline version. 4 go again, coming across with Ravenous Rabble.
To the face. Matthew Vore, 5 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal.
I think a 6-card hand feels quite good in a mirror match.
It's interesting because he sent the Pursuit of Knowledge at an Aether Ashwing, so he got -3 value effectively, but then redrew that value in the card itself.
You can also look at it in a lot of different ways because you're looking at it as like, yes, it's 3 value by itself, but what a card has, what the capability of a card along with other cards in synergistic like harmony with a 5-card hand, you might present more value, especially off of the back of like something like Flamescale Furnace, with 2 cards together. So you might argue that like, yes, by itself in a vacuum, you have 3 value, but maybe that card's worth even more.
Rake the Embers pitch for Jacob Baugh here.
Have a Yindarai and a Dromai established. Those are great dragons to have in this matchup. Yindarai.
Yeah, Yindarai in particular, pretty annoying, huh?
Yindarai being able to establish itself with that endurance token so that it can avoid bunches of damage at the time. And when you've cleared a board full of dragons and your opponent has nothing going for them except their cards in hand, you're feeling okay, but it depends on if they have Rake the Embers or Hand of Dragons to go again with it. Down to 4 we go on the Ash. Dromai is a solid response here. Dromai can go and take out the other Dromai, but it does not deal with Yindarai well.
Gain an extra action point.
See how he plans on dealing with it. He does have another Pursuit of Knowledge. Can he chain them back to back to have 2 6-card hands?
Yeah, it seems like the stock of that card is going up after this tournament.
I mean, Matthew Vore's taking this list that I would imagine that he's worked on with himself and his team, right? He's taking this list, and he's showing how just a couple of tweaks can really go a long way. Now, he has to get through Jacob, who punched out the 1 seed and is making his way, attempting to make his way into the finals. But this could be the inflection point and the turning point of deck building yet again for Dromai.
Another 5 intellect. Feels pretty good in the mirror so far, but does it feel better than Tome of the Imperial Flame?
Oh, look at this play. So he had because of Dromai, he had the 2 action points, and he's able to sink the Pursuit of Knowledge first and follow it up with CNC, threatening the arsenal. If that arsenal's a D-react, then...
Oh, wow, takes it. We will find out.
Oh, no.
Nourishing Emptiness.
Interesting arsenal target.
There we go, Tome of the Imperial Flame.
So Tome of the Imperial Flame here is going to first draw us 2 cards. It is then going to require that we pitch 2 red cards, otherwise our hand explodes. But once we pitch 2 red cards, we gain 2 resources, and we get to play out the remainder of our turn in our hand. And
we get 2 ash.
Yeah, and we get 2 ash from it as well. You got a nice little consolation prize there.
Steve, you know what my favorite kind of downside is?
Go ahead.
An upside. Because that's what that is.
Yeah, that's both a downside and an upside.
Such a good card in Dromai.
It is. And
but it does require a deck building constraint. It does not come for free.
It loses you the headpiece that is very, and I've talked about it time and time again, very important in Dromai. But it's basically a blue when you think about it as well, because we could right now choose to activate Flamescale, paying 1, and then Flamescale sees 2 reds, and then it ticks up to 3. We have 3 resources floating, which is fantastic, and it allows us to play those big dragons that I mentioned earlier.
And if we did the math like that, we would be free rolling the ash in that equation, and that's pretty good.
Yeah. Playing Azalea. Now, this is one of those turns where you actually kind of wish you could use the resources, and that's probably why he was kind of holding on to Nourishing Emptiness.
2 arcane, right? From Burn Them All.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
1 point from Azalea, 1 point from Burn Them All. Technically, he can put 1 point on Dromai as well, which is quite good if he chose to, if he has some way to poke. Azalea gives you the capability of choosing any 2 targets. One thing you can do with that is if you have a Necria on the board, you can ping Necria for 1 and create an extra ash. You can hit yourself if there's a card in the future printed that cares about life you've lost on your turn, Vinset-esque. you could set that up with Azalea. Yeah, just going to send that Azalea on over to Dromai. And this is what we're going to see a lot in this matchup. It's going to be a lot of trading the board, trying to find the numbers that match up with the opponent's dragons and permanents at really the best breakpoints. That's why Yindarai is so good in this matchup.
Yeah, what do you see as the key cards in the mirror match?
It's Ashwings, Yindarai, and if you can establish something like Necria are really the big ones, because Necria takes so much to get cleared unless you have key breakpoints lined up. Billowing Mirage coming across, just a casual Billowing Mirage for 3 go again, 3 go again. Can use the resources that we gained off of Tome of Imperial Flame.
No blocks, take 3.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of board for Matthew Vore to deal with here. The Azalea, Yindarai, and Ashwings.
Doing some accounting as we try to line things up on the side there, but deciding where he's going to send the Ashwing. Ashwing's going, of course, to the face. That one's already attacked, yep. Yindarai has not come across either. Now,
No blocks, I'll take 5 total, right?
Just trying to play around a popper, potentially?
yeah, you go Ashwing into Yindarai, but I think you send the Yindarai. There's a small chance that they draw into it with that 5-card hand, but I think you still just send the Yindarai.
Did he not attack with the Yindarai there?
He sent it all, yeah. And Matthew Vore just kind of shortcutted and said, so I'll take 5 with the 2 Ashwings.
So the reason why they order the Yindarai at the end is to make the opponent eat the largest opportunity cost possible in order to pop the Yindarai with something like a Command and Conquer, because it's much lower value to pop an Aether Ashwing.
And this is exactly the way that you answer a board that's starting to get out of control. And honestly, this Azalea is so well timed because it can deal with the Yindarai's Endurance counter a lot cleaner, and Dromai can clean it up completely. So as we see him establish that board, those Pursuits of Knowledge paying off, giving him the hand he needed to build a 3-dragon board.
Yeah, I got to ask you, what card would you rather have in the mirror, Pursuit of Knowledge or Tome of the Imperial Flame? Because
Azalea. I pick Azalea.
Azalea.
That's my third
I
option.
mean, they do similar. They feel like they're doing similar things.
Azalea is going to ping dragons off the board, too. That's another key match. I mean, this matchup is so intricate in that, like, at times you would just love every card.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Yindarai for Matthew Vore with a Necria and a Burn Them All. With a Maya in hand.
Drawing the normal amount of cards this time around. Not sitting on 5 cards plus an arsenal instead. Oh, we have another Azalea. It comes down. The trading continues, but we're out of Ash, and that is a very key point. We can technically, though, pitch and play the Flame Call Awakening in hand. That would get us a Flame from our deck.
Such an interesting way to play Flesh and Blood. It really is not replicated in any other hero matchup. This permanent-based gameplay, trading resources on board, just trying to get as much value as possible.
So 1 point of damage to the Dromai, which means we probably want to clean it up this turn. We're going to pitch the Kyloria so that we can go and get that flame. Kyloria is a fine dragon to have on the board. But instead, we're going to cycle it to the bottom. It is going to be shuffled here, so we're kind of back to pure, just no idea of where the deck is currently standing. We don't have a pitch stack anymore.
Yeah, I was paying attention to the Rake the Embers that Jacob pitched early, but looks like it won't matter in the context of Flame Call Awakening shuffling the deck.
Yeah, this is the second Flame Call that is shuffled the deck, so it's basically all heads up at this, or all heads down at this point. See what he chooses. Billowing. That's going to create the Ashwing, which means we can follow this up and take out the Dromai. So, again, we're setting up a tenuous board and trying to put some pressure on Matt. It's such a dance because you're wanting to take cards from your opponent, but you're also wanting to keep the board clear.
Yeah,
if you lose the board too much, then you just start losing the game and
can't
rolling.
lose the board.
No.
It's board before anything, I think, in the Dromai in the Dromai mirror. It's you got to keep the board parity. And if you can get ahead of board, I'm sure it's very tough for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah, it's very tenuous because you've got 2 dragons, 3 dragons, 1 dragon.
Yeah, I constantly see each player play what looks to be insurmountable board, and then it immediately gets cleared by the opposing player.
Well, that's the beauty of go again attacks after you've played down these dragons. You follow it up with the ability to go again and just keep pushing that tempo. Drawing more dragons. This is a key. If you draw a hand where you can't really do much as far as dragons are concerned, you just start falling.
The permanents are the best here, right?
Yenderai's fantastic. Gonna pitch there, having to give up a Necria, which is expensive. That'll come back around later if we can make it to the late game. We're sitting at 20 to 29. It's a good break point because it deals 3 damage to the 3 health of Azalea, and that's the sort of dance that you play. Oh, and this is a big one. Being able to stick a Kyloria for more than a turn means that you might be able to threaten a card draw. There's more than enough to clear it, though, in hand for Jacob. Again, we're Ash 0, which means we have to play a 1-cost attack, and we've already used a good bit of them. Used 2 Flame Call Awakenings, and this is something I would threat track for my opponent. I would count conventional attacks, because that is the main generation for Ash on Jacob's side of things. We generate our Ash. This deck is sort of predicated on generating its Ash off of playing attacks, right? And we burn through our Ash off of these 0-cost dragons, so our Azaleas, our Chromais. And we have to be able to play 2 or 1-cost attacks to really build them back up most efficiently.
Jacob Bao, Command and Conquer in hand as well. Blaze Headlong. Sure, we'll see that Blaze Headlong potentially come out here, but looks like we have Lightning Strike.
E-Strike coming across.
Draw a card.
Yeah, draw a card. We've already attacked with Chromai. Chromai gave us the extra action point, so drawing a card makes a lot of sense here. Still, though, Yenderai looming large on the board. It's tough to deal with when you don't have Ash Wings to take off the endurance counter. You almost have to just give, a big trade. But that's a good aggressive turn right here.
Makes sense. So Jacob Bao was going upstairs and then hoping to maybe pop the Yenderai with the Command and Conquer.
Think
Command and Conquer in Arsenal. Just needs to draw those 4 cards back up.
Yeah. Cycling in this deck in this matchup is huge. Okay, so if he's banishing these dragons, that is telling us that he is not looking to, Remembrance in this matchup. Choosing to banish things like Azalea and those sorts of dragons means that we're probably not playing towards Remembrance, and we're trying to get there at the end.
Jacob Bao doesn't have Remembrance in his deck.
Well, then we are definitely not playing to a Remembrance strategy, and
Matthew Vore
we have to close
does. We haven't seen one yet, and I'm not sure if it's card's played in the mirror here, but Matthew Vore has access to it. Jacob Bao does not. There we go. Tome of Imperial Flame.
I would imagine he's not in this matchup.
Talked about going Ash negative, by the way. 0 Ash. I mean, you want to talk about how to get Ash?
Yep.
Tome of Imperial Flame.
This is another way.
It's a very, very good way.
This is another card that you want to track if you're tracking threats. I think this is our second.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think this one's easier to track than is it how many Chromais does it have? Necrias is this is a visceral card in the matchup, and nothing else kind of does this.
It very much feels like 3 of a kind for Dromai when you think about it.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's doing, it's not drawing us 3 cards specifically, but it's giving us 2 cards. It's letting us tailor our hand to what we want with extra cards in hand, and then it's giving us resources to pay out what we want to do.
The Ash that you gain off Tome of Imperial Flame cannot be understated.
Not at all. And in fact, look, it's on display right now because it's going to create 2 Ash here. A key point because he was Ash 0. Pitching a Mirror Guy, so we want to keep track of the fact that we have 1 Mirror Guy still here. I think we've seen 1 perhaps on his side, maybe just 0. Maybe that's our first one to see. Snatch and popping here. This is an uncomfortable snatch. You don't necessarily want to just donate Snatch to the cause on trying to clear a Yenderai. And again, this is why Yenderai is so good in this matchup. He just had to waste a card and an equipment suite, and it's still not dead.
Yeah, I mean, the card did replace itself, did draw a card, but probably not the ideal use case of Snapdragon Scalers in the perfect world. In the mirror. So maybe built out of desperation there.
Yeah, he's gesturing over to Flamescale Furnace. He has not used it yet, so he can pay 1 to gain 2. It's a pretty good rate. If you could invest into the stocks like that, that'd be fantastic.
What are your thoughts on Uvia in the mirror?
It's another fantastic one because, again, Ashwings are key, and this is how you have to clear boards sometimes. And so this is a must-kill as well. I would say probably in the mirror, Uvia is probably more threatening than something like a Dromai.
Yeah.
More threatening than something like, I don't know, maybe even more threatening than Necria. It just depends on your Ash generation in general.
It seems like Jacob doesn't have as much Ash generation as Matthew Vore here.
Yeah, if you were sitting in Matthew's seat and you had Uvia and you could play it right now, you'd be, like, chilling.
Yeah, I think we've seen an Uvia in Matthew Vore's hand, just not played quite yet. It's like 7 upstairs with his E-Strike.
This is the kind of turn you want to have off of Tome of Imperial Flame, too. A turn where you're able to really just push the tempo. And, yes, he had to give up Snatch plus the Snapdragon Scalers on this turn, but look what it's netted him. Had 3 resources total off of the Tome play. Let him play Uvia, let him draw into the ability to play out an E-Strike, bottoming, going for 7, playing out, getting an Ashwing. It's pretty wide open for the value that he gained. Matthew trying to decide how he wants to handle these 4-card plus Arsenal hand.
Yeah, just a chess match between these two players. An absolute battle of attrition.
Keep in mind, we are in the top 4. This is the semifinals on one side of the bracket. Looking like we're blocking 6. And look, with that Uvia we were just talking about, sitting on 4 Ash, you might think, well, maybe we just want to establish that Uvia, but in order to do that, we're going to have to hold on to cards. We're already at 17 as well.
Yeah. Big life disparity between Jacob Bao and Matthew Vore here.
Ash negative, keeping a blue, playing out Kyloria. Now, depends on what the arsenal is. We're going to see what that arsenal comes up to be.
Kill it, make an Ashwing.
There we go.
Ashwing kills Ashwing.
So if you didn't track that, we played Billowing Mirage. That created an Ashwing. We sent the Ashwing to the Ashwing. We sent the Billowing Mirage to the Uvia, and the Kyloria, I believe, also to the Uvia. So we shortcut a little bit because there's a lot of intricacies, but it nets you. It ends up into Jacob Baugh's 3rd Tome of Imperial Flame.
Yeah. This is the 3rd Tome of Imperial Flame. So Matthew Vore close to weathering the storm here.
Now, interesting choice. I wonder how many conventional red attacks he has in his graveyard, because Jacob had a Burn Them All stick for like 6 turns. He just took the 6th counter off. And if he's been burning all of his red attacks, then the Nourishing Emptiness has Dominate and draw 5 cards.
Yeah, Nourishing Emptiness is pretty good in Dromai.
Yeah, I would say so. I will say this. When I first picked up aggro Dromai in a tournament, I kind of slept on Nourishing Emptiness in general just because I wanted to play other cards, but I think I was just wrong because that card can be quite good in the right scenarios.
So interesting is that you mentioned that Rake the Embers was one of the sort of key cards here, and I've seen Jacob Bao pitch it twice now. So while still a powerful card, maybe not quite as high on the hierarchy as something like a Yenderai. Because we've seen him pitch it twice now.
Yeah, but also if we're thinking about the fact that this game is almost guaranteed to go to 2nd cycle, having Rake 2nd cycle can be pretty nuts, because if the board is starting to slip for you and you're starting to run out of dragons, especially because you're running conventional attacks, 2nd cycle Rake the Embers, getting 3 Ashwings to try and kind of save yourself on the board is quite good. I think the biggest question mark is if we get to that 2nd cycle and we set up something like a Dromai into Nourishing, which is just the nuttiest playline you could possibly do. That would be crazy.
Yeah, just got to keep in mind, Matthew Vore's life total is definitely under pressure here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I didn't use Magic when I played Hydra.
Yeah.
Blaze Hedge Hog, as it used to be called, but truly Blaze Headlong, sending 4 damage. Trying to put Matthew down to 12.
Yeah, Matthew Vore definitely prioritizing board parity over life, which is par for the course, what you would expect here. Ooh, a Dust Up. That's quite nice.
Now that's an interesting one that we might want to consider blocking. Now we haven't given any cards to the cause this turn, but we could we do have, and we could consider exactly this. Yes, the
exactly,
equipment block.
Didn't want to interrupt you as well, Steven, but I do see that Remembrance in the hand of Matthew Vore, a card that we had a question about earlier, has been cited in for the matchup, and definitely a disparity between Matthew Vore's deck has access to it, Jacob Bow's does not.
Yeah, so which means it makes total sense that he can just play this game plan of just trying to weather the storm. Now he's giving up 2 Ash. That's all of his Ash at this point, pitching that Remembrance. But he's just trying to weather the storm, staying at 12, maybe drawing into some hopeful D-reacts and protection cards to try and just take the game to fatigue.
Jacob Bow in the tank here.
See what he has in hand. He's got a Command and Conquer.
Flame Call Awakening.
Yeah, the 3rd Flame Call Awakening.
Looks like Blade Hedgehog and Sigil of Solace.
That Command and Conquer is an interesting piece because...
Snatch, actually.
Oh, is it? Yeah, there's a Snatch, yeah. That Command and Conquer could mean a popper on Miragai if Miragai's pushed forward.
Kill it. I'm trying to think if I want to transform the Ash.
So he's Ash 0 right now. This is a dangerous choice because we do have ways of generating more Ash, but we also run a lot of blues and yellows. In the sense, if we see Remembrance, we can assume there's 2. I would imagine there would be 2. If there's not, then that's fine. You still have 1 floating around. But there's blues in this deck as well. And if you draw into a kind of a blue, yellow, red hand, it gets really awkward to actually lose all your Ash in this scenario, especially if you draw into a bunch of dragons.
So opts to not transform it to avoid those kind of scenarios.
Yeah, imagine having no Ash, drawing into something like a Yenderai, a Miragai, like a Kyloria, or like a Necria, and then a yellow card.
Sounds a lot more game losing than having one more Ashwing.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's been confirmed that Gui has won over Michael as well. Michael Yazker, so it is going to be an all Dromai final.
Can you believe it?
Can I believe it? I actually can. I think Dromai is a very, very powerful deck.
Now here's an interesting play. Sigil of Solace on our own turn. Nope, yeah, it is the own turn. Yeah, so Sigil of Solace means that we can Flame Call Awakening. I thought this was Sigil on Matt's turn, but nope, it's going to be Sigil.
Flame Call Awakening has looked pretty good.
And I like this choice here. We know that we're not getting value off of Flame Call anymore, so we're going to grab the Phoenix Flame and send it to pop a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the correct choice as you've run out of Flame Call Awakenings.
Just recognizing that now is the time where we can just get this out of the deck and use it to clear another dragon. Flame Call Awakening is a card that you look at and you go, that is clearly just a Fi card, but has made a huge impact on more aggressive versions of Dromai, just being able to pitch you up to 2 very easily.
Yep, does go down to 0 Ash after the Rake the Embers. Would be really interested to talk with Matthew Vore or Jacob after this and see if they value Rake the Embers in the mirror a bit differently. Matthew Vore has opted to play it. Every time he's seen it, it looks like. Well, Jacob Val, we've seen pitch it twice.
But he has the capability of remembrancing it back. So don't forget that he can just choose, and that's a great remembrance target in a matchup where you need points of damage. He can just choose to pop them back in, so he can probably play them with more impunity, wherein Jacob knows if he uses it, he loses it. And if his board is just 3 dragons and he can't deal with theirs, then what's the point, right? Another follow-up with Dust Up. Chooses again not to make the Ashwing, just to get the Ash. Dust Up is a fantastic card in this matchup.
It has felt so far that most cards have a fantastic use case in the mirror. They all perform very, very well.
It's almost like the decks are built well.
Yep.
I will say that this doesn't feel nearly as good. Kyloria as a 2-body. It trades to get Miragai, but as a 2-body, it gets eaten by a couple Ashwings. It does not feel great. especially against a more defensive version that might be running Sync Below's Fate for Scenes. It's just like, oh, this is probably not going to connect.
It's like third Pursuit of Knowledge potentially in hand for Matthew Vore here.
Blocking 3. Take one.
Covering it up with card I
Necria.
can't quite make out. Yep, Necria. Giving up Necria on a block here. Down to 11 is Matthew Vore. Playing against a very formidable opponent. You see here is starting to just mill out those red attacks.
Okay, here we go. This is so Rake the Embers, very powerful card, but particularly more powerful when they come close to each other.
Now he has 1 Ash, which means he has to do some tricks if he wants to get 3 Ash Wings. So he's going to have to pay for it, gain another Ash there, and then he's going to have to Flamescale Furnace here, and then he can keep an Ash up. All right, so he's not going to Flamescale Furnace yet. Flamescale Furnace is something that we can make the play for. Don't forget the Rake makes an Ash there as well. This is a nice solid board, and this is where things get very scary.
A popper here would be really bad for Matthew, right? Lose a lot of tempo.
At the very least, you would be able to still Flamescale Furnace to get an Ash back. You do not want to end this turn with 0 Ash unless you have a plan to build it back up.
I could be wrong, right? You could just need to save your poppers for specific dragons that are very hard to deal with.
You could.
But I would argue that, saving 5 damage is quite good.
Flame scale, go to 2 pitch and add.
There's the Flamescale Furnace activation. And it's going to pass on over. CNC being presented here as the closer. We Flamescale Furnace into CNC, so we're threatening 6. There's that Cadaverous Contraband we mentioned earlier on the side of Matthew Vore.
Wow,
He's just gonna give it up.
that's the second one, right? The second CNC that has hit for 6 and taken a card out of the arsenal. The previous card was Nourishing Emptiness.
Now, if we're looking at a fatigue scenario, this deck is getting precarious. This deck will refill at least a little bit with at least 1 Remembrance that has been revealed.
So I think the reason Jacob Bao took that is he has to answer these Ashwings.
Exactly. This is not a board that you can allow to fester. This is a good way to start the answering. Now, what else do we have on this turn? Looks like we can make another Mira guy. That is the 3rd, I believe, Mira guy. But if that's Azalea, this is huge. Yep. Azalea here is massive because you can direct those arcane points to target Ashwings individually, which means you can eat 1, shoot 2, and then clear completely. The past 2 turns of Ashwing generation, null and void.
Wow. What a turnaround for Jacob Bao. Does have to pay for it, though. It does take a significant chunk out of his life total, as well as lose the Arsenal card. But it's very interesting, because you look back at that scenario, and you're like, is that just a net win for Matthew Vore? Despite losing a significant amount of Ashwings, being what visually looked to be very head on board, does make Jacob Bao eat a massive opportunity cost in order to swing that board back.
It very well could be, but let's take a look at Matt's hand. Yenderai. Now, Yenderai is not as effective on a board with Ashwings, so he's going to probably try to clear things out. That Azalea is a good start.
Play Remembrance.
Our first Remembrance of the game. So we have multiple Remembrances in the deck.
I think there's 2.
Yeah, so he has access to 2. I just didn't know if he would side into.
Yeah, that's the question mark, whether or not you bring in 2 in this matchup.
Double Azalea going back in the deck.
Now, I think he's very smartly aware that Jacob did pitch stack, quote unquote.
Yeah, still has Rake the Embers in the deck.
And if double Rake is still like floating around in that very thin deck, then he has to assume that the next 2 or so turns are going to be sort of Rake turns, and he's going to have to start clearing those out. And like we just saw, Azalea, perfect for clearing that board. There's some really crazy choices that you could make here, but I think these 2 plus a Rake the Embers feels quite good.
By the way, Jacob Bao has found his Tumultai. Like you said, expensive card, but with Matthew Vore at 10, it's very interesting. After playing multiple Rake the Embers, we're going to potentially shuffle 1 back in. I just wonder if we would Tumultai those No Rune Gloves, and if Burn Them All could be a win condition for us. It seems unlikely with the deck getting thin for Jacob Bao, and of course Matthew Vore being able to get Ashwings back with that Rake the Embers. Huh. I mean, I'll leave that game plan to the Dromai Master in the form of Jacob Bao. See what his choice is, but interesting to see us circle back to that card, which we pitched quite early in the game, although the deck was shuffled.
Now, the card he's arsenaling is a Sink Below, and this is a card that he has not seen up until this point, and it could absolutely save him in key turns going forward. Being at 10 life, this is sort of when you start making your trick plays, but a second Burn Them All.
Double Burn Them All Tumble Time, maybe?
Well, I'll tell you right now, it's very good that he brought Null Rune Gloves, because it might start to, save him, yeah. Yeah, Tumultai is really hard to play out. Just being 5 cost, you almost have to play it on a very specific like tome turn, and we don't have those left in the deck.
Yeah, it looks like Yenderai and Dust Up in hand for Jacob Bao.
I'm very curious to see how many blues he's sided in this matchup, because without Tumultai and a couple of blues, that Tumultai is just dead in deck.
Yeah. I think we've seen that from both players, them use that card as a resource card.
2 Arcane being directed off of this first Ashwing attack. It's going face. It has to go face, but the Ashwing, I believe, is going to pop the Yenderai Endurance counter, which is good because we have our own Yenderai to clean it up after the fact.
Looks like Vore has access to a Command and Conquer.
It's interesting because you would think, oh man, having a popper in hand is fantastic, right? But a lot of these dragons are going to the board, right? So you could pop, what, a single Ashwing? Maybe that feels okay?
Yeah, you really want to hit the Yenderai here, I feel like.
Life totals at near parity. The
stark contrast, right?
Amount of cards in deck is on the side of Matthew Vore, I have to believe at this point.
I believe not too long ago, Jacob Bao was at double the life total of Matthew Vore.
He had to give up a lot of that life so that he could deal with the board, deal with dragons, and establish some of his own. There's the clear there on Yenderai. Oh, following up the third Dust Up. I believe that's his third Dust Up. Second or third. Nevertheless, it is pushing 4 breakpoint. Create an Ashwing, create an Ash if you choose. Ash, then Ashwing. We have Ash 0, so we might need a little help on that front.
I'm really interested to see how Matthew Vore potentially swings his board back to parity. This, I think for the first time in the match, is starting to feel a little overwhelming. Like we're going to need to pull something out of the hat in order to get us back on track to playing Matthew Vore's game plan, which is running Jacob out of threats, utilizing those remembrances, and there's that Sink Below we talked about.
I don't know. At the same time, I'm feeling still fairly comfortable. Look at what we have in hand. We have a Rake the Embers, and we have our own Yenderai. I'm feeling okay with a board that's just 3 Ashwings and a Yenderai.
Yep, that is the hat that I was metaphorically taking the rabbit out of, and Rake the Embers will do that for us. We have to get rid of these Ashwings. We have to.
I think
somehow limit that damage with this Arcane coming through.
That's the thing. I think the biggest threat actually lives right here. We have the answer in Null Rune Gloves, but we have to pitch for it. And that's kind of hard to do when we're a red deck. Yes, we run more blues. We run yellows and things like that. But we have to draw them, and then we have to actually get rid of them. So here's 3 Ash Wings coming across, I believe. We're going to have to Flame Scale.
Flame Scale, make an Ash 6 at Yenderai.
Yenderai. Yenderai's cleared. Board is back at parity. 3 Ashwings for Matthew Vore. Double burn them all for Jacob Bao. But a 5-card hand.
Wow, I think I see a Sand Cover. That's not a card you would necessarily expect to see an aggro deck draw into. But a Sand Cover, and is that a Sigil of Solace as well?
It is a Sigil of Solace, but it is also a Blaze Headlong and a Nourishing Emptiness.
Yeah. So we could take a more aggressive stance at this point, especially depending on what's up here. We've been milling out our attacks. If we've taken out every red attack, then and we have the resources for it, we could go Sigil, Blaze Headlong. No, I don't think we have the full resources for it. We would just have to go Sigil or just Nourishing Emptiness for
That
6.
sand cover feels like a liability right now with no Ash.
Very much so. That is one of those contentious cards, too, that some people just don't even play. 16. I think your compatriot Hayden Dale doesn't have sand cover in the sort of efficient Dromai list he's been taking around.
He also didn't make day 2, so.
I mean, I wasn't going to bring that part. You could take
He actually won a Pro Quest yesterday, so.
Yeah, I don't think he runs sand cover. Nick Butcher has been on stream, I believe, is also opposed to sand cover because it does take that very crucial Ash. What this means, though, is now we have the capability of arsenaling that Nourishing Emptiness. Does feel very scary, though. We establish a Mirror Guy. We play Blaze Headlong at our opponent, but we're leaving up at least 2 Ashwings here. We can't clear all 3 with just Mirror Guy.
Matthew Vore also at 8 life, so.
I don't think he can go upstairs yet with Mirror Guy. I don't think, unless you're threatening lethal, I don't think you can afford to just let it all go.
2 and 2 arcane at you.
What?
All face.
Did he do it?
Yep.
Wow.
Maybe looking to close out the game with the Nourishing Emptiness.
I am blown away.
What do you think about the possibility of that Nourishing Emptiness being our win condition?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that that's possible, and we do have, I think, either 2 or 3 of them in the deck, so we could try to go Nourishing into Nourishing. We know there's only 1 block here, and we have to kind of assume that our opponent may be trying to arsenal against this, but that's a tough one to sniff out. And if anyone's going to do it, it's Matthew. Might be something that we maybe see coming, but you're going to need to get something in Arsenal that can defend from Arsenal. That's a pretty good card, though.
Yeah, Dromai hits the board for Matthew Vore here.
When you look at heroes that are really good with, like, less than full hands, you think of things like Uzuri, like great off 2-card hand, right? But I don't know, maybe Dromai, the greatest, off of a single card, a single red, you can swing an entire board of dragons.
That's also assuming you've committed many cards to the board prior to that turn, but yes.
But oftentimes, this is what you see at the in-game state of a Dromai matchup. And it's literally just block with 3, play 1 0-cost red, profit.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Matthew Vore do that in his previous match. Block with his entire hand, play 1 card, swing with his entire board.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the flip for Jacob Bao. Ravenous Rabble, maybe bringing it back.
Does he have the capability of just going full face? That might be his decision point. He thinks about it. Can't break the chain if he wants.
I mean, you're assuming he hasn't already committed to that with the last play.
I mean, but the big thing, though, is he can't break the chain. Because if he goes Ravenous Rabble and then plays Rake, then Nourishing Emptiness is no longer dominated.
Maybe that's what he noticed there.
Right.
Surely these Ashwings trade. Maybe not.
I don't know. I mean, if we're playing for that end game, I
don't think they are,
up,
Steven, yeah.
4 up, then 2 up, then dominate.
Just building some suspense. Command and Conquer. Flipped off the top. Coming in for 4. Matthew Vore, Sigil of Solace in hand. Oh, a double Sigil of Solace.
So he's going to give here. Take 1 down to 6. He has 1 block here. But this is a dangerous piece to lose when you're at Ash 0. He does trade.
Yep. Interesting. Jacob knows that Matthew Vore has access to these additional Sigil of Solaces. Jacob has looked through the graveyard. So it is abundantly clear that Matthew is effectively at 10 life here.
I think this does have Dominate. Yes, it does. Dominate on the board. And the crazy part about this, too, is it means we draw 5, which means we have 1 more sort of go at it. We can assume that this is probably, like a 3-cycle deck here? We have 3 hands, maybe? We're getting pretty low.
Hard to tell from the vertical. Burn Them All is really an insane card.
Yeah, that is a 2-hander right there. You got 2 hands left to close this out. And there's a Sigil. Go up to 4. Send the Ashwings, pocket the other sigil. Absolute best place to have a sigil is in the arsenal. 5-card hand, you have to close it out this turn, I think. This is the turn where the rubber really meets the road. We have a popper, but we can't really expend it for that. We don't care to.
Yeah, Jacob Al, I heard him on the mic talk about the sigils. Just making sure. One more sigil left in the deck for Matthew Vore.
It says that you have another sigil. There is no way in anything that you get through this right here as Jacob. It has to be through lethal.
Yeah, it's clear from the onset of the match, especially in some of the cards that Matthew Vore has included in the pre-board, that Matthew Vore plans to win the game of attrition if Jacob would decide to go there with him.
Is he going to go for the Aether Ashwing here? If he goes for the Aether Ashwing, it says that you probably want to take one more Ashwing out, because otherwise the 2 on the board trade perfectly with Dromai.
Oh, wow. Jacob Bao's deck is not very large.
No, I mean, he only has one hand. It's about a 5-card deck, if it looked like that earlier. When he drew up his 5 off of the extra intellect off Nourishing. And I think he has one Nourishing floating as well. But that would be the way that you close it out. If you put your opponent on a D-React in hand and a Sigil in hand, or a D-React in Arsenal and a Sigil in hand, either way, in circulation, then you have to... Yeah, he's going to make the Arcane coverage there and make an Ash. Then you have to put your opponent on sort of a count of like, okay, they're at 4, but they're effectively at 10, 11. So I have to push 11 over the top, essentially 12 damage on this turn.
Okay. So the Dromai gave us 2 action points. We're able to swing with Snatch and still maintain an action point.
That's the
There
final
we go, the
block.
Furnace.
Has to be put here. You can't allow a card draw.
Yep.
Closes the chain. Now, this is important. You would think, why would you close the chain? Well, if you close the chain, then Flamescale dies, which means you can't use it on Flamescale Furnace to, do something here. So closing the chain is actually kind of a big play if this turn does not close out the game, because at the end of the turn, if they have a card in hand, then they can make a second Ash. At this point now, you're just making Ash off of what you can pay for. There's like 7 cards.
Yeah. 7, 8, or 9.
Yeah. Could even be 10. Could even be 6.
No chance it's 10.
E-strike bottom. Now it could be 10.
Block 5. Take 2.
Down to 2 for Matthew Vore. Sigil of Solace in Arsenal, I believe.
That is going to be the turn.
Effectively on 5, Matthew is.
Sigil heal 3.
Plays the Sigil in order to be able to swing the Aether Ashwings. Going to clear the Dromai here.
It has to, right? And then it goes back to, well, okay, if that was the game plan all along, sending Dromai at 1 Ashwing.
Draws a Remembrance.
That is
Draws
a
a
non-block.
Remembrance.
Yeah, that's a non-block card right there.
Looks up in the air.
Trying to remember whether or not he can live. 4-card plus Arsenal. It looks like we drew that Tomultai, the CNC. Yeah, we didn't have another Nourishing then. That means no Nourishing circling. Tomultai, a dead card in hand. There's no way we're ever paying for that card at this point. Yep.
Jacob Bao, no Ash.
Gotta play CNC. And
Just a Command and Conquer. Wow. A sigh of relief, surely, for Matthew Vore there after drawing the Remembrance.
And this is the key moment that we have to look back on and say, okay, on that previous turn, was there ever a world that we lived in where we could sneak in extra damage or take extra cards? CNC is not going to cut it. We do have the way to Arsenal. We can't banish our burn them all strategy is over. We draw up down to a few cards left in deck. We have 2 hands to get it done. Another CNC in Arsenal, another CNC in hand. We can play Kyloria.
Yeah, I don't think Jacob is not. He's not going to pop here, right? Because CNC is infinitely more valuable as an attacking card rather than a pop here with Jacob sitting at 13 life. But Matthew Vore putting on an absolute masterclass of how you navigate this matchup, not on the what I would consider to be traditional deck list of Dromai now. Everybody hopped on this Tome of Imperial Flame game plan, and it was seen as the more powerful deck in the mirror, at least from what I've heard, right? Obviously, Matthew Vore maybe doesn't believe that, or at least believes that he can win the matchup, and decides to go with a deck build that he feels more comfortable into Lexi and the rest of the field with. Very interesting. Matthew Vore probably on his way to writing the script for what will be the World Championships here at Barcelona. People will look back towards this match, and of course the finals once we get there, as they assemble their Dromai decks.
I mean, interestingly enough, like this feels very similar in some respects to like Big Dragon Dromai versus Aggressive Dromai, because this is sort of what Big Dragon Dromai could do to an Aggressive Dromai as well, is play this super late game because you get more values off those big dragons. That being said, this is, I mean, not Big Dragon Dromai in the sense that you would think. This is only on Nekrias and everything else about the same, if memory serves, based on the list that we see. We have the same sort of dragons you would see as normal, except for maybe the inclusion of Dominio, which arguably still makes it into some lists. But basically out of gas, trying to desperately put together some comeback. Even though he's at 13 to 5, it feels like he has to mount a comeback at this point, or the inevitability of fatigue is there.
So interesting as we get to these final couple turns of the game.
And look, the things that we've pitched over and over again have now returned, and we just don't care about them at all. Sand cover, who cares? Yep. We need threats. Miragai.
Two at you. Matthew Vore at 5.
He's at 5, but he feels like he's at 25. So many more cards in deck. Blocking with impunity.
And we knew Matthew Vore was capable of this game plan literally since the genesis of this game due to flipping Null Rune gloves off the rip.
Yeah, it was almost like if we wanted to play to Arcane and burn the malls and things like that, we might have needed to try and line up a Tome multi-turn, but I mean, it's so hard to ask to line up a Tome multi-turn with Tome of Imperial Flame, because you just want to rip them. Like
I think that you can just rip a couple Tome of Imperial Flames back to back. Powerful dragons, powerful Ember, and you could get ahead in this matchup. I mean, that is what I hear most Dromais complain about, is people doing that, but just has not materialized in front of me quite yet.
But that's what we saw. I mean, the power turns that we saw on Tome of Imperial Flame, one of them was a bit lackluster, but two of them were straight fire.
Let me ask you a question. You can play Tome of Imperial Flame, you can have deck building restrictions, you can forego a head slot, or you can play Pursuit of Knowledge, which Matthew Vore played, and basically he didn't get the Ash, but did similar things.
Yep.
Similar things.
Drew multiple times, and in this matchup particularly because you can guarantee the hit, right?
Yeah.
4 cards left, 1 card in deck, 1 card in arsenal. Tomultai staring longingly up at Jacob, saying, "Why not me?" Pitching 2 for an Uvia seems decent. Making an Ashwing. But at this point,
writing is on the wall.
The writing is very much on the wall, taking care of those Ashwings. But this is going to leave a full grip for Matt. There's a reason to give up some cards. At this point, does he feel so comfortable that he considers maybe just giving whatever the arsenal is and value blocking? He could honestly just like, 1 card, give me the arsenal, I'm going to play to the board. He's just going to give 2 cards.
Yeah, I think with Jacob Bao with this many cards in deck,
it's inevitable. Those are the cards in circulation. Immediate answer. Cadaverous Contraband, and look at this. You get the Cadaverous Contraband connection if it hits. Put a non-attack from your graveyard on top of your deck. Just whatever you want.
Which one?
You know what? I don't know. That's a great question. Let's find out what Matt chooses. At this point, it's an embarrassment of riches, whatever he chooses.
Actually, I won't put it on his
It's not going to.
Yeah. You just need to draw a popper and you win the game.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Because the non-attack is not very good, right?
Slight chance I could win this game, but I doubt it.
Jacob Bao has... he did speak the truth there. Matthew Vore, the popper here.
It is over. It is the quintessential chip, chair, and prayer mentality. You've got a Kylorian and a simple Ashwing on the board.
Yeah.
40 you.
What else are you going to do?
On hit, draw a card.
There we go.
And
Fist
the
bump.
popper, and that's the game. Matthew Vore continues his rampage in this top 8, showing the deck should be built like this, I tell you.
Matthew Vore is honestly one of the best Flesh and Blood players I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this is our first time seeing him on stream outside of the Battle Hardened scene, and now watching him twice, impressed. I mean, such a clean, precise player. Built a deck with his team, brought it with conviction, dominates.
Yeah.
Going on to the finals now.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And that, I believe, takes us to our finals. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we are going to do a couple of things. First of all, we're going to do a fantastic giveaway, and that's a big one because we're giving away a Fabled event package, a player package at the World Championships in Barcelona to someone in chat, just for playing, just for hanging out and talking with us. So don't go too far for that, but then after we do that, we will be bringing you the finals of the Calling DFW. So short break, and we'll be right back. Don't go too far.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first Flesh and Blood World Champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together. And oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this. Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers.
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the third time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Brodie, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Teklevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius, inventor, with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
There's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend all limits.
The future will be bright.
Welcome back here to the Calling Dallas-Fort Worth. Brennan Patrick joined by DM Armada, and we are here for a very special giveaway. It is going to be a Fabled event package to the World Championships.
That's pretty exciting. So if you want to know how to win the Fabled players right here, the Fabled event package at Barcelona next month. like a few weeks, in fact.
3 weeks or something like that.
That's so exciting. I can't wait. I am so excited to go. But if you would like to win this, first of all, here are the rules. First things first, you must, in order to win this, be going to Worlds. If you are going to Worlds, you can win this. That is the first thing. So if you are planning to attend, you could get a free package that goes a long way to, paying your way into events. But that's thing one. Thing two, and we're going to start this right now, in chat, if you're going to Worlds, I want you to type what country you are from. Type what country you are from. Do not worry about case sensitivity. Do not worry about capitals or anything like that. Just type what country you are from, and you will be entered in the running to win this. Now, you have to be going to Worlds so that we can give this wonderful package to you. But go ahead and begin typing in now. You probably already have. Let's be honest. That's how chat works. So type your country of origin, where you're from, and you will be entered in to win this package. And while we let that percolate a little bit, let's take a look at the bracket as it stands now, going into the finals of the Calling DFW. As you can see, it is exactly what you would have expected at the beginning of this tournament. It's not Lexi versus Lexi. It's Dromai versus Dromai, the 3 and the 4 seeds specifically. Gui versus Matthew Vore.
Yeah, fantastic finals we have here at the Calling Dallas-Fort Worth. Lexi really was the narrative going to this tournament, but it did not end up being that way. The full Dromai finals. Can't wait for it. We've seen Matthew Vore play multiple times now on stream, just an absolute expert of that deck up against another fantastic player in the form of Gui.
Now, Gui has played at multiple Battle Hardens that I've been able to cast alongside of some great casters, one of which is Flake, and at multiple of these, he has been in the top 8. He's been in the top 4. He's even been in the finals, and he's shown very well at PTIs as well. Picked up a PTI win, I believe, if memory serves correct. But he is a very experienced Dromai player and one that has a lot of reps under his belt. But he's got to have his hands full with Matthew Vore. As we've seen on the past few rounds and this entire weekend, we've seen Matthew Vore show that he knows what he's doing on the hero as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a grind. It's going to be an attrition-based match. We know from Matthew Vore's game plan, but those are my absolute favorite games in Flesh and Blood.
They're very exacting, and they're very pointed, and you have to make the right decisions at all the right times. And in fact, there were times during that last match that we watched where both of us scratched our heads and then were shown and proven how it's actually done, because these players know what they're doing in these matchups. And it's gonna have to come down to it in the finals, both players being very experienced on Dromai, but with slightly different lists. We can assume, as we've seen, a more long attrition-based list for Matthew Vore, and I believe a Tome of Imperial Flame list for Gui. I'm not quite sure, I don't have his list right here, but I believe that is there.
It is a Tome of Imperial Flame.
Yep. So
we just saw that run back. Would have been fascinating actually to see 2 non-Tome of Imperial Flame lists make it to the finals. That would actually be incredible. I think it would completely change the narrative for the World Championships. Even this match, the winner of this match is going to set the stage, right? You're looking to play Dromai at the World Championships. Probably arguably the best deck. A lot of people would agree with that.
Yeah.
You're going to be looking at this finals to figure out what list you're going to be working from.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. So we have let it kind of settle a little bit. We've hopefully you've entered into winning this giveaway. And let's go ahead and get a drum roll and pick a winner. Are we ready for it? Ethan, let's do it. Ready? Drum roll. Who wins? Hungary. Look at that.
You want to...
Verezeski. I was going to ask you if you could do it. Varetsky. That's probably Varetsky, Benz. Congratulations. Hey, congratulations. That means you're coming to...
You know where the profile picture's from?
Tell me.
I believe that's from an anime called Ergo Proxy. It's very, very philosophical. It's actually my favorite anime.
There you go.
Right. Or it's from not that, and I look like a total idiot.
Well, you know what? Either way, I don't know the answer to that, and I also hope that I pronounce this person's name right, because that is something that I fear deep at night, mispronouncing people's names. So, Varetsky Benz, congratulations. Please reach out via email. Ethan, in fact, can you come on and tell us exactly how they can most easily reach?
Yep, dropped it in chat. It's pinned. So email ethan@savagefeats.com.
And we will pass that your info along to LSS so that you can have a free Fabled event package. So we've done all the giveaways. We've played all the games except one. What's left? the finals of the Calling DFW. So we're going to take a short break. We're going to bring in a new caster. I bid you all adieu. I'm going to watch from the sidelines as we have a special guest caster to come on in and help you out with the finals. So don't go too far, because we're coming right back to the Calling DFW.
Welcome back to the Calling Dallas Fort Worth. Brendan Patrick joined by Nick Butcher for your second finals of the month. Here we have a Dromai mirror. Very excited for it. But let's go ahead and look at Gui's list. We've taken a look at Matthew Vore's list. We've seen it played multiple times on stream. Let's see what Gui has on the other side. This is a Tome of Imperial Flame list. You know, Matthew Vore, I'm not sure if you're aware, is on a not playing Tome of Imperial Flame. I know you would call that Big Dragon, has access to more blues, is playing Remembrance on a more attrition-based game plan. We saw him beat Jacob Bao with that strategy. Just want to get your thoughts on the mirror and how that sort of plays out traditionally between these two archetypes of Dromai.
Well, originally, before this weekend, you'd think that a deck that played Tome of Imperial Flame was heavily favored in the Dromai mirror, but Matthew Vore here showing the world that he doesn't even need Bright Lights. Who needs Bright Lights? All he needs from Bright Lights is Dust from the Chrome Caverns, which is a fantastic card. Not in this matchup, however, he's going to be able to play cards like Cadaverous Contraband, which is a great card in the mirror match, because if you attack a dragon, you're able to put a non-attack action on top of a deck, and instead of Tome of Imperial Flame, which has been the traditional card since last weekend in Taipei, he's going to be able to put back Rake the Embers, any kind of non-attacks, like Invoke Azalea, which are fantastic in the mirror match, and he's actually going to be able to run Gui out of cards, because Tome of Imperial Flame actually costs you a whole card out of your deck, and Matthew Vore is going to be able to prey on that through all of his grinding shenanigans.
All right, with that, let's get down to the feature match area. I know the players are about ready to get started here. I can't wait.
Oh, I am so excited for this. These two players have been on fire this whole weekend, and I think they're the two of the most deserving players.
Absolutely. The previous Calling champion, I believe, was Nam Vo here. In Dallas, Texas, that was a sealed Calling, Tales of Aria, but now we are back here for Classic Constructed. We have Dromai versus Dromai in the finals. Not what you expected. Coming into this tournament, people thought Lexi would probably be sitting in one of these seats, but it is not. It is a Dromai mirror, and it is two different Dromai decks at that. Oof, it's going to be a good one.
I just want to talk about the equipment real quick, because that's always super fascinating in a Dromai mirror, different people's philosophies. We see Gui has Seeker's Mitt, so it's probably assumed that he's picked first, because he might not have Wave of Reality in his deck. But it's interesting, because Matthew Vore has Seeker's Leggings and Nullrune Gloves, which Nullrune Gloves is a bit of a contentious arm piece, because the arm piece is the weakest part of the Dromai mirror match. So he's foregone this Seeker's equipment or Wave of Reality in order to have a late game being able to stop Burn the Malls and Asvalize through an Arcane Barrier. And so I'm predicting he's going to go long. And we see Gui choosing to go first, very standard in a Dromai mirror match.
Yeah, and I want to point out that Matthew Vore last match was on the play and decided to play Time Skippers, but now on the draw is playing the Seeker's Legs.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Time Skippers being a great tech before Crown of Dominion plus Tome was a thing, but he's not playing Crown of Dominion, so it's a fantastic tech, Time Skippers being able to make 3 Ash. But we see Gui being able to do the same thing with Crown of Dominion and the gold token. We can see, what is he pitching there? He's pitching an Invoke Thermai and Command and Conquer. Command and Conquer is a great card in the late game, especially when Dragon Superiority is so important, so it makes sense that he's pitching it on the first turn.
Nick, what are your thoughts on Pursuit of Knowledge? A bit of an innocuous card coming from Arcane Rising. We saw Matthew Vore utilize it multiple times against Jacob Bao in the mirror, drawing up to those 5 cards, basically getting a guarantee on the trigger by clearing a dragon.
I'll get to that in a minute, but we see Gui with an insane turn 0 start with Invoke Necria and Invoke Chromai on the first turn of the game, as well as starting with an Ash. And he's going to be able to pitch that Tome of Imperial Flame with the Command and Conquer for a later stage of the game, where he's going to be able to disrupt Matthew Vore, hopefully without that Crown of Providence. But back to your question, which I I definitely remember what it was.
Pursuit of Knowledge. Matthew Vore
Yep.
has been using it to great success in the Dromai mirror, consistently drawing up to 5 cards and usually directing it at a dragon.
Well, that's why it's so great, right? It's just one of those old Arcane Rising cards that it's just whenever it hits, just like Everest Contraband. So if he's going to be able to kill a Mirage off a blue, draw an extra card, that's going to give him so much advantage in this Dragon Superiority game, which is the most critical part of the mirror match. Keeping dragons on the field and clearing your opponent's dragons.
Talk to me about how this matchup plays out. Is it all about maintaining board parity and attrition, or is it possible for one player to get out ahead of the other and potentially go under in the mirror and win the game early?
It's more likely with Tome of Imperial Flame. However, Matthew Vore does have a lot of poppers in his deck, which is going to allow, if Gui gets a front foot on the front foot with dragons, he's going to be able to pop them with those extra poppers. And so I'd say it's very unlikely you're going to be able to get on the front foot very early in the game, which is why both these players are probably going to be playing Remembrance in their deck in this matchup. And as we can see here, he's going to be able to kill his board straight up here. He's going to be able to use Cadaverous Contraband. He's not going to be able to get the on-hit effect. However, Necria only getting 1 Ash is very good for Matthew Vore.
Absolutely. What do you see as some of the key cards that you want to be drawing early as one of these Dromai players?
Nothing in particular is very good early. It just depends on how much resources you use in order to cast those dragons. See, so because Gui was able to cast the Invoke Necria with just reds and not lose much advantage, that's as good as it's going to get for him. So I just say nothing in particular early game is great. Keeping cards that are great at giving you more Ash is very, very critical, like Sweeping Blow in the mirror match. If he's able to go to 3 Ash. And as you see here, he's just maintaining Ash. That's a very important part of the mirror match, is Ash count. You want a high Ash count, more than your opponent. Even if you're down 15 life, if you have a lot more Ash than your opponent, you're definitely not even behind. Pretty much ahead.
So Gui sees that Matthew Vore has the No-Rune Glove, seen him pitch the Remembrance. Does that change how he's going to potentially play this game? Does he now think that maybe going to that late game is not favorable towards him? Like, do you adjust your game plan at all if you're Gui?
I'd say not at all. I think he's a very experienced Dromai player. He's been playing it a long time. I think he said before the game that I played him in PT Baltimore, so he's been playing it for a very long time. So I think he knows exactly what to do in this mirror match. And how to adapt to the fly on what Matthew Vore's strategy is here. Interestingly enough, we saw Matthew Vore pitch 2 reds for Embermaw Centipede to get 2 Ash and kill the Invoked Themi. That's a great play in the mirror match because, as we said, it's not about, as people would say, the math of the game, right? It's about Dragon Superiority and Ash. So making 2 Ash, getting rid of blue out of your deck to kill a dragon is a fantastic trade because if you're at board parity, that's the perfect place to be. So that was a great heads-up play from him. And we see Gui fire back with this Billowing Mirage plus Invoke Yendurai. Billowing Mirage, one of the clutch cards in the mirror match, being able to clear a dragon and get an Ash on the board, absolutely fantastic.
How do you feel about Yendurai? Is that one of the harder ones to clear generally in the mirror?
Yeah, it is very hard to clear. That's why Billow Mirage is so powerful, because you're able to go into face or into another dragon, and then your little Ashwing will be able to ping that Yendurai for 1. And so now that Gui's recognized that he has no board, it's very hard to clear a Yendurai if you don't have Ashwings on the board. So very heads-up play from him. Really smart. You see Matthew Vore's deliberating here. It's assumed that he can probably clear these dragons out because he left all his cards. I think we saw a Dust Up in his hand, which is absolutely a great card because clearing a dragon, as we said, getting on hit by clearing a dragon is exactly where Matthew Vore wants to be, which is why he plays so many cards in this matchup that do that.
Would you say one of the theses for playing the Tome of the Imperial Flame Dromai deck is to get edge in the mirror? Because the main thing that I've heard over the past couple of weeks since Bright Lights came out was Dromai players talking about this card specifically and how swingy it can be in the mirror. If Matthew Vore is able to take this list and weather the storm and play this form of Dromai in the mirror, do you think the Tome of the Imperial Flame can make its way out of the deck as we look towards the World Championships?
I'd say potentially. I think there'll be a lot of adaptations that happen. I think the Tome of Imperial Flame, while it has its weaknesses against things like Lexi, it is a very high-rolling card as well, which is, you know what? Sometimes people give variants a bad name, but sometimes it is just a good thing to have a bit of high rolling in the game. And Tome of Imperial Flame definitely does that, because we see Matthew Vore having to cost 2 Azalias here, which is definitely not where you want to be in the early game, because it puts you down on Ash, and it's a very important card to clear Ashwings later in the game when they get out of control through Rake the Embers. So I think Gui's in a very happy spot here, seeing these 2 Azalias on the board. And I'm pretty sure I saw 2 Necreas in Matthew Vore's hand, which is the weakness of Necria. If you don't have a blue with it, it is incredibly hard to cast, and it is very brooky if you draw multiples of them, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any with Tomotai in these lists, usually both players have both. Is that card ever really played in the mirror, or is it mostly just pitched because it is so expensive?
Yeah, it's very rarely played, and the reason for that is because it has to attack a hero in order to be able to reveal the top 2 cards of your deck, and it's never worth it to reveal the top 2 cards to kill a Furnace if you're giving up board superiority, which, as I said, was the absolute most important thing. And as we see Gui here, he's just doing what you'd expect. He's putting a starter card to the bottom with Ravenous Rabble and that Invoke Azalea, which is, as we said, is very important in the later stages of the game when boards get out of control. So we see him here. He's very experienced. He knows what he's doing here. Kyloria, not that big of a deal, but it is definitely something that Matthew Vore wants to get rid of, which he's going to be able to do here.
Yeah, we saw Matthew Vore cast Remembrance late into the game against Jacob Bao and opted to put 2 Azaleas and 1 Rake the Embers back into the deck.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to be doing with that. The problem for Matthew here is that it's always lame to cast Rake the Embers first, because if your opponent has Rake the Embers as well, they're going to be able to clear yours out. But we see Matthew Vore here, huge play, getting this Necry out by pitching a blue, and he's going to be able to. Did he attack the Kyloria with the thing? Maybe he didn't, but still, it's a 7-attack dragon that's incredibly hard to kill. Oh, he did, and then he's going to be able to replace the Ash with that. So that's an incredibly heads-up play.
We see that Pursuit of Knowledge drawn for Matthew Vore as well. Utilized it very well. Oh, there you go.
And there it is. As we said, Gui has that Rake the Embers for the Rake the Embers. He was prepared for this. Yeah. That is fantastic stuff. This is going to be so swingy. And as we see, of course, Marvel Ashwings.
Yeah, that's Gui's entire deck.
Yep. And we saw both of them pitch Burn Them All, which, as we saw in all of our other Dromai matches, you want that Burn Them All in the later stages of the game where you're going to get the most value out of it, because if you don't have that many reds in the grave, it's not going to deal as much damage. So that's why you definitely want to pitch that. See, Gui pitching that Ravenous Rabble again. He's going to have a lot of Ravenous Rabbles in the late game, which is exactly when you want them.
Yeah, I wasn't able to see if Gui was on the Flame Call Awakening like Jacob Bao. So Jacob Bao was shuffling his deck multiple times after grabbing that Phoenix Flame, but I don't think that Gui has in the list. We will see. Oh. So this pitch stack being relevant.
Surprised that Dust Up killed it if it only had 1 counter on it. Does it go down to 6 health? And then takes 4, goes... Okay, interesting. Okay, maybe he missed a little shortcutting. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's okay. He's going to be able to kill that Necria and make that 4th Ashwing, which is so hard to beat in this spot. But for Matthew Vore, at least he got 2 Ash out of that Necria, which is very good for him, because now he's up 1 Ash, he's got a whole hand. We'll see if he can get that Rake on the board, because he only has 1 Azalea left in his deck, so it's going to be really hard to kill these Ashwings.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Gui probably rejoicing a bit when seeing double Azalea deployed onto the board so early.
We can see here, Invoke Yendrai not as powerful when there's a field of Ashwings, because that endurance counter gets blown away by a little breeze known as a Marvel Ashwing. He's going to kill 1 here. Oh, okay, he's going to pitch the thing. Okay, he's going to play that 3rd Necria here. That's a good swing here, because if he has to attack that Necria with all those Ashwings, then guess what? That's a lot of Ash for Matthew Vore, which, as we said, Ash is very, very important in this matchup. Oh, and there's a Dust Up to get that Ash. Matthew Vore swinging back. These things are so interesting, these mirror matches, just the way they navigate them. Pitching that Sigil of Solace because it's more important in the late game for dealing with Arcane Barrier. And it's as a starter card that gains you 3 life. It's much better later in the game when you're running out of dragons in your deck.
Yeah, particularly interesting to have someone in the booth, more experience on the deck to draw attention to that critical resource of Ash and how much more important it is than the life total, right? Than some of the other factors that are happening on board. We see Tome of Imperial Flame here for Gui.
And we see a Sink Below in Matthew Vore's hand, which is not something you particularly see in the mirror match, but maybe he has Gui's list and it's more aggressive, so Sink Below is definitely more valuable. And as we saw, Matthew Vore's just been fatiguing his Dromai opponents, because as we see, Tome of Imperial Flame cost you an entire card from your deck, so that's 1 card that you're not going to be able to use to block or to attack with.
That's incredible that a single cycle of a card can be that impactful in terms of leading towards this fatigue game plan for Matthew Vore.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. Super smart. I think all of the California guys ran this list, and we can see Matthew Vore with massive success here, just making it all the way to the finals against Gui, who's running a very, I'd say, traditional Dromai list. I think I saw a Thor in there, which is definitely an interesting tech. Probably just a 6-power in this matchup, but still. You see the Thor in his hand right there. He's deliberating. He wants to pitch that Azalea because he does not want to have to use that. As we saw, he pitched all of them to the bottom because you do not want to use them early game if you have the choice.
There we see that Thaw and that Azalea like you talked about.
Yep. Yeah, he's definitely going to be furnacing right after that. See what he's got. He's going to cast an Invoke Themai here, so that's going to cut off that Sink Below from hand as well, which is definitely not irrelevant because Matthew Vore does have it in his hand.
First the Ash Ring.
Yeah, but as we see, that endurance counter doesn't exactly do very much. Yeah, that's cleared. He has an attack. He's attacked the Ashwing. Oh, look at that.
Wow, yeah.
And he's going to be able to get another Ashwing off that. Not only that, but Sweeping Blow making an additional Ash is just super important, especially in the mirror match. I've seen people deliberate and talk a lot about cutting it because of Tome of Imperial Flame, but as we see, Gui here just getting a lot more Ash from that Sweeping Blow, and it clears that Invoke Necria.
Yeah, so very early into the game, a lot of posturing, but would you, in this current state, would you put Matthew Vore on the back foot?
In this state of the game, I'd say yes, solely because of the 2 Invoke Azraels in the graveyard. Sometimes it just is what it is. However, he might be playing more Remembrance in his deck. He's playing 2 Remembrance.
Playing 2 Remembrance, and he sided them in for the mirror.
Yeah, there you go. So he's going to be able to get those back eventually. And you know what? There's a bright side to this where Remembrance in the early game is usually a bit weak because when you pitch it, it doesn't create Ash for you. However, he's going to be able to play it early here because he has drawn and used those Azraels. So there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and I wouldn't count Matthew Vore out. Absolutely no way. You see, oh, Uvia, this is a massive card in the mirror match. Just being, it's basically a build your own Wraith the Embers with a 6 health on top of it. So it's definitely something that Matthew Vore has to clear on the next turn. And he's putting up so much pressure. He's saying, "Give me answers. Have you got him? You better have him, or else I'm going to snowball on you right here, right now."
Yeah, we saw Jacob Bao and Matthew Vore both play Uvias in the previous match, but not having access to nearly as much Ash that Gui has right now.
And you see that Snatch, that's a clean kill on that Yendurai because of being able to draw a card when it hits, so he's going to be able to refresh that arsenal. It's like the Yendurai never even existed. See, Matthew Vore, he's
It's an intimidating board for Matthew Vore to deal with here.
Yeah, absolutely. But we see he's got that Pursuit of Knowledge in his hand, which is going to be able to kill that Uvia and draw 5 cards if he can get that last 2 health off it. And Invoke Themai as well. So that's 3 health already off that Uvia because he has to get it off the board this turn. We see an Embermaw Centipede as well. So at least he can get rid of it in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, so blue Embermaw Centipede, Yendurai, Themai, in that Pursuit of Knowledge we talked about.
Yeah, and we see him pitching that Pursuit of Knowledge in response to all of the Azfalize that are getting pitched from Gui because it's going to be able to clean the answer that Azfalize and draw him an extra card. But it's just sad because...
Is his hand just forced, though, because of the Embermaw Centipede? You know,
yeah.
How important is it to try to not go Ash neutral on some of these turns and just pitch that blue?
It's super important, but it
Ash
is...
negative, sorry.
Yeah, it's super important. However, it is what it is. He's playing a lot more blues because he is not playing the Tome of the Imperial Flame. But here we see Gui's losing 2 Ash to cast these dragons, so at least he's going to be able to get up on Ash after this turn. Ideally, he has a popper here, but we will see. Because he's going to be able to attack the Ashwing to clear that endurance counter, and then Yendurai's going to go straight into that Yendurai himself, and then the Kailoria is going to be able to go face for 4, which is threatening a draw.
Yep. 1.
Okay, he's attacking him in the face. Going to take 1 here. He's just pushing. It makes perfect sense. There's no point being scared of the popper. We can see he does have the Command and Conquer in his hand. Sadly, he's going to be left with an extra card in hand. However, he's going to say, at least I'm getting rid of your poppers now, right? Because unlike Matthew Vore, CNC is very threatening when going face against Gui because Gui does have that Crown of Dominion, whereas Matthew Vore has Crown of Providence to stop a CNC from hitting him. So that's one advantage that Matthew Vore does have. So we're going to see Matthew Vore. He's deliberating here. I can't see his hand. I think he's got a Tomatite in his hand, which is definitely not where you want to be because you can't go face against this board. He's got a Chromite.
Yeah, it looks like a...
Yeah, he has a Tomatite.
Chromite, Dust Up. Yeah.
Yep. Chromite and Dust Up's actually a very good combination because you're going to be able to get 2 action points. And so the Ash that you make off the Dust Up is going to be able to attack another Ashwing, which is definitely what Matthew Vore's going to be planning to do here.
Yeah, we saw Dromai serve as a bit of an all-star in these mirrors so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the best card in the deck. It facilitates your Snatch plays, your Pursuit of Knowledge plays, your Dust Up plays, just a lot of things that you're going to be able to do with 2 action points, and it also prevents you from getting popped and having your turn end. We saw it this weekend that is the MVP of this deck. And as we see, the problem with Tomotai, it is just a high-cost dragon, so he's just going to be pitching it away, putting it to the bottom of the deck, making an Ash, not the worst, but definitely not where he wants to be in this particular state of the game, especially with Gui having a 5-card hand with Tome of Imperial Flame.
Yeah, Tome of Imperial Flame very much feels like something that Matthew Vore has to weather the storm of, work through, and then once we get past those few copies, that the game sort of changes a bit, right?
Yeah.
We don't have those explosive turns.
The thing is, I think Gui's, this is his third Tome of Imperial Flame, and they're even on Ash. So that's the main drawing point of the Tome of Imperial Flames, to have a lot more Ash in the opponent. But Matthew Vore is definitely keeping it up. So he's definitely doing a great job of that. And I see that Gui has a Demeanor in his hand. So is he going to be casting that? That's such a powerful card to cast, because I think he's going to be able to with that Dromai in hand and that Ashwing that's left over. He's deliberating on it. He's thinking hard about this. All right, he's going to pitch that Metamorph and that Necria. So he's definitely going to go for this Demeanor play here. That's one of the most powerful cards if you can get it off. That's what makes Tome of Imperial Flame so good, is you're going to be able to do these kinds of plays where you clear the board and then attack the face with Demeanor, which is going to get rid of the best card and potentially the card that clears that Demeanor out.
Yep. And here we go, clearing the board. Ashwing to Ashwing, Dromai to Dromai, and there's Invoke Dominia, like you said.
Yep, it's going to flip that over. And then I want to see what's in this hand here, because if this could be brutal if he hits it.
Yeah, taps top of the deck to make sure it's not a blue.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
Oh, and he hits that. He has to Rake the Embers as well. That is going to be a big card to banish. And this hand is not very good if he gets rid of a card, because they're 3 2-cost dragons. So he's going to have to pitch 2 reds in order to be able to kill this. And as importantly, none of them kill that Dominia.
Wow.
Yeah, so this arsenal has to be super important. Maybe a Snatch, maybe a Dust Up to kill this Dominia, because this can snowball right here if this Dominia stays on the field.
Huge turn from Gui here.
Yeah, Matthew Vore's deliberating. Maybe he has to Crown of Providence to hopefully draw something. Yeah, there you go. That makes a lot of sense, because this is insanely threatening, and this hand is not doing it for him. Interested to see what he draws here. I think he's going to have to take all this damage, because even if he draws a Popper, he's not going to be able to pop the Dromai or anything like that. So he's taking... I think he took all of the damage. He definitely would have attacked with all those dragons.
Drew a third Semi?
Oh, he drew a
Moragai.
So that's okay. He's going to be able to clear this. He's going to be able to clear this Dominia, which is fantastic. He's going to be able to cast the Uvia, cast the Moragai, and clear that Dominia. Crisis is diverted here, so that's great, because that Dominia, if that stays on the field, it is just lights out.
Excellent heads-up play to block with that Crown of Providence and filter that card in order to, avert that crisis, like you said, of leaving that Dominia on the board.
Yeah, I couldn't see what that was, but I think it was another high-cost card that just couldn't get the job done. So you see Costa Moragai here. I think you definitely have to go up to 5 and then go down to 3 and make that Ashwing, and just to be able to kill it. Just such a tough spot, because he's going to be left with Dromai and the Nathan Ashwing. So if he has a Snatch in hand, it's going to be a free kill on that Moragai, because he's going to get 2 action points from that Dromai. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do in order to get rid of these big cards. And as we saw, Matthew Vore has been weathering the storm of these tomes.
Yeah,
that's
exactly,
how he made it to the finals.
Yeah, so I was going to say, feels like the storyline of Matthew Vore these past couple turns, it has been survival, but we are working through those tomes of Imperial Flames, and Matthew Vore's deck is built to go to that end game, to go to that attrition, to bring Gui to fatigue.
Yeah, Gui's thinking here, you always have to deliberate, especially on these Uvia turns, because that is a priority 1 to kill, because those Ashwings can get out of control really quick. We'll see. Oh, hopefully he hits a red here. Oh, he hits a red that Command and Conquer, which you definitely don't want to see if you're Matthew Vore right after that Crown of Providence got used, but it is what it is. So we see this Uvia is definitely going to get cleared here. We'll see what the follow-up is with these 2 action points. We know that Gui has Sigil of Solace in hand, so Matthew Vore doesn't have to exactly worry about all of these cards, because Gui might just gain 3 life, and then he's perfectly okay with that, because the life doesn't exactly matter. But he might pitch it for a dragon here, because he is keeping that Moragai up on the field for now. We'll see. He's thinking. See what he's got here. He's got Remembrance in his hand, which is definitely not where he wants to be at the moment, because he's only played 1 Rake the Embers and no Azalea. So, okay, maybe he definitely makes sense. He just wants to cast it here, get back Uvia or so. Oh, okay, there we go. He's going to get back Tome of Imperial Flame.
Wow.
Some more power cards. Fantastic.
Was not aware that Gui had access to Remembrance in this deck list.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a staple of at least 1, because you definitely want it for Bravo matchup at the very least, so you might as well put it in the mirror match. So you can see he's just going to use it here. There's no point. If you can't pitch it, you're not going to keep it in hand. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and I did get word that Gui has 2 in the list.
Yep.
And how does that change the paradigm now that we are on sort of symmetrical remembrances? Matthew Vore versus Jacob Bao, it was asymmetric in the sense that Matthew Vore had access to 2 Remembrance, Jacob Bao 0.
0.
Yes. How does this change now that Gui also has access to Remembrance, but Matthew Vore's deck and strategy is oriented to going to that sort of attrition endgame?
Well, Matthew Vore's definitely tested it, so I assume he's definitely tested into a few remembrances because that's a very standard thing that Dromai has access to, so I'm not too worried about it. He probably just has to be a bit grindier. Oh, we see that's the worst case scenario is that Snatch because he has to have 2 action points. So we see who's going to draw here. He has... Looks like, oh, there's a Mirage for 7. Sorry, I'm Miraging Metamorph for 7, pitching that Sigil of Solace that he revealed. Really, really strong play, pitching that Sigil of Solace to the bottom of the deck. Miraging Metamorph, card that lost a bit of favor, but came back around National Season. I think through an Arsenal Pass deck list that it got popularized again. But we see it here, 7 damage, pitching an Ash. And then that's just a very good mathematical value, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I'm going to be honest with you, Nick. I've heard worst case scenario multiple times now here on the side of Gui playing into Matthew Vore. I mean, Matthew Vore has been in, I know the life totals do not, show it, but Matthew Vore has been in survival mode here, trying to keep this board at parity, and Gui just getting extreme value out of these cards.
Yep, definitely. However, Gui didn't establish a dragon. His hand had no dragons in hand, and Matthew Vore was able to return in kind, establishing a board. So I'd say it's definitely not over yet. Gui just went face because that's all they had options to, but Matthew Vore was able to respond to Gui's board with a board of his own. So now Gui's the one who has to respond to the board. So Matthew Vore's probably not even in a terrible position right now. He's probably happy, to be honest, that Gui just missed out on a hand of dragons. I'm pretty sure there's a Sigil in Arsenal as well. So... because it can't be a dragon, otherwise he would have cast it, most definitely. So I think Matthew Vore's, he's kind of happy here. 2 Snatches are gone, which I'm sure, if I was in his position, I'd be very happy with, because Snatch is one of the MVP cards in the mirror match.
I'm not going to lie, Nick. A lot of the cards seem to be very powerful in the mirror match. Like, they're just... we see card after card where it's like Azalea, Snatch, Dust Up. Like, all these cards have massive impact, and it's such a trade of resources back and forth, keeping this board at parity and working towards these complicated endgames.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just a circumstantial thing. Those cards are just very good in general against a lot of decks, and it just so happens that they're great in the Dromai mirror match because they are whenever they hit. And another thing about Dromai players, they love a good mirror match. They love winning their mirror match. They want to win their mirror matches. It's very prideful of the Dromai players to have a good deck for the mirror match. So it's just a good fortunate for both players that these cards like Snatch and Dust Up are good in every matchup, including the mirror match, and they just shine especially in this matchup.
How do you feel about Gui landing 2 dragons here in the form of Themai and Yuanji?
Well, it's fantastic on a Tome of Imperial Flames turn because you're going to make use of all 3 resources. But the problem is, okay, there you go. He has the Dust Up to get rid of that Ashwing. And now people would say, oh, Dust Up for 4 into an Ashwing. That's only the attacks for 1. However, being able to make that Ashwing on his own, and as we said, it's all about the board superiority. So you'd think it was low value to attack the Ashwing with the Dust Up, but it's very, very good play, especially when it's a blue one, I think I saw. You see, Gui has that second Remembrance in his hand, but he does not have very good targets for it, so he might be looking to pitch that away. Looks like he has a Command and Conquer as well, which is the perfect card to pitch with Remembrance in your hand. Matthew Vore is going to be able to... What's he going to be able to do in response here? Because the thing is with Themai and Yuanji is that they have very big defensive values, and so it's quite hard to get through it in the mirror match. Of course, we can see Pursuit of Knowledge in hand.
Yeah, Pursuit of Knowledge.
But outside of things like Kyloria, it is quite difficult to kill a 4 toughness... 4 health dragon, especially one with an endurance counter on it. So we're going to see what he's going to be able to get through with this thing. Because I think I see Sweeping Blow in hand.
Yep, Sweeping Blow is correct.
And a Cadaverous Contraband, maybe?
Yes.
Okay, so he might not have a dragon in his hand, which is super unfortunate here, but he might be able to clear out quite a few of these. Maybe he can definitely clear out one of the dragons. Let's see what he's going to pitch here. He's only down to 3 Ash. Okay, he's going to pitch a Contraband. That's a fantastic card in the later stage of the game when you can pull back Rake the Embers.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go up to 5 Ash. Yeah, he's going to Flamescale Furnace and come into the thing and draw 5 cards. Yep, so he recognizes that he can't kill the Enderai, so there's no point putting the Endurance counter on, getting rid of the Endurance counter. He's going to draw 5 cards off this Pursuit of Knowledge. That's the power of this card. It's just going to give you a lot more options coming into the next turn, especially when Gui's left with a dragon on board.
Yeah, clean answer to Themai that draws you 5 cards. I mean, we saw Matthew Vore draw 5 cards multiple times against Jacob Out. We see him invoke Dominia in Matthew Vore's hand.
So he's going to come in with a Mirage. Pitching that Burn Them All, as we said, Burn Them All great in the later stages of the game because Gui shuffled his deck, his pitch deck was a bit ruined. So he's just going to be able to put that Burn Them All back to the bottom of his deck. Makes a lot of sense here. So he's going to attack with the Enderai because he can't be popped. So it's a very safe play with multiple cards in his hand. Now we'll see if he's going to attack with this Mirage. It probably is a bit risky. And even though there is no arsenal for Matthew Vore. 6 damage is 6 damage, and putting that Remembrance at the bottom is definitely strong, especially with something like a Burn Them All. Because if you draw Burn Them All and Remembrance, you still have a starter card with your Burn Them All, and it's going to apply pressure as longer the game goes. And then with the Remembrance, it's going to give you breathing room to play that Remembrance. So good 2 cards to put together in the bottom of the deck, because since he's out of Remembrance, he won't be shuffling the deck anymore. So now it's very important for Gui to remember what he's putting at the bottom of his deck.
How do you feel about the sort of dichotomy between Matthew Vore having access to No Rune Gloves and the Seeker's Mitts here for Gui? Which one would you prefer to have in the mirror at this board state?
In this board state, I definitely prefer to be in Matthew Vore's seat, because as we saw, there's multiple Azalea and Burn Them Alls going to the bottom, and Seeker's Mitts loses a lot of power outside of the first turn of the game because it costs you a whole card to prevent the damage. Yeah, you get to opt 1 card, but I don't think it's worth an entire card to get an Ash out of it. It does, however, prevent an arcane damage. So if he's running out of Ash Wings and he needs to get rid of a card in hand to stop an arcane damage, he can do that. So I'd say I'd rather Null Rune Guards at this stage of the game, but both are still very acceptable. So because it was CNC, he wasn't allowed to defense react, so he's going to have to get rid of this defense react out of his hand, which is just the power of CNC, especially against Matthew Vore, who has decided to board in those defense reactions. Oh, he has Remembrance in his hand. That is definitely not what you want to be seeing, especially against this board. But yeah, as you said, this is the power of this. Okay, he attacked, so he must be able to kill both. That's good.
Kill Mirror Guy.
Okay, yeah, sweet. So he's just got rid of the endurance counter. Nothing else you could really do here. But he's going to be able to make an Ash Wing, get more Ash. He has 6 Ash. He's activated 4 Tome of Imperial Flames this game, and Matthew Vore is up on Ash. So he's doing all right this game. I don't think it's anything. The life total is 17 difference. However, we see Gui's forced to use this Rake the Embers, which he might not want to do, but he's going to say, do you have a Rake of your own? You got to have the answer, or else I'm going to... Because those Remembrances went to the bottom of Matthew Vore's deck, so it's going to be less likely that he's going to be able to draw those Rake the Embers when he's already played one.
Yeah, honestly, the life total is probably the least important number as we progress through this game. It is the Ash, like you talked about, and it is just the attrition of powerful cards in the deck.
Yeah, and as we saw, Matthew Vore does have a Command and Conquer in the hand, but he did take the Ash Wing damage because... I mean, why not, right? It's just incremental little damage. And we see he has that third Azalea in hand, which is definitely a game changer here. It's definitely going to get rid of these Aether Ash Wings, while Gui is left with an extra 2 cards in hand. So he's just going to be pitching for an Ash and just passing his turn with 2 extra cards. Okay, yeah, he does have that Sigil of Solace from that earlier in the game. Fantastic. Goes back up to 40. We see Matthew Vore on 18 lives. Eventually, the life does matter.
Yeah, eventually it does. And, the lower life that Matthew Vore gets here, sort of just the less room he has to make the decisions that he wants to make. So the more that Gui is able to force him to make plays that might not be optimal.
Yep, definitely. Especially because Gui has already activated 1 Remembrance. And the cost of activating Remembrance is quite high. So being able to do that casually without losing much of anything definitely gives Gui a massive advantage. But we see that Matthew Vore has his 3rd Azalea on the field. Definitely what he wants to see. But Gui also recognizing that there are 3 Azaleas now in the graveyard. So he can play a bit more loose on his Ashwing generation because he won't get punished. Because the problem is, Rake the Embers costs you more Ash to cast than it would to cast an Azalea, because Azalea has 3 toughness and 2 health and definitely has more threatening use than the Ashwings, and Ashwing generation is super important. And so if you trade Azalea for 3 Ashwings, you're definitely up on that trade because your Ash is less taken up. Let me see, he's just taking the 4 from this dust up. He just says, okay, my life is a resource. I don't need to block. You can have an Ashwing. I'm going to be able to clear that anyway. It makes sense. And as we see, he's just pitching another... Is he going to pitch another card just to make it Ash? Super unfortunate he's not going to be able to... Okay, yeah, he's just going to pass his turn with nothing. He's going to keep that Contraband in his hand. That's a pretty heads-up play because it is a popper as well. So if he's clearing the board... Billowing Rush is the perfect answer to this board.
Yeah, I was going to ask what that telegraphs by not pitching the redundant card to the Flamescale Furnace and getting an additional Ash. Does it tell Gui that Matthew Vore definitely has a popper here?
I don't think it does. He might just say, I have a blue card in my hand. I have a very powerful card like Rake the Embers that I'm not allowed to cast at the moment. So I don't think it gives away too much. But I think it's area heads up to keep that Contraband in hand. The reason is because it is going to clear this Necria and put a Rake on the Hour and Azalea back on the top of the deck. Or if Gui just goes crazy with a bunch of dragons, just pop a dragon. Nothing wrong with that. So he's going to be very much rewarded for keeping this Contraband in his hand because it is the cleanest answer to invoke Necria. It just depends what else he's going to be able to muster up. He has that Sigil of Solace and that Kyloria. Yeah, beautiful. He's going to be pitching that Kyloria for Rake the Embers. Amazing stuff. Interesting he didn't play the Kyloria, but he's gonna say, I can get this Rake the Embers back if you have the answer to my Rake the Embers, because Contraband does have very powerful applications, especially, which you're going to see here. He's going to do this to perfection, where he's going to clear the Ashwing. He's not going to get greedy and attack face for 2 damage, because it's going to be a blowout. If he has a popper, the life isn't very important. The Rake the Embers is going to go back on the top of the deck. And Gui now is the one who is under pressure to say, okay, now it's time to, take me out, or else I've got another
Imperial
one
Flame
coming. Yeah.
looks to be in the hand for Gui, potentially here.
Okay, yep, into the face with Ravenous Rabble, revealing another Ravenous Rabble. Definitely what Gui wants to see here. That's why he pitched them so early on the game, because now he's saying, I have the answer, but now Matthew Vore has the answer with that Sync Below from Arsenal. Great stuff, especially now, because he has 2 Uvias in his hand, and that isn't exactly cutting it. All right, he's going to keep them here, but now we see that Tome of Imperial Flame. Matthew Vore does here. That's a sigh for
I
a man.
thought Tome of Imperial Flame was powerful at 3 copies in the deck, but I mean,
how about 4 or 5?
Yeah.
This is why Remembrance is so strong, because you're able to get these extra Tome of Imperial Flames back, especially in the early game when you don't have any Azvalize. And now that's the thing. He gets to cycle, put the good cards to the bottom, put that Rabble to the bottom. You want that later on. You don't want it now. You want to be clearing dragons. So you see he's up to 7 Ash. But is he going to be able to clear these Ash Wings? And not only that, but the Ash Wings that he knows are coming next turn through the Rake the Embers that he put back to the top of Cadaverous Contraband. We're going to have to find out. Oh, that is a massive turn.
I was going to ask, what is the thing Matthew Vore does not want to see? And surely part of that is a Rake the Embers.
Yeah, so he's going to be losing 5 Ash and making 4 Aether Ash Wings plus that Uvia. This is definitely not what Matthew Vore wants to see. He is not impressed with this. That was a big play. This could be a game changer in this game.
Did he draw that off the Tome of Imperial Flame? I wonder as well.
He definitely drew the Rabble because he revealed Rabble. So the Rabble was definitely one of them. So I'm going to say no. He had it the whole time. He's
such a good answer to what looked.
Yep. There we go. There's that Rake the Embers that we knew he had. So he's going to get 2 Ash. I think he was at 5 at the start of the turn. So he'd go down to 4. Yep. Make 3 Aether Ash Wings. And he's going to be able to pitch for Furnace and then play that Uvia. So they're actually going to parody each other right now. The only problem is Matthew Vore can't clear that Uvia himself, and so they're gonna have the exact same board and the exact same Ash, except Gui is up a lot of life. So hopefully we can. He's not. It'd probably be more advantageous to kill the Uvia if he could. However, he's 1 damage short. So the Uvia is going to stay, which definitely Matthew Vore is not happy with, especially with Gui having a 5-card hand to come back at him with.
Looks like an Invoke Azvali potentially here for Gui as well.
Yep, definitely. But the thing is, maybe he doesn't even need to cast it. That's the thing. If he doesn't have to cast it, he won't be casting it because he can leave that in Arsenal. Okay, he's going to go down to 2. So it looks like he is going to cast it. Okay, no, he's going to make another Ash Wing. See, if he doesn't have to cast his Azvali, he doesn't want to go Ash negative. And so if he wants to park that in Arsenal for the follow-up from Matthew Vore, if he's able to clear this board, he's going to be in such a great position, especially because he knows that Matthew Vore doesn't have any Azvalis left in his deck, and I think potentially only 1 Rake the Embers.
Absolutely 1 Rake the Embers. We can see 1 in the graveyard, 1 in the banish there.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, really good eye there. So it's interesting because he has to think about this, because if he can clear the board without that Azvali, he's definitely going to do it. But it's super hard to clear an Uvia when you just have Uvia yourself and potentially maybe a Dust Up.
Yeah, and we see Gui going in the tank here to figure out that line exactly.
Yeah, this is a critical point of the game. So Gui definitely wants to take his time here. These mirror matches can go a long time, and any small issue, any small mistake that leaves a dragon up, or you lose 1 health from a dragon, can definitely snowball into the advantage of the opponent. So he doesn't want to make that error and miss a life or miss a damage or anything. So he's done the math. He definitely go down to 1 Ash. He's going to keep that Azalea on the board. This is definitely going to clear those Ash Wings out. It just depends if he's going to be able to clear that Uvia. Because that's the big difference maker here. That's the big threat. So yeah, if he's attacking that, if he's attacking the Uvia and he's putting an arcane damage on these Ash Wings, then that means that he's definitely going to have an efficient way of clearing that Uvia, especially now that it's got 4 health and Gui, we know, has Ravenous Rabbles in his deck. He has Dust Ups in his deck. He has Snatches in his deck. So 4 Breakpoint, definitely not that difficult to beat. Maybe he has another dragon in his hand, but we'll see. All right, we can see he's using the Dust Up. And then the Snapdragon here as well. So Gui is going on the aggressive. He smells blood. He's going to make that Ash Wing. He's going to attack him for 1. He's got that Sync Below in hand. and another card that I can't recognize, but he's saying, you're on 13 life, I've got a full board, I'm going face with all of these things and using my Snapdragon Scalers. I'm going to put you on a clock here, because as soon as you have to block with cards, you're not going to be able to clear my dragons, and I'm coming for you.
It's so interesting, too, that we've progressed through so much of this game, turn by turn, talking about the board state, talking about the Ash, talking about threats in the deck, but all the while, Matthew Vore has been going down in life, and here we are at 13 life and presented with a Miraging Metamorph.
Which is so good here, because he's on 12 life. This is where the Metamorph is so powerful, because it's saying, are you going to give me extra cards? We see he has the Popper in his hand, so he's a bit saved. However, there's a chance he has to keep this Popper to kill that Uvia, because that Uvia is going to incrementally make more Ash Wings, and it's basically a build your own Rake the Embers, which, as we said earlier, is one of the critical cards in this matchup. So he's going to have to keep that Popper to be able to kill it.
Yeah, heads up play for Matthew Vore, playing very quickly too, seeing that line immediately that Uvia has to go, just committing the sync blow to this Miraging Metamorph.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the sync blow having as a value. Gets the full 4 value on the Miraging Metamorph. Means he doesn't have to use the CNC. Yeah, and he's going to be able to clear the board there with the CNC, pitch that Remembrance. The thing is he's going to have 2 Remembrance left in his deck, and he's on a low life total.
Yeah, it feels like Matthew Vore is playing catch-up at this point. I mean, like I said, we've gone through a lot of this game not talking about the life totals, and there is quite a disparity. Now, it's not that the disparity itself matters so much, it's that Matthew Vore is getting down to a critical minimum where he will not have he has less agency to make choices, right? His hand will be more forced in terms of the decision that he has to make when defending or attacking with cards. Gui's deck, highlighted there for you on stream, looking a little bit thin. 1 Remembrance left in the deck.
Say that, but it is a double-sleeved. It is double-sleeved, you know. I don't think it's exactly as thin as you'd think it is, especially because he does have a lot of threats left in his deck. Because, see, if he was under any threat, he would have played that Invoke Azalea. But we see he's pitching it to make 2 Ash here, and he's going into the face. So Matthew Vore definitely on the back foot here, having to block with that Burn Them All, which is definitely super important.
Yeah, Gui has access to all of his Burn Them Alls as well. Yeah, we've seen them all pitched, and we see it pitched again. Do you think that is Gui's ultimate endgame win condition, if he's not able to get significantly ahead on board, is to play those Burn Them Alls and kill Matthew Vore with arcane damage?
I'd say yes, definitely. It's interesting that he didn't play the Burn Them All now, because he's on 11, and you don't want to be playing multiple Burn Them Alls on the board into Null Rune equipment, because obviously you're going to get a lot more value from Null Rune if there's multiple arcane sources coming at you. So, okay, that makes a lot more sense. He's got Snatch to come in with him. That makes a lot of sense to pitch that Burn Them All. I think the next Burn Them All he draws, he's definitely going to cast it, because Matthew Vore definitely doesn't want to pitch a whole card to Null Rune, the 1 damage from Burn Them All. He's got a choice to make here. You definitely aren't going to want to give that Flamescale Furnace, because you only have 2 Ash. Yeah, he just has to take it here, and he's going to be able to... That's a free 4 damage. That's showing it why it's just one of the most powerful cards in the game, especially when there's low equipment that can help block it. It's back to Matthew Vore's turn. Okay, he's going to cast the Necria. That's a fantastic start to the turn, because he's going to be able to build a lot of Ash. He's going to clear that Ashwing. I wonder what he's going to clear that Uvia with, because he's cleared an Ashwing.
Yeah, how many...
He's not able to clear it.
Yeah.
That is brutal. And now Gui just has a whole hand. He's going to be able to replace that Ashwing. That's very unfortunate. But
Double Pursuit of Knowledge in hand for Matthew Vore here.
And as we see, there's a Thor in the hand of Gui. So he's going to be able to clear that Necria very easily with that Thor.
So I gotta ask you, we talked about the sort of how ineffective Tomaltai can be in the mirror, but is Tomaltai ever going to hit that Null Rune Gloves with all those Burn Them Alls left over?
I'd say at this point of the game, we should definitely be hitting the Null Rune Gloves. Just because,
if you can play it though, right?
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be able to play it here. It's super difficult to cast it in the mirror match. As we see here, he has all red cards, and you definitely need a Tome of Imperial Flame to get off that one.
Yeah, you cast off that card, and I think we're out of Tome of Imperial Flames at this point.
Yeah, so as we see, he's coming in the face with Chromite. Because he's going to be able to clear that Necro super easily, he's just saying, this is half your life right now. What are you going to give me? You can't keep taking my damage forever, because my Burn Them Alls are going to be coming for you, and you're going to need to give me an entire card. But as we know, Matthew Vore has all of his sigils in his deck. I was just about to ask you, yeah. That's why he pitched them, so he could get into this state of the game where he can Remembrance. So he's going face with all of these, and the sigils
there we go. There we see
That's why you pitch him into the late game.
So Matthew Vore playing 1 sigil so far, so going up in life, but effectively...
Oh, and there's another Rake the Embers. And then, that is massive here. So he's going to lose all of his Ash and go up to 6 Aether Ash Wings. And now we're saying we're going to go face here, because you got to have it.
Matthew Vore, no access, no Azalias right now. Both Remembrance have been pitched, and doesn't feel like Matthew Vore has enough space to even play Remembrance at this point.
Yeah, and the problem is he has Sigil and Sigil 2 Pursuit of Knowledge in his hand, and Gui's going to be able to make that Ash back through Flamescale Furnace and then attack the Necria with the Thor in his hand. So he's definitely in a commanding position here, but we see that he has that second Sigil of Solace here to protect his life of these 3 Aether Ashwings. But the only issue is that he has Sync and 2 Pursuit Knowledge in his hand, so it's not exactly going to be able to clear this board. So it's super unfortunate, and Gui looks like he's about to be a calling champion.
Yeah, how does Matthew Vore even draw out of this?
I'm not sure. He needs a lot of poppers, but the problem is, okay, I guess he has to attack the Dromai with the Pursuit of Knowledge as just, he's just telling in the face. He's coming in for 2.
Yeah, thaw you.
Okay, this makes so much sense because he's on 2 life and he's going to have to minimum 2 cards in hand. This Necro doesn't matter because he's got that Dromai on the field.
Yeah, you remember the downside of Pursuit of Knowledge, right?
Yeah, definitely blocks 2. Keeps smelling blood in the water here. He's got that Crown of Providence in his mind to fit into that max rarity Dromai deck. Matthew Vore has to draw something here. He's going to have to draw a couple of poppers or something because he's not going to be able to kill this Miragai. Oh, sorry, this Dromai. He's going to have to go to 1. Yep, this makes sense. He goes to 1. He's going to put a card to the bottom of his deck to see what he can draw. And he draws Tumultide. It's an absolutely useless card here. He has to draw something. I thought maybe he could pursue the knowledge into the Dromai to draw 5 cards, but he's saying, I need to draw out of this. But it looks like he's just going to be attacking the Dromai with the Necria. Getting that Ash, maybe arsenaling.
He has to draw a popper, which I don't even know if he has in his deck at this point. Like, maybe there's a Command and Conquer, but surely the Cadaverous Contraband, we've seen them played. There could be 1 left in the deck. I'm not sure. Don't have an exact count, but Matthew Vore, I mean, Dromai on the battlefield as well. It's like, it feels like checkmate.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do here because he can definitely brick. He could brick. It's not over until it's over. But I think Gui Cohen, after getting so close in so many different events, is about to be a calling champion, especially with that Burn Them All in hand and that Azalea in hand.
Yeah, take into consideration we haven't even played Burn Them All yet, which is just absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Wow.
He still has so much gas.
Yeah, if he doesn't draw a popper here, it looks like it's lights out because Maraga's coming down.
I don't even know if a popper is going to save him at this point.
He doesn't even need the Azalea. He's going to play the Burn Them All. Yeah, but he's going to get a whole card here out of Matthew Vore through that Burn Them All. Yeah,
there we go. There's the fist bump.
Cohen is the champion of the Calling Dallas. Wow. Unbelievable stuff. So deserving.
Expertly played by Gui. What a masterclass. I mean, we talked about at the beginning of this match who's favored. Is it the Tome of the Imperial Flame deck? Is it Matthew Vore's deck? We saw Matthew Vore play against this type of deck in the form of Jacob Bao before, but it's dispatched by Gui. And Gui, a commanding and convincing win at that.
And no more is more deserving than Gui of being the first person to win a major event with Dromai Ash Artist. Can't believe it. Unbelievable stuff. Wow. Just masterful stuff from this
Fantastic
man.
game.
Yeah.
Fantastic game. I mean, it was such a commanding win. Just congratulations to Gui. I know he's been grinding for a while, has had a lot of success on the Battle Hardened circuit as well. But what does this tell you, Nick? Looking towards the World Championships, a Dromai player recently coming off the back of a finals. What kind of list are you looking at now? Seeing how dominant Gui was in that finals, what are you thinking now in the context of Matthew Vore taking this to a second place, but Gui ultimately in the mirror showing us why that Tome of Imperial Flame is so powerful?
I'm picking up Tome of Imperial Flames, I think. That's what I'm going to do. But I'm also going to, if I'm playing a deck that wants to counter Dromai, with Lexi gone, there's more space for poppers in your deck. And poppers, as we saw, could end turns. So if you're able to apply pressure and get a little extra few poppers left in your sideboard, that's going to go a long way against Dromai, especially when you don't have to play sideboard cards specifically for Lexi when it's gone.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to Gui, the second calling champion. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to have an interview with our new champion, Gui.
November 2022 marked the culmination of a 3-year journey. Where Michael Hamilton wrote himself into the record books as the first flesh and blood world champion. In 2023, we knew we could do more, go bigger, bolder. And we're not done yet. Over 400 Road to Nationals qualifying events. Fielding 44 national championships around the world. All to get to this.
It's all coming together. And oh, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to see this. Not yet, anyway.
I'm Kyle Hill, and today I'm playing Ira Crimson Haze. I'm on a quest for vengeance with my Edge of Autumn and Ethereal Tigers. Duh!
Okay, so what do you do in response?
Hi, I'm Amy, and today I'm playing Melody Sing Along, a crowd-pleasing bard who's the life of the party. My final act, the third time this turn. Again, swinging for 7.
Just kill me already.
I'm trying.
I'm Cedric, and today I'm playing Bravant, Civic Protector. I'll be defending heroes at the table to protect the fun and enjoyment of those around me. Pardon me up, Professor.
Yes.
Then I'm going to show off a little chivalry here.
Oh, wow. And they told me chivalry was dead.
Not quite.
I'm the Professor, and today I'm playing the Professor. Professor Techlevasan, that is. Throughout the game, I'll be taking my prototype base equipment and transforming them into a powerful Evo mech suit to usher in an apocalypse automaton. That's a big one. 6 damage coming to Amy. 6 damage coming to Cedric. 6 damage coming to Kyle. Defend yourselves, if you can. Unleash your genius inventor with me as your hero.
Welcome to Metrix, the greatest city in Wraith. Not because of our soaring skyscrapers, advanced technology, or even wealth and power. But because we built this place from the ground up, with nothing but bare hands and brilliant minds. No ether, no divinity, just a spark of genius.
Greatest city in Wraith? Yeah, right. Let me show you the truth buried underneath this scrap heap. Metrix was beautiful until they steamrolled it into a parking lot. Now, it's survival of the fastest. And if you can't keep up, then it's off to the junkyard. But I think it's time we rewrite the script, break the mold, and blow it all apart!
Haha, there's better ways to blow off some steam, you know. This becoming more than human thing is a real hoot. It's actually kind of incredible, this symbiosis between muscle and machine. But while technology races ahead, simple problems remain unsolved. And this relentless pursuit is coming at the expense of our humanity. And without that, what do we become? Maybe, when we can see our way forward.
When the bombs go off.
When we transcend our limits.
The future will be bright.
everybody, welcome back to the calling here in Dallas. I'm with the champion, Gui. Congratulations, you are a calling champion. I got a little present for you here, too. I think this is going to go real nicely for your house at home.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, I got to start off with something that, you and I, we had a little chuckle about this. You got second at a Battle Hardened real recently in Chicago, and there was something about a shout-out from James White after that event.
That's right. I got second at Battle Hardened Chicago. I lost to Ray Adams in the finals, and Ray played very well. I didn't play as well as I could have, but that was my first big finish. And the week after, James White goes on Push the Point podcast. Shout out to them. Love the show. And he mentions me by name specifically and says, because he was asked, what would you play in a calling Birmingham if you had the opportunity? He goes, I would play Dromai. Look, listen, I think Dromai is very strong. Look what went down in Chicago. Dromai had that finals, but Gui Cohen mentions me by name, and he goes and says, yeah, Pala not so good. That wasn't very good. So that's for you, James White. Maybe the designers are not very good, you specifically, so that's my comeback at you.
Absolutely. Wait.
I've had this bottled up for about 3 months. The thing was in July.
Scoreboard.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Let's talk about this tournament a little bit. So we saw a lot of Dromai mirrors over the weekend, a ton here in the top 8. You even had one here in the finals. You were telling me that you had a lot of mirrors yourself. How did that go for you along the weekend?
I played a total of 5 Dromai mirrors in the Swiss, and then this one in the finals. I went 5-1, so I can't complain. I think a lot has changed with the tome in terms of the mirror because you are able to run away with the game, as you guys saw in the finals if you were watching that, and it can be difficult to catch up. Cadaver's Contraband was something that a lot of my opponents were playing, and it was always very good into me. I wasn't playing it because I substituted that for the Thaws. I just metagame for the day 2, and usually Lexi has a much better conversion rate than Dromai, so I was expecting more Lexi. Even though pound for pound, Cadavers is probably better against Dromai than Thaw is against Lexi, but those were the cards that I ended up playing. In terms of mirror considerations, blue dust ups were really good for me.
Yeah, speaking of that mirror, we saw you kind of, I'm not sure they get to get away from your finals opponent, but that was a pretty handed victory. I mean, you were way ahead, way up in life total. Your board state was unreal. Is that a normal kind of way the mirror plays out for you, or is that more your build? Like, what was going on there?
It's not normal, but you wouldn't ever see a match like that before Tome of the Imperial Flame got printed. The card does allow you to snowball games in a way that Dromai wasn't able to before. And I think I wasn't too high on Tome, and to be honest, I mean, it's hard to say now at the heat of the moment, but I wasn't that convinced in registering Tome until a couple of days before the event. But it does allow Dromai to punish slow turns and duds and breaks in a way that wasn't possible before. Before, say, the best you could do is say Kylori Enjurai, and they have the popper, you didn't really punish them at all. Now with the Tome, we were able to develop a much larger board and build a snowball advantage in a way that decks like Lexi can with all the on-hits.
Yeah, and coming into this tournament, we saw Lexi doing great. It was, the deck to beat. It was the boogeyman of the format. After the performance in the Battle Hardened Chicago that you mentioned, shout out James yet again. James White giving his stamp of approval on this deck, and now the utter dominance this deck put on here this weekend. Do you think Dromai is the deck to beat in the meta going forward? What's it look like for Worlds, even with maybe Lexi coming out of the format for Worlds as well?
I think for ProQuest season, the deck to beat still Lexi. It's hard to argue with her sustained results over the past 3 or 4 months of the format. We can't even count before Bright Lights, right? I don't think Bright Lights changed enough so that Dromai is now better in Lexi numerically. It just isn't. It's hard to argue the results. Going to Worlds, I have no idea. I do think Dromai is well positioned, but Dromai is a deck that is much easier to target than Lexi ever was. You can go ahead and play Fi. You can play Brute, and Dromai has a much harder time beating that than any deck can really present Lexi a challenge.
Well, Gui, you put on a masterful performance all weekend long. Thank you so much for giving us time here. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Congratulations yet again.
Thank you.
And good luck the rest of the time.
Oh, can I give it a few shout-outs here?
Yeah, absolutely. Go.
I'd like to shout out my wife, Kim, at home, who I know is watching. I want to shout out my friend, Justin, who's covering for me at work while I'm here.
Nice. Shout out, Justin. Yeah.
My locals from Treasure Coast Magic and Double Infinity, who I know are also watching. And lastly, my 2 testing partners for this event, Evan Herndon and Levi Rauch. They were great, and they really kept me sharp this whole time.
Well, Gui, you're a calling champion. And for you at home, I'd like to shout out you as well. Thanks for watching us all weekend long. Y'all were awesome. Kept the chat rolling great. all weekend as well. But that's going to be it from us here in Dallas, except for I think Ethan's got a thing or two to do before we get out of here.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Tannen. Thank you, Gui. Thank you for everyone in chat tuning in for this wonderful calling. We're just going to wrap it up today because we've got to pack up. If you look behind us, the venue's already emptying out. So that's what's going to happen, but a few shout-outs from my end first. Once again, chat, thank you all for tuning in and watching the stream. There was only one tiny hiccup today, which is crazy. And then, of course, some people behind the scenes who worked on some of the tech that I was using this weekend. Fabrary with that wonderful view of the deck list was awesome. Phil was working with me behind the scenes. He also updated the card viewer where we can have all the Marvel dragons and the crazy sigils and alt arts, because Gui is such a baller with all of those max rarity Dromai cards. So shout out there once again. Shout out to Contenor Natunik, FabDB. Just so many people came together for this one. Shout out Nick Bova for the internet. And there we go. That was the Savage Feast production of Calling Dallas. What a weekend, everybody. We're going to sign off. We're all going to wave goodbye. Look, there they are. There they are. There I am. There I am. And there you are in chat enjoying this wonderful stream. Goodbye, everybody. It was terrific. I will see you in St. Louis next weekend.